Hello, everyone. It's 7.35 patch time. For those of you guys who have been desperately waiting for this, I'm sorry it's so late. I was in Malaysia for a tournament when this patch came out, and I did not have the availability to do a patch stream there. And especially because when the patch came out, it came out about 8 a.m. Malaysia time, which meant that within like 3 hours, I was working a broadcast. So I legitimately did not have time to do a patch stream. And since I was already going to begin working, I was like, I'm just going to save it until I get home. So that's now. I'm now home. It's the 19th, and I traveled like 30 hours to get back yesterday, and now we're going to get started. So I've read the whole patch notes already. I've already worked an entire broadcast. We've already watched pro players play these games. I've played some pubs on this patch, so I'm definitely moderately informed. I'm not extremely informed, though, because I haven't played a lot of games, and I haven't looked at some common stats. So things like hero win rates, I haven't looked at all. I just am mildly aware of the pro meta that existed at ESL right prior to me leaving, and I have some general theories right now that should inform how I think about everything. But I'm still going to read through the whole thing. I'll probably just speed read some parts that seem irrelevant to me. But I expect this is a long fucking patch. It's a really, really long patch. It's probably still gonna take me, 24 hours or something like that to read this, but we'll do our best and see what the timer's at by the end. So beginning at 11:23 a.m. my time. All right. 7.35, neutral creep's bounty decreased by 2 across the board. So this is every single creep has 2 less gold, which means that there's slightly less gold on the map. So they're doing this because the previous meta was a little bit slow, basically. What pro players would say is that why would you cross the map to possibly get a kill, because not every gank is likely, to possibly get a kill when you can instead continue farming? Because if your gank fails, it felt really bad because your opponents who had spent that time farming would have a lot more net worth. So it could potentially lose you momentum and lose you the game. So by decreasing the amount of gold that neutral creeps have, it means that farming on the map away from opponents is less valuable than it was before. So that is why they decrease there's basically too much gold on the map, pretty much. So it would lead to less conflicts happening. Skipping the quality of life changes on the website. I believe, are those not in here? I guess they might not be, huh? We can probably talk about them because they're legitimately extremely good. Is it here, or do I have to go to the website? It's probably the Frostivus one. Is that what I just clicked on? It was. The problem is that the website is a little different than this one. It like shows you a lot of the big things up front. The biggest changes were the UI things. I guess I'll click the website because this shit's gonna look different. So this is basically, yeah, let's just go through this really quick. Thank you for the sub. There's a bunch of Christmas themed sets. Basically, there's some like unusual variant type items. New sprays and stickers. This is the new chest. If you guys are toxic pieces of shit, you will get warned and or banned. So don't be toxic, don't smurf, don't account share with people. Cosmetic things. So this is these are really cool. Quality of life updates. I think this right here is proof that Valve is spending more time on the game in terms of like making the game better rather than just focusing on hats, which is great. These are cool quality of life changes. There's a tower range indicator. So for weaker players, you better know exactly where the tower is. And also you get a little arrow, like a laser on you when the tower is attacking you. And this is before the tower begins throwing its projectile. So it's easier to tell when you're being attacked. So for weak players or even good players, this is going to be helpful, especially with the radius. It's very obvious when you're within the radius now. You don't have to hold Alt to do it. So this is just good for every player, basically. This is your teleport time. This is when you're teleporting to a tower. If someone has teleported there recently before you, your teleport time is increased. Thus, you can make a decision about how long your TP is going to be before you teleport, because sometimes that happens where you TP to a tower, it takes longer than you expected, and then you get killed by somebody that was coming to kill you. And then this update here, I will definitely use. I'm going to use all 3 of these, obviously. But this is the minimap icons. I like using the arrow pointers so you can see which way people are running. And some people like using hero icons, but now you can do both. This allows you to see both the hero icon and the arrow direction, the directional arrow. So these are another cool change. Here's another big change that probably took them forever. Is it shows you the reticule of when you're casting a spell, so you can better see what the width and the length of the ability is. I played Wind Ranger since this came out, and it was very nice to see how wide my spell would be. So I think this is a nice change. To my understanding, and maybe this is not true, but basically every hero who has a spell like this that has an AoE, you can see the AoE now, and this probably took a very long time to execute. Ability icon states this, but it lets you better know if you're broken. This is the broken icon basically, and it won't just be like a little circle above your health bar. This is going to show you your abilities not working, so it should make it a little bit more easy to tell what's happening. In some cases, they fixed more tooltips, which are typically always slightly wrong, so they're making them better. Targeted info on items, meant a long drive to the library. Very true. There's a lot of like, you have to go into demo mode and test a bunch of shit to figure things out. XP indicator, this is great, so you can see your experience range if you want to stand at the maximum distance. Apparently the XP range is 1500. I didn't know that exactly where it was, but that's still pretty big, but yeah, good to know. They put root wisdom rune timers on, thank God. I have Dota Plus, so good for me, because I cannot be fucked to like continue counting by 7 in my head when it's past like 30 minutes. With time, I remember, okay, 28 is one of the timers, 21, 14. But after 20, like, it took me a while to remember 28. I'm not very good at, like, obvious multiplication tables. So, yeah, happy that this is in. You can see creep bounties on the creeps now to see how much gold they're worth. Just basically a bunch of stuff that makes it easier for brand new players to, like, figure out the game without having to go to an extra website. So that's great. More profile showcase stuff. You can, like, lock emoticons to other models, which is really cool. So this is really a really cool way to like allow people to be more creative, or put dicks on your profile, whatever you want to do, or sexual type stuff, you know, whatever people are into. But I love looking at people's creative ones. I am not creative enough, I think, to go in and like make a really cool one, but I think these are really nice. So yeah, lots of cool ways to do that. Armory updates, don't care. Dota Plus sets, that's great. And then other than that, just a bunch of patch stuff, pretty much. Okay, cool. That covers that. So now we can go into here. But yeah, all the UI updates and stuff, excellent stuff. Very happy. Okay, neutral creep bounty decreased by 2. We covered that. Neutral creeps are no longer affected by the mines, the graveyard, the statue, and the well buffs. So what these are those buffs that are on the outskirts of the map. And these are actually really important. These are one way that they're trying to make Radiant and Dire more similar. For example, if you're on the bottom side of the map, that is, I believe, the well, I think. I don't know. The one at the bottom half of the map is mana regen. If creeps are getting mana regen, it literally doesn't matter because creeps don't use a lot of mana when they fight you. If you're on the top half of the map, that's the one where you get 7 HP per second. That matters because that means it takes you longer to kill the creeps on the top half of the map than it does the bottom half. So that's actually a nerf to Dire, I would say, because very commonly carries will leave their lane and go jungle in that area. So carries on the Radiant side, it's easier for that. If you say that 1.5 mana per second is the same as 7 HP regen, then it's just factually better for carries on the bottom half of the map to jungle, because you're getting a benefit and the creeps are not getting a benefit. But if you're killing the creeps on the top half of the map, especially if you're killing things slightly slowly, those creeps will sometimes take 1 extra hit to die, maybe 2, or they will take more AoE damage. So this is a factual buff for that. The right side of the map is plus damage, I believe, and the left side of the map is plus armor. So that means the Radiant left side should die faster, that Ancient Camp, because it doesn't have armor. And the right side, they do less damage. So maybe it doesn't matter as much. But I would say this is probably just a buff to Radiant, or to Dire, sorry, because Dire killing the top half of the map is easier now, I would assume. So that's my impression. Super creeps and mega creeps attack damage increased by 5. That's great. Makes those creeps a little bit more dangerous, and they're going to push harder. And then this also matters for the Roshan banner later, which is the thing that you put down that you take from Roshan that makes your creeps do more damage and have more HP, which was quite effective. I used it one game in a pub I played, and watching the pro games with it was also very quite effective. Thank you for the raid, Tsunami. Happy to see you recovered slightly. Those are some great beard emotes, I gotta say. Very good beard emotes. Okay, courier health is replaced with attacks to kill, so it dies after 1 melee hero attack or 2 ranged hero attacks or 6 creeper tower attacks. So this means that your notably your courier is less likely to die to tier 4 towers, because usually it's very common for creeps or your courier to die to those towers, and they won't just die in like 1 or 2 hits anymore. So that's cool. It also is a really nice buff to supports, basically, because in the mid and late stages of the game, the survivability on the courier far exceeds the physical damage that your support usually does. So the fact that you can kill with 1 hero attack or 2 range is really good. Because I think we've all had those times as a support where we see a courier flying past and we're like, oh, I'm going to kill this courier, and you attack it twice and it doesn't die. It has like 30% HP left. So I think this is a nice change to supports to make it a little bit easier to kill couriers when you see them on the map. And couriers can no longer be healed, and they can't regenerate health except in the fountain. So apparently you could mech them or something like that if you really needed to inside or outside the base. Fountain now deals 25% splash damage in a radius. So this means that when you get dove by like a Phantom Lancer, for example, all of the illusions will take a little bit of damage because of the splash damage. 250 radius is not massive, but it should make fountain diving a little bit harder. There's new watchers on the mines and the well areas. There's basically one directly to the north and one directly to the south. So if you want to get in there and use a watcher, you're more likely to spot some carry or some other hero jungling. Teleport times to outposts in the Radiant Dire jungles decreased from 6 to 4. This is a big deal. These outposts are good to go to. These are just the jungle ones, by the way. So these won't be the ones near Roshan pits. So those ones should still take 6 seconds. But the other ones, which are near the tri-camps, are going to be easier to teleport to, which is good because there's a lot of fights that happen there. This should mean that invading and fighting near your opponent's tri-camp is going to be way more dangerous because opponents can get there faster in 4 seconds instead of 6. But it should just make moving around the map a little bit faster, which is not a bad thing. So yeah, Twin Gates now cost 75 mana. For those of you guys like me that forgets to use Twin Gates all the time, this is not going to affect you much. But for pro players, this will definitely affect you. Because now if you want to go from a safe lane across the map to go gank, it's going to cost you 150 mana to do that and come back. Like, or if you teleport back after the gank, that was already 75 mana. Now it's just another 75 to go there first. But a lot of roaming supports will go through the Twin Gate, get a gank, and then they'll run back through the Twin Gate again, which now is going to cost a lot more mana. So it's going to cost you a Clarity Potion. So you do a Twin Gate gank now, which is probably just a good thing because it costs a little bit more resources to be super dominant on the map. And it also means that moving through the Twin Gates at later stages of the game could matter. And units without mana can use the Twin Gate for free. So that means units like summons, basically. It's not any unit without mana. It's not like it costs 75 mana, but if you're poor, you can still go through. They'll let you through. It means that creeps that you summon that don't have mana can go through. But if you do want to prevent somebody from twin gating, draining their mana to 0 is now an option that might matter. Tormentor can now no longer have less than 0 armor. This is bad for heroes like Razor is one of them, or lineups that have a ton of minus armor. So if you have a Slardar plus extra stuff, then it would be good. Tormentors have, I believe, 20 armor. I think that stays the same at all levels. So if you have more than negative 20 armor, that's an option. That was a really easy option to kill it. Templar Assassin can get it below 0 armor because Meld Strike did -8 armor. Deso does -7. So if you do 2 Meld Strikes, that's -16 plus the Deso, that's more than -20 minus more than 20 armor reduction. So for those heroes that can kill Tormentor really easily with a bunch of minus armor, that's harder now. They're basically trying to remove a lot of easy and cheesy ways to kill Tormentors because they were just too good. It was too easy for some heroes to solo them, and that gave you a little bit too much of an advantage that was just solely focused on getting Tormentors. They also have this ability called the Shining Now, which deals 30 damage per second on a 0.2 second interval. So that means 5 times per second you will take damage, and 6 damage per tick. And it distributes it evenly among all units. So I believe all enemy heroes in the area will take this 30 damage per second. So it's not a lot of damage, but if it takes you 10 seconds to kill the Tormentor, that's 300 damage, which is kind of a lot, all things considered. So it's kind of a lot of damage. So if you have more units there to tank the damage that you're dealing to the Tormentor, that's fine, but they're also going to take this extra damage on top of it. So it generally takes you more units and heroes to kill it now. Having heals is better now against the Tormentor than they were before because you're taking more damage. Having more bodies is good because that will split the damage more evenly. But the other thing that this does is it counters armlet toggling. So if you use armlet to kill Tormentor, then this won't be safe anymore because now it's hard to armlet toggle through it because it's likely you'll die to the damage over time. So Huskars, for example, would kill Tormentors without using Burning Spears. And that's because Burning Spears would do tick damage, and that tick damage would reflect and kill them during armlet toggling. But if you don't use damage over time abilities in the previous patch, it was possible to take this easily with armlet. So that is going to be harder now. And teams were taking a lot of damage from Tormentors. There's a lot of cases. I mean, there were pros in the last patch who were dying to Tormentors sometimes in funny ways, but now it's like, oh, it just does a lot of damage. So killing Tormentors is harder. And one small fact about Tormentors that I'll remind you of, it does 90% damage reflection at level 1. Every time the Tormentor dies, the next one has 20% more damage reflect. So level 2 Tormentor reflects 110% of the damage that it takes, and while also doing this barrier. So the higher level the Tormentor, it does way more damage. So it's going to be definitely harder and more dangerous for you to take like a second and third Tormentor than the past. Added new Roshan ability, Roar of Retribution. If attacked by the team that last killed him, Roshan will release a roar that's heard globally and damages all units in 900 AoE, and applies a debuff on them that increases incoming damage by 25%. Increases incoming damage. Oh, wow, that's really good. I did not realize it did so much. Holy shit. I remember the roar part and thought about the audio, but I didn't know that it damaged them and amplifies the damage they take by 25%. That's really spooky. And it triggers when Roche's health drops below 80%. So that would be, he gets to the 80th percentile. It takes 50 damage, not much. Damage bonus per minute is 10 per minute. So this could do a lot of damage. Per minute? Doesn't this mean like a shitload? Like 50 minutes into the game, this just does like 500 damage nuke. That's really powerful, if that's how the math works. The debuff duration is 8 seconds and the cooldown's 20 seconds. Dude, that is... Does that mean he continues to use it while he's dying, or does he just use it one time while he's dying? Either way, the fact that it amplifies the damage that you're taking by being 900 range, which is really big, is wild. Because that means if you begin Roshing and your opponents show up, they're going to fucking slay you because you're taking 25% more damage. He can roar multiple if you're slow. I mean, it's not hard. The cooldown's 20 seconds. I guess it's a little slow, but the fact that you can roar multiple is spooky. Because it basically means for 8 of the 20 seconds, you are going to be roared on, which is a big percentage uptime when a team fight could happen. So this makes doing second Roshans really spooky and really encourages people to contest second Roshan. So definitely scary. Cool change. Roche's banner was the one I paid more attention to. You get a banner, which you can drop on the map. It looks like one of those team flag things that you put down, like your clan flags. You put it down and buffs creeps within a 750 radius. And creeps that walk past it get, for 45 seconds, get 75% more health and 50% more damage. The banner lasts for 5 minutes, or it can be destroyed with 6 hero attacks. Creeps can kill it as well. And then it's consumed on use. Placing the banner informs the enemy team about its location. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize you got to see where it was exactly. And multiple banners don't stack. And it gives you 200 gold if you kill it. So this is really powerful because what you want to do is you want to put this on a lane where you don't want to have to go. So after you get the second Roshan, you get the banner. I think that's only on Dire side, I believe. Yeah, Roshan's banner is on Dire side. You put it down, and it makes your creeps really fucking strong. Like, I'm not kidding, guys. They're really strong. Like, mega creeps with the banner had 2,000 health. So, like, you see some support try to push that lane. It doesn't work because the amount of nuke damage you need to kill all those creeps is really, really high. That's like 7 AoE nukes or something. It's like extremely powerful. The only person that probably can clear creeps easily against the Roche banner is probably some like Sven or Battle Fury type hero. Anyone else that doesn't have a lot of cleave damage like that is actually going to struggle killing it. How deep can you put the banner in trees? That's a great point. The radius being 750, that means you can put it in trees. You shouldn't put it directly inside, like right in the lane where it's obvious. You should put it next to where the creeps walk by. 750 radius is like imagine the longest attacking unit in the game, which I think is probably Lina. Lina's attack range basically is, it's like 670 or something. So it's longer than that. It's basically like sniper attack range. Like, it's a big radius. So you should put this near a lane, but not directly in the lane. If you put it directly in the lane, that means creeps could kill it just by walking down the lane. But also it would just increase the amount of time that it takes for an enemy hero to find it when they do go looking for it. And you might as well increase that by a little bit. So if it does tell teams exactly where it is, like, they could still get it, probably, but you should put it in the trees. And also keep in mind that it only buffs your creeps for 45 seconds. So creeps spawn every 30 seconds, and they get to the middle part of the map after, I believe, 30 seconds. So you want to put it at least like halfway across the map towards your enemy's base, because for the time that it takes from the creeps to go from there to the enemy base, you want them to be buffed. Like, you shouldn't put this flag directly outside your base. It's a mistake, because the creeps would be buffed leaving your base, but they wouldn't be buffed getting to the enemy side of the map where it's more important for them to be tanky. So you should place it towards your enemy side of the base, probably about the halfway point, and that should really help. It breaks trees, by the way. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. So it breaks trees. So it's probably, you probably can't hide it super well, but I don't know, maybe it's worth messing around with it a little bit like that. Okay, so yeah, Roche Banner, very good shit. Starting from the second death, Roshan drops Cheese when killed on Radiant and Roche Banner on the Dire. And then third death, Refresher Shard on Radiant and Ag's Blessing on Dire. So Ag's Blessing is now Dire instead of Refresher Shard. And Radiant side is... that is correct, right? It was Ag's Blessing Radiant in the past. Now it's Ag's Blessing Dire. So this probably helps change Radiant Dire imbalance, by the way. I would argue that Roche's Banner is better than Cheese. I feel like I think it gives you a higher chance to win the game, because it gives you map control. Cheese is good and definitely is very useful to help swing fights, but I feel like Roche Banner is better. So I would say that is a Dire advantage in some ways. With that said, the Radiant team can TP to the Dire Roshan, and the Dire team can TP to the Radiant side Roshan. Is that right? Right? Top. The upper left is the Radiant side, the Radiant Roche, and the bottom right is the Dire Roche, correct? Which seems counterintuitive, because the Radiant can TP to the Dire Roche, and the Dire can TP to the Radiant Roche. I think I have that right. But my point being, I have it wrong? It is the other way around? So the Dire Roche is the top Roche? Okay, yeah, okay, that does make sense. Okay, so it's based on where you can TP. So the Dire Roche is the top one. Radiant Roche is the bottom one. So Dire would be the top one for Roshan Banner. Cheese is the southeast. Banner is northwest. Top left is there. Okay, so that's based on where you can teleport. But yeah, I would argue that the Dire Roshans are better. Both ways now. Refresher Shard and Ag's Blessing and Roche Banner. So that should help make Radiant and Dire advantages a little bit closer, basically. All right, Double Damage Rune is renamed to Amplify Damage Rune. The bonus damage it gives you is down to 20% less, but it also gives you Spell Amp. So now this rune is useful on int-based mid heroes that don't right click very much, which is good. So a hero like Pugna would be happy to get this. It's not a shitload of damage, being only 15%, but it's good. And for some heroes like Storm Spirit, it's arguably better, because you're losing a little bit of base damage, but all the magic damage you're dealing is more now. So I think just a better change, good for the game. It's slightly worse on heroes like Morphling, and maybe a couple other heavily agility heroes like Terrorblade, but it's still very good on those heroes, and it's better for more heroes now, which is good. Invis Rune now grants 25% damage reduction while invisible, and plus 5% for each full rune cycle. So that means as the game continues, it gives you more and more damage reduction. So a rune cycle is what, every 2 minutes? So 20 minutes later into the game, we're talking about 10 times in this. So this could be like insane damage reduction, actually. So you could use this, assuming a full rune cycle is every 2 minutes after the 4 to 6 minute mark, then that means later in the game you could actually become like invulnerable with an invisibility rune, which is good, because invisibility, as we know, is invincibility. So this does apply. It's very good. Haste Rune now lasts for 22 plus 3 seconds for each rune cycle. So that means Haste Rune in the late game will last longer, which is valid. I mean, this rune used to be like bonkers good, like super high duration in the past, but it's more reasonable now. But the fact that it elongates better as the game continues is good, and helps devalue the value of bottling a rune and saving it. Makes it more viable to just like grab runes, which is more fun in my opinion. Arcane Rune cooldown reduction is reduced by 5%. As across the board, they nerfed a couple cooldown reduction things, because they seem to be a little bit too broken in the last patch. So Arcane Rune being a little bit worse is fine. Regen rune, this is a cool change. No longer disabled by taking damage. Instead, it lowers the regen rate to 1% of your HP and mana per second. So you can use this during team fights to be survivable. You could still dispel this with like a tornado or other purge ability. But yeah, a little change to the rune. That's just nice, basically. It probably makes it better. I mean, it's way worse to just like grab it and be full HP. But there's a lot of use cases of regen rune in other situations, and runes just are better at battling now, frankly. Like being able to use invis rune to reduce damage, being able to use regen rune during a fight. Like those are things that are gonna encourage your opponents to click on you, and not doing so will punish you. So I think these are nice changes. I'm into this. Removed a tree on the area on top of Dire's tier 2 mid tower. Don't care. I'm sure these are relevant and important because they need to mention them, and they probably matter for some juking reasons, but I'm not high enough of a level of a player for that to bother me too badly. Let me just say that when I watched the games, it looked about the same, but you might notice in game when you're playing it. Regen rune kind of super nutty late game. That makes sense because people are getting probably, if you have like 3,000 HP, that's like 30 HP per second. It's definitely very good. But again, you can dispel. So late game, you should be able to dispel it if you notice. You could get stuck on the Radiant tier 1 tower. Radiant tier 1 mid tower. Okay. I don't like getting stuck. No me gusta. Remove tree next to the medium camp. On top of Dire's tier 1 top tower. Anyways, added support for a new bonus, AoE radius. We know this from the Bloodstone later on. But now you can basically increase the AoE of abilities. Affects areas of effect. That would be like an AoE ability, increasing the width and the radius of the spells. Width meaning like Power Shot could become wider, or an Ice Path could become wider. Radius being a circular AoE that you put on the ground or spawns around you. It doesn't affect lengths and ranges that are already increased by Aether Lens. So basically you can't make your phallic object longer with AoE radius, but it does make it thicker, girthier, some would say. If you want length, you buy an Aether Lens. If you want girth, you buy Bloodstone. It's easy to remember that way if you think about it like that. And it also ignores auras and passive aura-like components of some active spells, like earns Soul Gathering, Radius, and Silencers in Steel range. So it ignores auras and passive aura-like components. Okay, so it doesn't increase the AoE of your Vlad's aura, for example. Currently, this effect is provided only by Bloodstone, but this is just the first one. There will be other probably abilities or items in the future that will affect AoE a little bit. They fixed long-standing game-breaking bug where the chance for hero melee damage block was 49% instead of 50. Good to know. Like, you know what this line is? This is like some Valve employee spent like 1 to 2 weeks of their life trying to fix this bug, and they could have just fixed it and been like, we fixed a bug, but they wanted to like feel justification for all the hard work they did, so they're like, they'll put this line in. We fixed this long game-breaking bug where the chance of hero melee damage block was 49%. Like, it seems like not a big deal, right? It seems like, oh no, you lost 1% damage block. But like some guy just spent like weeks of his life. Good for him though. All right, I'm gonna need people to stop writing all caps in their questions. Thank you. I wouldn't call him a caps lock troll. I would call him a person who... Okay, there is still a lot of caps lock. All right. Please stop. Please stop. Fix Lotus pools. Lotus is not spawning at the exact minute. Thank God. I hated this. I'm like standing there to grab a Lotus, and I look at the clock. It's like 3. I'm like, okay, it's not here yet. And I look again, 3:01, not here yet. 3:02. Okay, here it is finally. Then you start. It's like, why didn't they fix that right away? Why did they not fix that? Anyways, item changes. Ring of Tresk is back, which is another way of saying that artifact is back. Now it's a basic secret item for 1,800 gold. And it provides you 12 regen, which is a lot. You would never buy this for laning, obviously, because it is far too expensive. But, yeah. Tiara of Celemene, 6 mana regen for 1,800 gold. It is a lot. This one actually is viable as like a late game item, just buying it. Because it is actually like a shitload of mana regen. Sometimes it's hard to get about 6. You usually have to buy like a Kaya or something like that. But if you're like a strength hero in a later stage of the game, you could genuinely buy some Tiara of Salamene to help solve your mana regen item, or whatever item that it builds into, to help solve some mana regen in later stages. Conda's the new item. It's a Crystallis, which is the crit sword, a Phylactery, which is the one where you cast spells on people and does a magic nuke, and a 600 gold recipe. The total cost is 5,000. This one has been talked about a lot on Reddit. Gives you 50 damage, 200 health, 200 mana, and 8 attributes. So it's a generic stat item with damage. And then it also has the passive 30% chance to crit for 1.6 times your damage. And here's the Phylactery component, called them Power Spell. Spell is similar to Phylactery's passive, but bonus damage is rescaled from flat 100. Well, it wasn't 100, it was like 125, I think, to 100 plus 75% of your attack damage. So this means that when you cast spells now with Conda, you are dealing damage based on your base damage. Someone's saying Conda destroying ability draft. That makes a lot of sense. We figured this out as well. In the green room the first day of the patch, but basically Conda does break a lot of heroes and situations because you can just get a lot of damage. The most obvious one that's been popularized is rapiers with Conda, and that is because it's a very good way to increase your damage, basically. So here's an example of using Phylactery. Boom, it did damage. It's 150, I believe, so that is officially a bug. This is a pretty unacceptable mistake, guys, but this says right here that it does 100. It's not true. It did 150. Huge mistake. So you could do 150 before every time you cast a spell, which was good for heroes like Zeus that cast single target abilities. The problem is that Conda calculates your damage. Oh god, how do I even build this item anymore? It's a claymore, of course. How could I forget? It adds your damage to the nuke. So if you are a right-clicking spellcaster, Conda is fantastic because it adds your damage. And it does it with green damage as well. So it's broken with Rapier for 2 reasons. Number 1, because Rapier gives you 350 damage, but also because it gives you spell damage. So you're basically turning damage into magic damage, and then you're amplifying that magic damage with spell damage. So instead of doing 150 damage, now I'm doing like 600 basically. This did 420. Funny. So if you really want to do some cheesy ass build, you can buy a bunch of rapiers and start doing like a gigantic amount of damage. And just start like one-shotting people by casting a spell on them. Obviously you have to have rapiers to do this, but there are some heroes that are really viable with this. Certainly if you want to do it. The guy saying this is breaking ability draft, that totally makes sense to me, because you can probably just really focus on getting as much damage as possible in an abusive way and then getting Conda. So whether that's, I don't know, some crit damage or whatever. This should be really good on heroes like Bounty Hunter. Not everybody is able to increase their damage a lot, but Bounty Hunter definitely is. If you look down here where it says 58, when you skill Janata, this actually does increase your base damage. Or not your base damage, but it gives you green damage. So this means that you can use this on towers if you want to. But in the case of a bounty hunter, this would be a really good item because you can apply this Janata damage with the Conda without it proccing, I believe. So if I didn't have this, actually it still works here because it's available, but if I do this, like watch how much damage. Okay, so this is with Janata. Did it not work because I turned it off? Footprints. So it looks like it has to be turned on for it to work, which is kind of funny. But if it's on cooldown, it does much less damage. So it goes much higher because of Janata, basically. So hypothetically, it could work on Bounty. The downside is that you have to cast it directly on the person, like this. I'm doing this wrong, sorry. Like this. If I do it like this, why did that do so much fucking damage? Oh, does it just work? Is it just like the way that it works? Why did that proc? Is it just because my damage is high? It shouldn't have done that much damage. I'm confused. This should not work like this, I don't think.
Yes.
That one makes sense. Oh, it's probably because I have this on. Let's do this.
Repositioning.
Okay, that's why. It was because I had free spells. So this was instantly off cooldown. But either way, what's interesting actually...
Over there.
I'm going to try to hit this first.
This way.
Very interesting. So, we just found out that if Conda is coming off cooldown while shurikens are bouncing, they will still proc it. So, hypothetically, you could use it. It could proc multiple times while bouncing. Well, it's not going to proc multiple times in 6 seconds, but it shows that the shuriken coming from here to here is a targeted spell, which is interesting. I didn't know that. If you play Phylactery a lot on this hero, you probably know, though. So yeah, Phylactery, Conda, very good on lots of right-click spellcaster heroes. We got to run ads now, so I will do that quick, and then we will continue the patch. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Five enemies, 5 bounties.
No ads for you, that's true. If you're a sub, you don't have to watch ads. But yeah, Conda seems quite good. We did not see, I don't think, any pro players buy it, so they probably think it's bad. But we did see quite a few new items. Oh, let me see if Tilda works. Oh my god, it works again.
Footprints.
Praise the Lord. It's back. I lost my shop hotkey. There was some computer that I used at TI that like fucked up my Tilda hotkey and some of my other settings. And I couldn't get it to fix. But using a new computer since then has now fixed that. I'm so happy. Yeah, I know the Spirit Breaker one is good. Because it's a global Conda on a 20-second cooldown. So you could definitely abuse it for sure, but...
Of course.
On the hunt.
Just does so much damage. But yeah, if you lose the rapiers, that's not good. And it's still only one shots like a hero once in a while. It's really cool on Axe was another hero we figured out.
Good day to fight.
Maybe calling it good is probably a little bit of a overestimation, but the way that it works basically is you are translating... You know, you're basically doing a magic nuke by casting the ability on them, and if it does enough damage, their HP is now low, and then it kills them. So, you can just, like, one-shot people with your ulti.
Rest is for the dead. Swift without an axe. To the enemy.
Your middle tower faces a double kill.
That one was low.
Against the rising tide.
Why did that not work? Didn't do enough damage?
Is under attack.
It should have worked.
Killing spree. More than 2 kills,
Oh.
but less than 4 kills.
That's funny. That did too much damage, I think.
Your middle tower
Basically, he died to the Conda nuke, and he didn't get to do the culling blade, so it just killed him before he got chopped. It worked on the Wind Ranger because our HP was high enough.
Dominating performance.
Because her raw HP was high enough to block enough of the damage for it to chop. But hypothetically, you know, getting a bunch of spell amp and doing Conda with Axe could also work. You could just end up killing people from high HP. Or you could just do it this way.
Mega kill.
Like, it's not like you need to chop people. But yeah, Axe with Conda is kind of a cool idea
Double kill.
as an option later on. Now, again, not great with Rapier, but, you know.
Yes.
Anyways, ads are done, so I think. Or they're still going, I don't know. RTZ said Faces Void Solar Crest was really good instead of Mask of Madness. He was not happy? I don't understand. You asked him that? Is that what you're saying? Anyways, that's Conda. He did not like the idea. Yeah, I mean, understandably, because it's not damage. You just told him to buy an item on the hero that gives you survivability, not damage. Of course he's not going to like it. It's just a bet. You're just trolling him. That's all. He said it's good. I mean, we'll talk about when we get there. There's good things, some good things about it, but Parasma. This is the Witchblade upgrade. So it's a Witchblade and a Mystic Staff. It's 55.75 gold. Gives you 45 int, 40 attack speed, 8 armor, and 300 projectile speed. So very similar to Witchblade. And it has a passive of Magic Corruption. All your attacks apply a 20% magic resistance debuff on enemies for 4 seconds. So that means that when you attack somebody with Parasma, you're doing 20% more magic damage to them. And the passive Witchblade, similar to Witchblade, but int multipliers up to 1 and cooldown decrease to 7. So it's a stronger Witchblade. The magic resistance debuff is fantastic. If you have a Parasma and a Grove Bow, you are doing a lot of damage. And we're going to talk a lot about magic resistance reduction because there's a lot of new sources this game with this patch, including from Shiva's. And basically, magic resistance reductions, when you stack them, are really powerful because they are amplifying each other. So if I have a 20% magic resistance debuff with Parasma, and I have a Grove Bow, which also lowers magic resistance by 15, those are amplifying each other. So the 20% from Parasma is being increased by the 15% of the Grove Bow, basically. So the 20% really becomes an extra 3%. So it's not doing 15 and 20, it's doing 23 and 15. So it's becoming 38% magic resistance reduction, for example. So that's how you should think about it. The magic resistance reduction is also going to multiply by other magic resistance reductions. I figured this out when I did a spreadsheet a couple years ago, calculating magic resistance to like truly understand it. And I found that with level 4 decrep on Pugna, which was a 60% amp, and with Old Veil, which is 25%, so that should be 60 and 25 to add up to 85, they actually became 100. So that's what's happening. The Veil, which was 25%, was multiplying the 0.6 by 0.25, so that by 1.25. So that 60% became a 75, basically. Added to the 25 was 100. So if you stack multiple sources of magic resistance reduction, it's kind of busted. I think this is why Azure in the finals of the tournament was stacking a lot of things like this. They grabbed Nyx Assassin, I think 2 of the games, even though he was not that changed. His Shard would amplify the magic damage that people take. So that paired with like Parasma is very strong. He even bought Grove Bow in the hero. So he had Grove Bow. He would hit you with the Shard. He would hit you with a Dagon. Storms would buy Parasma. Pucks would buy Parasma, I think, if they're playing well. It's just a really good item on those heroes because it really helps you do magic damage to one guy. So that's how you should think about this item. Magic resistance reductions are really, really strong if you're trying to blow somebody up. Now, and the counterpoint that I tweeted about is that if you want to counter magic resistance reductions, you need to buy magic resistance. The way that the math works, and I thought the clearest way to explain it is that if I want to reduce the magic damage I'm taking, let's say I don't have a cloak, and let's say they're throwing 100 magic damage at me. 100 magic damage coming my way. My base magic resistance is about 25%. So that means of that 100, I only take 75. And of that 75 damage I'm taking, if they have a Parasma and a Grove Bow, that 75 gets increased by like 38%, pretty much. So that number is going to be closer to around 100 magic damage after reductions that I'll take. But if I buy a Cloak, what I'm doing is I'm lowering that original 75 damage by 20%, because Cloak gives you 20% magic resistance. So if I multiply... how do I do this? I can't remember how to add a calculator on this. I'm just going to do the math really quick. So if I take the number 75 and I multiply it by 0.8, then I'm taking 60 magic damage instead. So if I buy a Cloak, I'm taking 60 magic damage instead of 75. That's 20% less of 75 damage. So this is important because that 60 number that I'm now reducing it to is what gets amplified by magic resistance reduction. So if they're doing 30% more damage now of that 60, that totals to 78. So basically, by buying magic resistance, I'm decreasing the number that they are about to increase. So that's really valuable. So it makes their magic resistance items less effective because they're starting with a smaller number. It's the same reason why buying Spell Amp is very good with magic resistance reductions. Because if you buy Spell Amp, you're increasing the damage you're doing, and then you're multiplying it by a bigger percentage. So magic resistant or Spell Amp with magic resistance reductions are really powerful. They stack really well in the math. And buying magic resistance is a counter to those things because they force you to start with a smaller number before you make it big. So if you guys are worried about items like this in your game, Parasma, Shiva's Guard, Witchblade is another example. A lot of magic damage. Dagons, if you're playing against a Nyx Assassin with a Shard, you need to buy magic resistance, either a BKB or Cloak or an item like that, so that you can better deal with those items. Otherwise, they're going to just do a shitload of damage and you'll die really fast and give them a bunch of kills. Thank you for subbing and accidentally banning one of my viewers, Chris. I appreciate that. Parasma do so with Shard and Conda sounds fun. I don't think well, maybe Parasma's okay. It's int, which is mana pool, but it's, I mean, she has a really good int gain. It could work. You could go Parasma Conda genuinely. It's probably not the worst, but Parasma's probably bad. It's probably bad to go Parasma on Dusa, almost certainly. The armor is wasted. Projectile speed's fine. The attack speed's good. Intelligence is kind of bad. It just doesn't give you any damage is the problem. Your int multiplier is good. Like, it's just not, it's overkill. Conda, sure. Conda on Dusa, absolutely. It's probably good on Dusa. But I wouldn't go Parasma. Okay, anyways. So, the magic resistance thing is genuinely important, guys. Keep that in mind. It's not just playing against some Zeus type shit. If they have magic resistance reducers, you need magic resistance. You will need to fit something into your item build. All right, Javelin cost is decreased by 200. The damage is gone down by 10. So this is a better gold to damage ratio, basically, by slight. Because the cost went down 200 divided by 1100, which is 18%. So it's 18% less gold. And 10 divided by 70 is less than 18%, I think. It's 14%. So it's a little bit better gold to damage ratio. So you could argue it's better now. So a fast javelin on a Wind Ranger type hero is good. I think Wind Ranger is a little overrated right now personally, but there are some obvious changes to her that are kind of interesting. But yeah, if you want to buy javelins on a Wind Ranger, you can definitely rush this in lane now and not have it feel so catastrophically expensive. Quarterstaff is removed, which is sad. It's been in the game literally the whole time. But it's probably the most boring item in the entire game without a doubt. Ring of Health is moved to Secret Shop, from Secret to Main Shop. So it's the same. Ultimate Orb is up to 2,800 gold with 15 stats instead of 10. So basically it makes it easier to not fill up your items with this, but it is very, very expensive. It's still a really bad gold per stat item. But it's not like that much worse. But it just changes some like recipes a little bit. Voidstone also going to Main Shop. Okay, Arcane Boots is reworked. This one has seemed slightly significant, but it's basically just a better mana regen item than it was before, believe it or not. I'll do the math on it right now just to really make sure. But it's Boots, Ring of Basilius, and a recipe. So no longer has an energy booster. So that means it no longer gives you raw mana increase. It just gives you a mana regen aura and the mana per usages. So basically it gives 0.75 mana to yourself, and it gives a Basilius aura, a 1 mana aura to you and your allies. And it cannot be dissembled anymore. So it still gives you the same amount of mana per second. Like basically it's better in a lot of ways. It's better because it gives you more mana per second than it did before. It doesn't give you raw mana anymore. It just gives you extra mana, which is kind of what you want arcanes for in a lot of cases. So if you want arcane boots on a core and you want a lot of mana, it's perfect. Yeah, it's just kind of in a lot of ways better. It's worse on strength heroes because you have less mana to work with. It's worse on ogre, for example, because ogre can't get very inexpensive mana anymore. But for a lot of heroes, for basically all int heroes, it's just better, I would say, because a lot of int heroes already have pretty good mana pool, and they don't really need a lot more mana pool. So them just giving you more mana regen is just better. So Arcane Boots better for heroes that should buy it. Generally worse for heroes that might want to buy it. And the fact that you can't dissemble it means you can't like Arcane into Bloodstone anymore, which is good for some builds. Bloodstone Basic aura does not stack, no. You can only get one. So if somebody has a basey and somebody else has an arcane boots, they will not stack. You can only have one of each aura, for example. Bloodstone is the same, but it also gives you AoE. This is important for lots of heroes. When I read this initially, I kind of overlooked it because I was just kind of like, AoE, whatever. But the amount of AoE that it gives you is kind of a lot. I think it's what, 70? 75? So the way that math works is that when you're calculating the AoE, basically if you're calculating the area of a circle or the square footage, basically like how much space does an AoE cover? For horizontal, it is pi r squared. Pi is the constant, r is the radius, and then you square that. So that means as your radius increases, it gets bigger and bigger, it gets exponentially bigger, because the r is squared. So the radius is really going to be noticeable as a change for a smaller radius ability. Here's Split Earth, which scales from 150 to 240 radius. So adding a Bloodstone to this is a really big deal because it's a relatively small area that is going to get bigger. I'm just going to do free spells here. So let's try it with Bloodstone. It's much bigger. Let's do it like this. Or better yet, I can do it like this. Why do those look the same? Okay, it's because I swapped it in before I was done casting the spell. So it looks huge. It looks really, really huge. Was it pi r squared? Did I do that right? I don't remember exactly. Let me say area of a circle. Is it pi r squared? Yeah, it's pi r squared for area of a circle. So if our radius is, I'm using a website quick, is 240. Our area is stupidly high. I'm going to do 0.24. Okay, so the decimals are easier. So if my radius is 0.24, my area is 0.18. 0.24, 240 radius, 0.18. And then with the shard, which is plus 40, so that's 0.28. That's 0.25, so that is 280 radius equals 0.25. That's like a lot bigger. And then if I add Bloodstone now, that's 280 plus 75, which is 0.35. No. Is that right? Where's my calculator? 280 plus 75. Oops. 280 plus 75. So that's 355. It's like way bigger. And that's 0.4. So 355 radius equals 0.4. So basically, between not getting the talent and getting the talent with Bloodstone, your area is more than doubled by a lot. So it's like more than twice as big. And even going from 0.25 to 0.4 is a huge fucking change. So let's take a look at that difference. You'll have to, I'll try casting all three in a row. We'll level up to 10. Okay, here we go. It's really fucking big. And the shard, as the shard increases it as well, obviously they get bigger. So here's, if I move this in, does it abnormally get bigger? That first one was about as big as the second one. That was the third, I think. I feel like these expanded once I put the Bloodstone in. This is massive. It's so big. So yeah, Bloodstone, an item that you already bought on Lesh, is really good. because it increases his split earth range. It also it should increase this AoE, if I'm not mistaken. It'll increase your lightning storm jump, and it'll increase your pulse nova, which is a big deal. There's the AoE indicator. So all of this matters because the more damage that you do, the more lifesteal you get. So between all the items being the new items being really good on Leshrac, and Bloodstone having more AoE, you have a better window of just becoming invulnerable. And Leshrac was maybe one of the most broken heroes at the tournament. It's one of the most broken seeming heroes. I think it started getting first phase banned at the end of it because of it being really strong. And Bloodstone is definitely a part of the reason why. So, all right, Bloodthorn reworked. It's now an Orchid, a Javelin, a Hyperstone, and a small recipe. So it's very expensive still, 6,800. You get only 15 int, which means that most heroes that buy Bloodthorn are wasting less money on it now. Because if you aren't a universal or intelligence hero, you don't want 32 int from Bloodthorn. So it is better to buy now. Gives less mana regen. The bonus damage is decreased a bit, but it gives you a lot of attack speed because of the Hyperstone. And it gives you a Javelin passive, so you have a chance to proc Javelin, which means True Strike, because Javelin gives you True Strike. So you can buy Bloodthorn against a Butterfly target as an option over MKB, basically. MKB is 80% True Strike. Bloodthorn here is 40%. A Javelin is 30%, for example. Maelstrom is, I believe, 30%. Maelstrom also gives you True Strike. So there's a couple different items that you can buy if you're worried about evasion. The worse the evasion, obviously, the more you want Bloodthorn. Or, sorry, MKB. But Bloodthorn is excellent right now. It doesn't have a Mage Slayer in it anymore. It doesn't give you magic resistance anymore. It is basically just attack speed and a little bit of regen. Now, the active is really, really fucking good right now. It still it still like amplifies the damage that they take for 5 seconds by 60%. But now all attacks on the target will also deal 60 extra magic damage. So before the last patch, it was a crit. So you would get a crit on the guy that you use it on. But now the fact that it's a flat magic damage means it's really broken in some cases. It's really broken on illusions, who generally have pretty low individual damage, but now will automatically do 60 magic damage. It's broken on Broodmother, who with the Soul Rend and all of your little spiders, who are supposed to do like 13 damage, those all do 60 magic damage. It's really good against Roshan. Roshan has less magic resistance than armor. So doing magic damage to Roche is way more than physical. So for example, Muerta, using her ultimate, she kills Roche like way faster. Not like insanely faster, but definitely faster compared to her physical counterpart. So Bloodthorn is, I've seen it quite a lot on carries as a really good tool to just like kill somebody easily because you're amping your damage and you can build up into it pretty quickly. Orchid, Javelin, Hyperstone, just things you want basically. How do you fight against Broodmother Bloodthorn? You died as a tank in 2 hits from her spiders alone. The almost obvious answer is Dispel. The second the Bloodthorn hits you, you remove the thing, and then you don't take 60 magic damage. So you need a Yule Scepter, or a Lotus, or you need to go invisible, like a Glimmer. Or you could use Ghost Scepter. There's a lot of options, actually. Don't let her attack you. Or you could disarm her. Or you could stun her spiders. Well, you can't stun if you're silenced, I guess. But those are all options. Don't let them attack you. Or remove the Dispel. Or have magic resistance. But she probably still wrecks you even with magic resistance. Because it's probably just really, really good. Alright, Butterfly is changed. A Claymore instead of a Quarterstaff. It is now more expensive. By 500 gold. Kind of a lot. Doesn't give you 30 attack speed anymore, but it does give you 20% base attack speed. And this is only from your base attack speed and those gained from your agility attribute. So I'm just going to check on this just to confirm that it's right. But what BSJ said was that it matters around 150 agility. That if you have about 150 agility, you get more attack speed from Butterfly now than before. So that just means Butterfly is worse. Is my understanding. So here it says our attack speed is 174. I'm looking at the very upper left of this image, 174. Butterfly in the past gave you 35 agility and 30 attack speed. So this would be 30. This is slightly wrong. It's like 30. Oh, I can do it this way actually. This is 35 agility with 30 attack speed. would be, what's a good item for 30 attack speed? This is 35. 35. Um, 5 attack speed. I don't know how to make 30 perfectly here. Anyways, I'm up to 247. I'm like 10 short here. 241. These numbers are going to be slightly off because my BAT is weird, but 174. It puts me at 241 basically. Maybe this is bad to use Jug as an example. Maybe I should just not do this. I don't think I know the math well enough to like really fuck around with this, but
Butterfly.
260 with the butterfly. All right, let's see how much I get from a blade. 174. So 174, 187. So I'm getting like more than 10 attack speed from a Blade of Alacrity, and the reason is because Jug's BAT is lower than other heroes. So if I'm getting 13 attack speed from every 10 agility on this hero, I should get more value out of Butterfly if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on this, but my assumption is that this item is going to be better for heroes with a low BAT. BAT is base attack time. That means that means how many seconds between attacks. So here's let me make another example. I need somebody that has like a normal BAT, and Witch Doctor is probably here with low normal BAT. So Jug has 113 attack speed. Let's see what happens when he gets a Blade of Alacrity. He only gets 10 attack speed from a Blade of Alacrity, and that's because his BAT is not as good as Jug's. Remember Jug's? I'm at 174 attack speed. I pick up a blade, and now I'm at 187. I got 13 attack speed for 10 agility, even though Witch Doctor only got 10. So that means buying attack speed items on Jug is just better. Let's try it with 2 Blades of Alacrity just to make sure that it works. 199 from 174. See, I'm getting 25 attack speed from these. And let's see what it does with a Glove of Haste. It should be 199 if it's the same. It is 199. So that means attack speed purchased on Juggernaut is just better than other heroes. Other heroes that have low BATs like Juggernaut are Anti-Mage, and Alchemist lowers his BAT a lot with his ultimate, and the Spirit Bearer's BAT is also really good, for example. So, now the question is, does Butterfly on Witch Doctor give him less attack speed than Juggernaut? It's different because he's got less agility. So what I should do is try to get them to the same agility first, and then adjust it. So he needs 31 agility over here, which is perfect because it's these 2 items. Oops, I was way off. How was I so off on my math? 13. I just need 31. 21. 21. Okay. 21. Okay, 34 agility. I've got 134 attack speed. Jug has 174. So how much is it going to increase it by if I get a Butterfly on Witch Doctor? 134 into Butterfly. 134 to 202. I'm going to write this down. 134 Witch Doctor to 202. And now if I buy it on Juggernaut, let's see what happens. 174 to 260. So for Witch Doctor, this gave me 66 plus 2, so 68 attack speed. 68 attack speed. For Juggernaut, this gave me way more. 260 minus 174, so that's 26 plus 260, that's 86. So I got 86 attack speed on Jug out of this versus a 68 for Witch Doctor, but that's probably consistent to buying an agility item. All right, let me check how much. Again, the Gloves of Haste gave me 25 attack speed, basically. So that means if I have a butterfly, how much attack speed do I get by picking up a Gloves of Haste? If it's 25, it should be 285. And it is. Okay. So, what they said was that this base attack speed percentage is only based on further agility items you buy, not based on attack speed items. So, having a Glove of Haste with the butterfly doesn't give me more benefit from the butterfly. It just gives me more attack speed. So, you want to stack butterfly with other agility items or on heroes that have really good agility gain. Jug's agility gain is not that good. It's 2.8. But if you buy a butterfly on a hero like Phantom Lancer or something like that, it's probably very good. And butterfly is still potentially good on a hero like Drow because of the way your ulti works by getting damage from agility. Butterfly is probably really good on Ricky, for example, because Ricky has good agility gain and he buys a lot of agility items. But you're going to want to buy butterfly on heroes that have a lot of agility. And I assume that BSJ's number is correct, that he said it's about 150 agility, where it ends up being better. So buying a butterfly early is not very good, especially because it's more expensive. Like, this item's factually just worse if you buy it early. It doesn't affect attack speed bonuses from buffs and items. And note, only affects the base attack speed and gained from agility attribute. So it's probably better on Jug because of his BAT. Because his base attack speed number is just higher, right? Like, I have 174 attack speed versus the Witch Doctor's 113. So right off the bat, it's just better on him. Like, Butterfly is probably legitimately good on Jug. Because despite us having the same... Oop, he no longer has the same agility. Witch Doctor here, 34 agility, 134 versus 174. So I basically have 40 more attack speed to amplify. So this butterfly probably gives me another 10 attack speed right off the bat, right now. So butterfly's got to be good on Jug, I feel like. Especially if you pair it with other agility items. Whatever those may be, whether it's like treads or something. This 10 agility becomes another 2 attack speed. You know, if I have a Yasha, this 16 agility becomes 3.2 extra attack speed from the butterfly. If you have a Scotty, that's 22 agility. It's another like 4 attack speed or so. So, yeah, butterfly is good with low BAT heroes or those that do other stuff. Anyways, what about Slark? Yep, it would be really good on Slark. Butterfly and Slark is excellent because he steals like hundreds of agility in a fight. Yep, butterfly Slark, excellent. So it's going to be a slightly more hero-specific item, but it becomes a better DPS item basically on some heroes. Could butterfly stacking be a thing now? Does it do that? The agility, or the evasion, agility, and damage should stack. The base attack speed percentage, it might stack. Swift blink ags, yeah, good point. That would be another example. Actually, yeah, Swift blink is fantastic with butterfly because it increases your agility by having it. By blinking, it also increases your agility. Yeah, all these together should mean like a really monster Omni Slash. So, yeah. For a level 7 hero with just these items, that's a pretty good Omni Slash. Anyways, let's go back to the patch, since that was just butterfly. Crystallis, recipe changed. Now it's a Claymore Blade of Attack, and a recipe cost is slightly bigger. Daedalus adjusted to be the same cost. Disperser, I saw more of these at the tournament. It's a Diffusal Blade with an Eagle Song and a recipe, so it's just all an agility item now. It is not a valuable agility item. You're actually losing your Eagle Song agility a little bit. You're losing 5 here. But it's basically a better Diffusal Blade. It does 40 agility instead of 20. And the suppressed duration is increased by 1 second. It's a pretty good item for escaping fights after initiating because you can disperse yourself and then run. If you're not rooted or stunned, you can usually get out, which some heroes do have trouble with. I think I saw... Did I see an Abaddon buy this? I can't recall exactly. One other thing that I want to just double check on is whether or not it does an AoE root or AoE dispel or just a single target dispel, because I was not sure. I know you can increase your allies' movement speed, but I didn't know if
I fight.
I need an enemy that has an AoE disable.
Forward. So you say.
It does AoE disable. It is an AoE disable. I was correct. It's really good. That's actually really fucking good. What a fucking item. It's an AoE dispel, guys. An AoE dispel while giving move speed. The item's so good. So you could buy Disperser against certain lineups. I mean, it's basically like Panda, like Brewmaster Split, AoE Dispel. There's not a lot of AoE Dispels, guys. It's not AoE target, correct. But you can't click it on the ground. But if you click on somebody that's surrounded by other things, like you can just AoE Dispel. So you could use this against some heroes if you wanted to. Against certain lineups like Jakiro or something. He dual breaths your whole team. You could disperse the whole thing off. Hypothetically. It's against Treant. Yeah, it would probably work against Treant Protector. To AoE dispel off overgrowth. Like, this item can literally counter some shit, guys. This item's really good. Does that insta-kill PL illusions? It probably does not kill illusions, I would guess. But yeah, AoE dispels. Dispels used to heavily damage illusions from Dota 1, but that's not as blanket of a thing anymore. The Panda AoE dispel does damage illusions, but this one probably does not. Basic dispel works against overgrowth. Yes, it does. Manta, Lotus Orb, basic dispels. It does not take a lot to break Treant's ulti, and it's important because Tree's ulti goes through BKB, so it would not be fair if you couldn't just get out of it. It'd either have to be lower duration, or you need to be able to dispel it. Panda AoE actually kills Chaos Knight. It doesn't kill them, but it does do a lot of damage to them, yeah. Alright, here's the Divine Rapier. Provides Spell Amp. Very good addition. I'm happy they did this because it means that if your opponent has a Divine, and if they drop it and you pick it up, you don't have to be a right-click hero to benefit from it as much. You could just have more spell damage, which is good. And because you can't drop it once you pick it up. It only drops on death. So if an enemy hero drops it and you have to pick it up because you're the last person alive, then you could still hypothetically use it. Question, what's my opinion on Bloodthorn dealing the full damage for non-hero units and illusions? It's fine. They just might need to fix the numbers a little bit. That's all. Like, it's probably, the number's probably too high. Like, basically, think about it this way. Would you prefer that Bloodthorn was perfectly balanced off of coming into the patch? Or would you prefer that there's some nuance? Like, all items have nuance, right? Like, not all heroes can utilize Bloodthorn or Bloodstone well. Because they don't do enough magic damage, or maybe it's not perfect for them. It's better for other heroes, like Leshrac. Bloodthorn is kind of the same way. Like, it's good on all heroes, but it's better with illusion heroes and heroes with summons. Because now you have these little things doing bonus damage. I think that's fine. Maybe the numbers are a little fucked, and they should be reduced a little bit. But I think it's fine for now. Alright. Echo Saber is changed. Ogre Axe, Broadsword, Voidstone. You can still disassemble it to make BKB if you want. It doesn't give you int or attack speed anymore, but it does give you slightly more damage, more strength, and echo a little bit more often. So, which should help offset the loss of the attack speed. Eternal Shroud has been slightly reworked. So it's a cloak, an Ogre Axe, a Vit booster, and a recipe. It costs more money by 500, so it's pretty expensive. But it gives you 300 health. Gives you 300 health, 14 strength. 14 strength is a lot of health, by the way. Let me do a quick math here. 14 times 22 plus 300. Okay, this item is actually so much strength. 600 in HP is what this item gives you. Gives you 600 HP. The strength gives you 1.4 HP per second. It's a 600 HP item, and it gives you 25% magic resistance base. They changed it so that it's 25 base instead of 35. But as you take damage, for every 300 magic damage you receive, it gains a stack of up to a maximum of 6 of 4% magic resistance. And increases the base, and each stack lasts for 8 seconds. So, number one, the fact that it increases your base is important. All right, I need to open a fucking spreadsheet. What was that? LibreOffice. I'm going to, oops, I'm supposed to be on this one. I don't know what this is going to grab. Okay, it did it. Cool. Let's do it like this, actually. Okay, so if you have 25% magic resistance, this is going to be base item. And then what is it? 4% extra per stack. Okay. Equals this plus. And then it said there's like 6 available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So equals 1 minus this times 1 minus this. So this is the, did I do that right? 1 minus 25 is 0.75. Multiply that by that. This is how much magic damage you take. So equals, this is your magic resistance reduction, basically. So if this is maxed out with your base, not counting the int you have 61% magic resistance reduction. Percent. And this is how much damage you're taking from 100. So for every 100 damage you're taking equals this times this. So you're only taking 38 of the damage, the 100 damage that gets thrown at you, which is very little because the normal amount you're taking here is 75. So it's like 75 damage normally. And then if we do this divided by this, 51%. So anyways, this matters because the way that the math works is that the fact that it goes in the base is important. Because if this is 4%, 4%, 4%, 4%, 4%, 4% separately, that means of this damage that you're taking, the 75, it would be reduced by 4% and then reduced by 4% and then reduced by 4%. So for example, we'll say 75 hero equals this times 0.96 is basically what we're moving it. Getting 4% magic resistance is going to be equivalent to this. So you see the difference? This is basically lowering the 75, this damage number, by 4% 6 times. This 58.7 number is very different than this 51 number. This is a big difference in terms of percentage. This is like 10% more damage or something like that. No more than that. It's like 15% more damage. So the fact that it goes in the base is very good for the math. So 51% is what you get with maxed out Eternal Shroud if you were taking a lot of magic damage. And if it was like this, it'd be worse. So that's how that works. All right, very helpful. Glad we did that. So what I'm trying to say is that Eternal Shroud is a lot of raw HP at 600. In some ways better than a heart. And if you are taking a lot of magic damage, and from different sources. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's different source. It's every 300 magic damage you take. Also keep in mind that the item gives you 600 health. So the item alone is going to pay for 2 stacks just by owning it. So you'll get at least 2 more stacks as you take damage. Thank you for the sub. All right. And then the other aspect of the Eternal Shroud that got changed is the percentage of damage taken as mana restored rescaled from 30% after reductions to 20% before reductions. So the way that this works is basically normally, so let's say, so before it was a 35% magic resistance, right? And it was a 35% magic resistance item. So that means if you're doing 100 damage, this would be 75 after reductions, and this would be this times 0.65. So this is how much damage you would take in the previous one after reductions would be 48.75. So of that mana, the way it worked before is it would give you 30% after reductions. So it'd be this times 0.3. So of this 48.75 damage that you're taking, it would give you this much mana back. But now the way it works is 175, 25%. We'll just put it at 25, I guess. 25% times 0.8. This is assuming you have no stacks yet. It's going to do 60 damage to you, but the mana restored is 20% before reductions. So this 20% is actually multiplied by this number, this 100. So if you get 100 magic damage thrown at you, you get 20 mana back. So basically having this item up doesn't penalize you for your mana restored, which is really good. We did see Medusa buy this item one time at the tournament. And there was a Reddit thread about it, but I did not read it. So I'm just going to briefly mess around with it. The reason that this is important for Medusa was because in the past, buying this item was not good. People wanted to buy it because they thought, I'm going to get magic. I'm going to get mana when I take spell damage, is what they thought. But the reality was it was post reductions, and mana shield counts as a reduction. So the real damage you're taking is 2%. So of that 2% of damage you take, past armor and magic resistance, that final number would be getting mana back. So basically you just didn't get mana back before. But now that is not really the case. So let's do some testers here. So we're going to max out mana shield all the way. So for every point of damage I take, I lose, for every 3.6 points of damage I take, I lose 1 mana. So that means that with my 815 mana, I should be taking 2,934 damage, points of damage before I run out of mana. And while that's happening, I'm also taking 2% damage as well. So times 0.02. So I'm going to take 58 physical damage. Like, I'm going to lose 58 HP, basically, if I take 2,300 damage. My point is, let's see how much mana we lose from a Finger of Death. Enemy.
Why not?
Okay. This doesn't adjust my mana at all. But let's see how much life I have afterwards. It's 652 without it. So I went from 652 to 773. So I basically took no magic damage. That's a big difference.
The true heroes are the ones who wait all the way.
651. 651 mana after Finger. $772. So, because Finger of Death does 600 damage, so that means, which makes sense, if we multiply this by 6,
Hooray!
and then 600 equals this times 0.75. Okay, so basically you're getting 120 mana restored from a Finger of Death right now. So if I took, it was 815 total mana, and then it was 651 and 772 equals 815 minus 651. That's 164. So we were taking 164 mana loss from the first finger, but we're regaining 120, which looks about right because the max was 815. Yeah, that looks right. So for every 600 mana you're taking, you're getting, or if every 600 magic damage thrown at you, you're getting 120 back. And the fact that I only took 164 means that it's blocking a huge percentage. So basically, buying this item on Medusa means that you only take, like, what is this? 27% of the magic damage that gets thrown at you, which is really fucking good. Incredible item on Dusa. So it basically makes you invulnerable to magic damage. Not invulnerable, but like to get this much magic resistance would be insane. Because look at these numbers up here. If you have the Eternal Shroud on a normal hero and it's at max stacks, you're taking only, I'm sorry, it's this number here. You're blocking like 50% of your damage. And of that, you only got it up to like a portion. Did I do these numbers? This is the problem with not labeling, is that it's confusing. This is the max one. This is the doing it 4x4, 49. Yeah, this is right. Because this is basically you're taking 75 damage and then you're taking away 49 of it, percent of it. So you're having the remaining damage you're taking. So my point is that just to buy an Eternal Shroud to get 49% magic resistance is only lowering the damage you're taking by 49%. But buying Eternal Shroud is taking away a massive like 73% of the damage you're taking. Just from the base. Just from the base item. Just from having the passive on Medusa, you're taking away like 70% of the magic damage they deal. And most of the time they're not going to use that magic directly on you, but it's still reducing it by such a massive amount that if you are playing against like a Puck as a Medusa, it's legitimately just a valuable item. There's no way it's not worth getting as a survivable item against like a Zeus. If you're playing against a Zeus on Medusa, you buy Eternal Shroud without a doubt. Because you're just going to block a huge percentage of the damage. And once you run out of mana shield, like if they mana drain you to 0 and you've got Eternal Shroud, it's still going to make you really fucking good against a Zeus. Because it's still a lot of magic resistance. So, yeah, Eternal Shroud against magic nukers or AoE magic nukers, absolutely worth buying. Does it counter Diffusal Blade? No. Diffusal Blade is a physical damage item. The mana burn that you get from Diffusal does physical damage. And it just takes your mana away. So mana drain against Dusa is still going to be broken. Like if you're playing Lion with mana drain, it's the hard counter. But that's not an enemy. Oh yeah, it is. Why can't I click that on here? It also makes you invulnerable. No target. What do you mean there's no fucking target? The fuck is going on? Why can't I click her? There it goes. Why is she like impossible? Oh, you can't see this. I'm sorry, guys. I like can't click on her. It's very weird. Need to move her first. It doesn't work. I like legitimately can't click on her. I struggled to click Diffusal on her. Anyways, Mana Drain is still the best counter. If you buy Diffusal Blade, you will counter her hero. See how easy this was? Compared to this. I don't know why she still has 100 mana and it's not going down, but... And yeah, there's a talent at 25 that gives you more mana shield damage per mana. Which makes this number even like more ridiculous. Because then you're blocking even more damage. And then, yeah, we'll try the 25 talent. We'll see how extreme that is. Let's see if you take any damage at all. So, as you can see, she is invulnerable to magic damage. Magic literally doesn't lower her mana pool. Do you know why that is, guys? That is because this ratio is now different. The amount of damage you're dealing is now less than the mana restored, basically. Because if your magic damage isn't higher than the mana restored, then she's taking no damage. So if she's taking 600 here, but it takes 5.3 divided by 600, so we're just going to do equals 600 divided by 5.3. If this number is less than 120, she takes no damage. It's less than 120. Fuck, you can't see it because I didn't fucking show you correctly. Alright, this is what I did. Equals 600 divided by 5.3. I was like, if this number is less than 120, she takes no damage. It's less than 120. So, if you get that talent with Eternal Shroud, you take 0 damage from magic. Literally 0 damage. Magic literally cannot kill you. So yeah, buy this item on Dusa if they have a Zeus. Especially if you hit 25. What's the other talent? Split shot modifiers? Fuck that one, dude. This mana shield one is busted. Spell damage? Oh, thank you. This with evasion is super broken. I would say Eternal Shroud with evasion is 2 different things. Eternal Shroud is about restoring magic or mana from taking spell damage. Is it all spell? Yeah, it is all spell damage. It says enemy spell damage. Oh yeah, the mana you get back is spell damage. So you could be taking like physical spell damage, like from a Dazzle, to get mana back. So it'd be probably good against Dazzle as well, because I think that counts as spell damage. But it's gonna hurt more. I mean, it's still good. It's still good against a Dazzle type hero without a doubt. But is spell damage not only magic damage? Correct. So another example would be a Timber. Timber would give you mana back as well. He would still damage you, but
I don't know.
So watch. This is without it. You know what? I'm gonna level them up higher so the number is more obvious. And I'm gonna give him a Sanj Kaya to up his spell amp so that the numbers are more noticeable. That was 1840. 1919. Literally gone. Like, literally not noticeable. I'm doing like 400 pure damage. Can you even take damage? You're even getting these, even though this is actually wild. This is proccing up. She's just healing too much. I'm surprised that this isn't damaging her.
Your middle tower is defending itself.
But I guess it makes sense. It's basically about how much damage per mana her mana shield does and how much this percentage reflect is. And the numbers are busted, basically. So, even against this pure damage, you're still dying. There's literally not a number high enough that can damage her. What about Dazzle?
From shadow to shadow.
Don't kill my fucking courier.
Indeed.
Only my attacks do anything.
On my way.
It's only the attack aspect of it that's doing anything. The only reason I'm dying is because this is doing so much physical damage, and the Mystic Shield only blocks 98% of damage. So me taking physical damage there was the 2% that went through. Oh my god, I did it this whole time? Oh my fucking god, I'm so sorry. Alright, anyway, they'll do it again. So, yes. Trying to kill Dusa any way other than right clicks or diffusal, it's just not worth it. I don't understand why this isn't working. Why I don't know why I can't click on her. I can stun her. can use that, but I can't click Mana Drain. I don't know why that doesn't work. Anyways. You need to demo line and an enemy Dusa. Should be balanced if the order is changed that the mana restores after damage done. It should be... Wind Ranger Diffusal, yeah, that would work. Basically a Diffusal Blade. I need to demo line and enemy Dusa. Alright, let's try that. Because maybe if this is all bugged, then I don't want to misinform everybody. This could explain. The fact that there's a bug with Mana Drain makes me suspicious. Deuce against Magic lineup is busted. Yes, once you get that item. You still have to do damage, keep in mind, and they will just buy a Diffusal Blade if they're not idiots, but... That looks right. That looks right. Now I can Mana Drain. Look how much damage I'm doing, guys, by casting Mana Drain. It's very good. And then level to max with this. I'm actually giving her mana. Eternal Shroud plus E-Blade and Heaven's Halberd. Why? Why buy E-Blade? Are you trying to not take physical damage? Is that what you're saying? I mean, they can dispel you, but yeah, it would give you an option against Diffusal Blade. I don't know why you want to buy Halberd, though. That one doesn't make as much sense to me. It's just evasion. I mean, evasion is good. Health regen and lifesteal amp is bad. Strength is kind of bad. Like, that's just not enough damage, basically. Anyways, yeah, this is broken. The skill is definitely broken with Eternal Shroud. You shouldn't buy this item fast because you do need to do damage.
Yes.
But yeah, at a late game Dusa, there's definitely going to be some Eternal Shrouds. When I think when Mickey bought it, it was like his 4th item or something. And I didn't know the numbers, but yeah, that's really good. All right, back to the patch. That's why we're here, right? I think this would be a good time to run ads really quick, and then we'll do E-Blade.
Hooray!
Let me add that to my to-do list. Look into dual streaming.
Hooray!
Might be a lot of bandwidth, but I should be able to handle it. Thank you for the subs, everybody. Sickness, thank you. And get in it. Subscribe to tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Thank you. Does that mean you paid for 6 months right now? That's amazing. You couldn't do the ads anymore. I appreciate it. Taking an hour for one item and one hero. Well, there's been lots to talk about, but this is good. Because I'm having less I don't have to like think about how the items work as much, and I don't have to think about how things work as much because I already have slight familiarity from the games, and then I can just like confirm my confusion. Because before I do the numbers on the spreadsheet like this, like I don't know exactly how it works, but now it's very clear. Eternal Shroud against magic damage means you on Dusa means you take no damage. You take no magic damage. Because the damage block from your shield isn't based on resistances. It's just flat. So you can't, all you could do is deal more raw damage, but more raw damage means you get more mana back. So like Eternal Shroud is, and that 25 Dusa talent, you're literally immune to magic damage. Zeus would be better off to buy a Diffusal Blade than he would be to try to buy more damage. Does Paladin Sword also affect the mana regen, mana recovery from Shroud? Probably not, because this is a mana, well, alright, the mana regen, mana recovery, no. Maybe Akaya does. It's like spell lifesteal, right? That's a good question. Because Kaya increases the amount of mana that you get. How would I even test this? I would have to lower my mana and then see how much mana I got from a spell with or without Kaya, basically. So...
Prepare for battle.
Lion. If I can even fucking cast Mana Drain. I literally can't cast Mana Drain anyways.
Yes.
Actually... $25.
Yes.
It looks like it does work. Because she gained mana.
Not yet. Onward.
Yeah, it does work. You're right. Good call. Kaya with Eternal Shroud and Mana Shield. That was only level 1 Mana Shield, actually.
It's not time yet. I grow like that.
So I don't want to do free spells. That's probably fine.
Hell's
So I can lower her mana. What is going on? No, maybe it doesn't work. I don't know what's going on here. It's like if your mana is low enough, it stops draining it. It's like there's a bottom limit. It's that way you can like always cast a spell. I don't know what's going on with this. What's there must be some thing with Mana Shield whereas it doesn't go below a certain threshold or something.
that devil to pay.
Or that Eternal Shroud won't raise your mana past a certain level.
To hell.
Mana is given after the damage taken. Bottom limit is because you heal after it goes to 0.
Verily.
It's healing after I go to 0. Okay, so you're losing the mana because you take the damage and then it goes back up. So it can't drain that mana because it comes after the nuke hits. So this mana at this bottom bar is doing something, but not a lot. So does that mean Kaya's not working? Two mana. That's 122.
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't actually increase it. Okay, doesn't work. Confirmed does not work. Alright, good to know. It's I probably don't want to. I appreciate you guys explaining the why it's bottoming out. Yeah, you're right. It is because she's taking the damage and losing the mana, and then you get the mana back from Eternal Shroud afterwards. So that's why it looks like it's not moving, but it's really disappearing and coming back. But it's so rapid that you can't tell. Okay. Ethereal Blade recipe change now requires Aether Lens, Ghost Scepter, and a recipe. Cost is upped by a lot. Holy shit. And it takes away your Kaya-based bonuses? Why? Oh. Because it doesn't have a Kaya. Duh. So yeah. It's a Aether Lens. It's basically an Aether Lens upgrade now. I would say that this item is overly expensive and most people are not going to buy it. But it can be purchased. It's definitely more of a utility item. This is basically like a optional cool item that supports can buy now, I would say. If you're a support and you buy Aether Lens and you buy Ghost Scepter, I could see you wanting to buy E-Blade because it'll clean up your item slots and because you could E-Blade some carry. Like if a carry buys Nullifier especially and you have a Ghost Scepter and an Aether Lens already, it's kind of worth it to upgrade it because then you could just E-Blade him and force him to BKB. That way, if he wants to go on you with just Nullifier, he either needs to dispel the E-Blade or BKB himself. So I'm glad that there's finally an Aether Lens upgrade because it just sat in your inventory for low cost and it was just not very valuable. But you're going to see a lot of these. Maybe not a lot, but you'll see more of them. You'll definitely see them in Overthrow 3.0, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm into this. It's very expensive, and it's probably rarely going to get purchased, but when it does, it's going to be good. I don't really see a lot of heroes buying this offensively. It does increase the damage that you do. Maybe it'd be better to buy in like some strength heroes or something. So maybe there's more heroes that would buy it now because the fact that it doesn't have a Kaya in it. Another thing to keep in mind is that the item by itself is just way worse at doing damage now. Because the fact that it doesn't have a Kaya in it is actually a bad thing. Because before, it would do 12% more damage. Remember, let me just spreadsheet this really quick. If you're doing like 100 damage and they have 0.25 magic resistance and then 0.4 magic, this would put them at equals 100 times 0.75, that much damage, and then the amount of damage you would amplify it by, Kaya spell amp, that's 12%. So it's actually more like, oops, 100 here. Oh, I see. Actually, this is 1.12. So it's actually 112. And then this is this number. Okay, so with a Kaya, you're actually doing 84 damage instead of 75. That was with the Kaya. So when you amplify this number by another 40%, can you guys even see this? Yeah. 1.40. So this is the difference. Old E-Blade would give you spell amp built into the item. So you would be doing like this extra percentage of damage from 100 because of the Kaya spell amp. And now you're only getting a little bit more. So you're losing like 10% damage. Well, it's going to be 12, I guess, is probably what it is. Yeah. So yeah, I guess it's just 12% less. I thought it would be more significant. I thought it would combo better. Maybe I didn't do the equations right. It's possible I didn't, but basically if you're going to buy E-Blade now, it's just a little bit worse because you can't have both E-Blade and Kaya anymore. You're going to have Aether Lens and E-Blade. So it'll be easier to cast it, but you won't be able... It's basically just worse as a kill somebody item, without a doubt. Unless your buildup was Aether Lens instead of Kaya, in which case it's better. So I guess it's a better defensive item, because you're going to be able to cast it from farther away. Because your cast range is legitimately like 1,000. In which case I wonder if they should reduce the cast range of Aether Blast. Because it's 800 and now it's just automatically going to be higher at 1,000. So good and bad. Less good at bursting, way better at using it as a backline hero. So there could be some like Lena support type shit where you just rush this item and then you sit in the back lines and you protect yourself with E-Blade and then you just do your best to like ulti and nuke people. I could see that being slightly viable. But if you're playing some like mid hero who already jumps in and wants to E-Blade, then it's just probably a worse item. That is my feeling of E-Blade. Still not very good. Scotty has been updated to have a different build-up. It's the expensive ultimate orb, a point booster, and a recipe. So it's going to be easier to get most of your value of Scotty halfway through, whereas before it'd be like you didn't really have a lot of item slots to have like both ultimate orbs. And then the attack speed reduction is reduced a lot, down to 10 and 20 instead of 30 and 60. So I have Scotty is not a good attack speed slow item anymore, so it's not as good to use Scotty against other carries. It's still great for what it is, which is a lot of raw attributes and HP. I mean, the fact of the matter is that it does a lot of HP compared to Heart. It gives you 484 plus 220. So it's 704 HP, which is not as good as, not quite as, it's about the same as Eternal Shroud actually in terms of raw HP. But it also obviously gives you armor and lots of mana pool. and then regen reduction, which is 40%, which is really good. So if you're worried about healing, Scotty is still really good support item. And if you want to buy like a refresher, Scotty is perfect on any agility carry because it's going to give you the mana pool that you need to cast your spells. Gleipnir has been reduced in cost, which it's needed. It also provides 30 attack speed, so this is just double buff to Gleipnir, because Maelstrom now has attack speed. So the fact that this is 250 cheaper and it has 30 attack speed is a big buff to the item. But the item is frankly kind of trash right now. It's not good. It has an Atos in it, and the Atos has bad base components. Gleipnir was like the item, the patch before it got nerfed. It needed to be nerfed, but it's still kind of garbage, because why would you spend 5,600 gold? Previously, 5,900 gold. Why would you spend that much gold on an item that gives you 30 damage and 30 attack speed, guys? Why? You wouldn't do it. It's not worth it. If you do buy like maybe you could buy this on Muerta, because then you're getting 24 int as well. But there are not a lot of heroes that want damage, attack speed, and int. It's pretty garbage. It's an AoE leash or root, which is kind of good. It does 180 damage, but this item is just not that good. Maybe it's okay in profit, but it's just so much to buy it. Maybe like some profit Muerta type hero, some int right clicker. But with all those heroes, why would you buy Gleipnir instead of buying like one of the sword items? Like, why wouldn't you buy Parasma instead? It's the same cost. The stats are way better. 40 attack speed, armor. Like the raw stats are just better. This Gleipnir gives you HP, I guess. But like Parasma is just better. 45 int. I guess it's about the same damage. The damage is about the same. This is on an int hero, this is 54 damage with 30 attack speed. This is 45 damage with 40 attack speed. But Parasma gives you armor and a little bit of mana regen and way more intelligence, so probably way more mana. And it gives you the Witchblade, which is kind of broken. 1 times your intelligence every second for 4 seconds. So if you have 100 int, all right, let's say you have 150 int. If you attack somebody, this does 600 magic damage just by attacking one guy every 7 seconds for 0 mana. And it lowers their magic resistance by 20%. Like, if you're an int hero, why I just don't see why you would ever not just buy Parasma over this. Unless, of course, you really need the root. Then Gleipnir makes sense. But I think Gleipnir just sucks. Even, like, Konda's better. It's a spell casting raw stat item. Konda gives you 50 damage instead of the possible 55. It doesn't give you attack speed, but it gives you comparable health. It's actually the same health, 1 extra armor, probably comparable mana, and this gives you way more damage if you cast a spell. Like, this is effectively like a spell that does 180 damage. Now this is a spell that just builds into your kit that does like way more than 150. It does 100 base plus 75% of your attack damage as bonus. Like, Konda's just so much better. This is like a 600 damage nuke or something, just built in. Maybe not 600, but for most heroes, probably 300 to 600, somewhere in there. So, I don't know, man. Gleipnir is in the garbage right now. I feel like there's just so many better items. Konda feels awkward on some cores that don't right-click much. Agreed. And on those, but if that's your argument, if Konda feels bad on some heroes that don't right-click as much, then I would say then you won't be buying Gleipnir either, because you're not right-clicking much. That's my point. So for right-clicking int-based cores, I think Gleipnir is the worst of the 3 items. Parasma, Konda, and Gleipnir. I think it's the weakest. So that's why I think Gleipnir is kind of trash. I would say Gleipnir's maybe better on a hero like Windranger. It's okay because it gives you little stats, but the stats, I guess, are just not as good as Raw. Konda's just better on Windranger too because it gives you 8 all attributes. So I don't know. It's just not good unless you need the AoE route. Okay, let us continue. Where are we at? Guardian Greaves no longer provides 250 mana. That's because Arcane Boots no longer gives you raw mana. And now provides you the mana regen. Which I believe... Yeah. So the Arcane Boots gives you, I think, 0.5? No, 0.75. So the 0.75 to yourself and the 1 aura. So it's 1.75 to yourself. When you make Greaves... it is now 1.5 to yourself and 1.5 to your allies. So it goes from a 1.75 mana regen item, not counting the active, to a 3 mana regen item, which is good. And also the Guardian Aura will stack with a Basey Aura. So if you have Guardian Greaves and somebody has another Arcane Boots or another Ring of Basilius, those will stack. So you're giving your allies extra mana regen. And if they go low, it goes up to 5. So if you're low health, you're getting 5 plus 1.5. So honestly, a buff the Guardian Greaves, in my opinion. Buying Greaves on your supports, not that it's common, I guess, but it just felt worse to me because, again, it's a lot of raw mana that didn't feel the absolute best. Also, the active is, I don't know, Greaves just seems better to me. Maybe that's because there's less text to read through. But I guess it's not that much better, though. It's literally just Arcane Boot difference. It's basically the same item, but I'm probably getting more hyped up on this than I should be. You get 5 movement speed when you upgrade into it, I guess. That's about it. The cooldown goes down from mech. But maybe mech is not that great compared to, I mean, obviously Solar Crest is busted. We'll get there. Solar Crest is the most broken thing. Harpoon, total cost increased by 200. The damage bonus has been increased. Oh, it has better base components, basically. They made Echo Saber better. Strength bonus is up, int bonus is down, and the cooldown is down. So more expensive, but arguably better. For strength heroes, it's 15 more damage. For int heroes, it's 6 less, but no int hero is melee anymore, I don't think. Right? Because Ogre's strength now. Are there any melee int heroes? Darkseer? For Darkseer, it's worse. No, he's universal. So for him, it's basically the same. So I don't think there's any melee int heroes anymore. So Harpoon is arguably just better across the board, since it gives more damage. So, yeah. Small buff. Heart of Trask recipe changed. It's a Reaver, a Ring of Trask, that's that regen item, and a recipe. So this means that when you build Vanguard, you can't disassemble it to make Heart anymore. So for heroes like Centaur, who are going Vanguard into Heart, you are no longer allowed to do that. You could still disassemble Vanguard into making some other stuff. You can make Eternal Shroud out of it, but you'd still be left with the Ring of Health sitting. Or you could disassemble your Vanguard and make a pipe, which is always a possibility, or no longer a possibility, sorry. How the fuck do you build pipe these days? What is going on? Oh, it's got Ring of Trask in it. That's why I'm confused. Okay, so what do you use Ring of Health for? 2 items only? Well, that's not true. 3 items only. Wow, this is a very different world than we used to live in. Well, it goes lots of different ways, but you could potentially make 4 different items with Ring of Health now. 5 if you count Vanguard. But, so if you go Vanguard as an offlaner, you'd probably want to disassemble and make Lotus Orb and something else. Lotus Orb and Eternal Shroud is a possibility. One of these items. Kind of a stretch. A possibility, but a bit of a stretch. Helm of the Overlord changed. It now takes an Ultimate Orb with the helm and a recipe. Total cost is a little bit less. It gives you way more attributes. So it's in some ways better on a universal hero because you're getting way more plus stats. So for you as a right clicker, it's kind of better. Is it worth it better though? I wonder if there's some value into buying this item on literally just some right click hero. Like Wind Ranger or some shit. Actually, this is like the new universal int item, I swear to God. I think I'm onto something here. I didn't think about this until now. Because before this gave you like pretty good attributes with the diadem, but it wasn't like incredible. But the helm, it's not that many more attributes, so it's not like the most efficient, but like maybe you could genuinely buy helm on some universal hero. How much damage does this give you? And it gives you armor and health regen. It's going to be a universal hero. So one of these heroes buying helm on maybe. And ideally they right click to make better use of it. Like I could see, like legitimately see you buying that item on like some Void Spirit type hero. Winter Wyvern. Like a lot of these heroes as like an offlaner probably could maybe justify buying it. It's kind of expensive to get to it, but like it's kind of similar to the offlane Veil build that's popular right now. And then it uses a helm. I think this actually might be something now. Because the fact that it doesn't have Vlads anymore means that you don't get the benefit of like really being an aura type offlaner, because you don't get lifesteal, damage bonus, armor, mana regen. It doesn't make your creeps better. But if the Helm of the Overlord is more like, I want a 21 all attribute item for a lot of gold, but still, maybe there's some potential there. Or you could just go Helm into it. I mean, it's not the most efficient, but so yeah, maybe there's some like universal hero where going that item could feel decent. Even like a Venomancer or something. I could see it be a decent Veno item. Summons plus Plague Wards, push waves, things like that. Switch out the Ancient based on what you want. I think I'm onto something here. But ideally some right clicking. It's probably not as good. It's like legitimately not viable, probably compared to other items. Not good viable, but it's viable as in it's an option. You don't actually have to get it. And then the Vlad's Aura would feel less bad on a hero like Venomancer, because you don't really want the Vlad's Aura. So maybe Helm is going to be better on different heroes. The fact that it gives this many attributes makes it legitimately viable on universal heroes. And then you only have one creep to micro instead of lots, right? It's not that bad. And grab some like Black Dragon or something and go like farm the shit out of the map. I can see that work. I'm going to try that. I'm going to write this down. Heroes to try. Heroes to try. Universal offlane type heroes with Helm of the Overlord. Veno? Why? Right? Gives you vision, helps you push tower. It's like the new Meteor Hammer, right guys? The new Meteor Hammer is Helm of the Dominator. Actually, no joke. For any offlane hero that would buy Meteor Hammer in the last patch, who is also universal, Helm of the Dominator is probably better. But it is going to be worse on like Lycan. Alright, Holy Locket. Recipe changed. Now requires a diadem, that's stats, magic wand, and a recipe. It used to require, I think, headdress of rejuvenation, but it's kind of garbage. So basically it just has more recipe and less other shit that goes into it. So diadem, magic wand, total cost decrease. Did it have an energy booster in it? I think it had an energy booster in it as well. Is that what it was? I don't remember. But it was kind of a weird build up. This is better. It's stats and a wand and a recipe. Those are things that anybody has. It doesn't have regen aura anymore. One less attribute. And you get more heal and mana per charge. And they accrue faster at 8 seconds. This is a lot faster. So this could definitely become some justified item. The cast range is 1200. No, that's not true. That's the getting stick charges. I don't know what the range is on it, but this becomes a much more viable item. A lot of people have wands. So you're basically saying, do I want 1900 gold to be able to wand a teammate? In a lot of cases, the answer might be yes, especially if it amplifies the healing. You probably only want to buy it if you also have heals, because then you get better benefit from the Holy Locket passive. But with the buildup being simple and being all attributes, it's probably not the worst thing you could buy, but it is more cost. And a lot of people do have heals right now. Holy Locket's probably going to be bad this patch because Shiva's is so popular, and Shiva's reduces heals by 25%. But I could see Holy Locket being okay sometimes. And frankly, most of the heal items like Guardian Greaves are probably just bad this patch because, again, Shiva's aura reduces heals. So they're going to be in every single game pretty much. So heal strats are probably going to be bad this patch, I assume. But it's probably more the patch of like resistances, I feel like. But heals still are good, but they're just going to be worse because of the Shiva prevalence. Lincoln Sphere recipe change now requires an ultimate orb, perseverance, and a recipe. So basically like the old recipe or the old build no longer provides 10 damage. It was becoming pretty popular. BSJ told me it was pretty popular for carries to just buy as like a 4th or 5th item because it gives you a lot of mana regen. It's one of the best mana regen items in the game. It has been for a while. For its cost, but it's not that expensive. 4,800 gold's not bad. He said he liked it if there's only like 1 or 2 stuns on the enemy squad, because it just gives you more seconds to like take the team fight. You don't have to like necessarily pop Manta right away, kind of a thing. That's like high level shit that isn't gonna matter for me or anybody below my rank, basically. But yeah, the fact that it gave you a lot of mana regen and a lot of stats is all good. Losing 10 damage will hurt a little, but and it's more expensive, so that's a bummer, but it was becoming kind of popular. Maelstrom recipe is changed. It also includes Gloves of Haste, so it's more expensive now. Yeah, the Javelin is cheaper. It's got a glove, but it's just better, actually. Literally just better. Because it does 1 more damage. It gives attack speed and... Oh, they decrease chain lightning damage, my bad. So the chain lightning damage does less. So it probably is more comparable in DPS, but it's probably pretty value. What's the numbers? I'm going to check it really quick. 30% chance to proc, so that means it was doing... Sorry, how much damage? It was doing 135. And now it does 120. 30%. 30% equals this plus, oops, times this. So it's doing 40.5 damage per proc before, and now it's doing 36, but it got +1 damage. +1 raw damage, so it's actually doing 37. And it has 25 attack speed. So, which is very good, obviously, and the cost is increased 27. This is like 2750 versus 2950. So, I don't know what the DPS calculation is, but the fact that it has 25 attack speed and the damage numbers are similar means that it probably does way more damage because of the Maelstrom. So, I would say Maelstrom moderately buffed. It's definitely way better as a farming item. It's good for Wind Ranger. It's like actually just better on Wind Ranger. This is another reason Wind Ranger is more popular. Javelin's easier to get. Maelstrom does attack speed, so it's just going to be more damage from a Wind Ranger type hero. Mage Slayer, cost increase, attack speed bonuses up. They changed Oblivion Staff. Doesn't say what goes into it. It should list this. Why does it give 25 more attack speed? It's because it has a different item in it. It's got a Witchblade in it, or a Blitz Knuckles, I think. Doesn't provide damage anymore. And the Mage Slayer debuff now also deals 20 damage per second. Now that lasts for 6 seconds, so it is kind of a lot. Oh, Oblivion Staff is different. That's why. Okay, maybe they didn't need to specify, but Blitz Knuckles, Sage's Mask, Robe of the Magi. Oblivion Staffs are like legitimately good now. They give you 35 attack speed. It's like a really good int right-click item, actually. Like really good. If you want to buy it. Or it's Cornucopia first. That's a hard decision, actually. Blitz Knuckles is so good damage-wise, though. Anyways. Oops, that's not what I want. I wanted this. Mage Slayer. Magic resistance still the same. Lots of attack speed. Int. Mana regen. Great int item. But frankly good on anybody that's on in Hero 2. Attack speed, magic resistance. Anybody can use that. And then if you hit somebody, they take 20 damage per second for 6 seconds, and they do less spell damage. If you guys are playing against a Leshrac, buy a fucking Mage Slayer. Buy it. Because it's lowering the damage that Leshrac does by 35%, which means Leshrac does 35% less lifesteal. If you're struggling to kill Leshrac, don't just buy a Scotty. The easier way is to buy Mage Slayer. If you could buy a Scotty, which is going to reduce his lifesteal by 40%, but that costs you 5,300 gold. Or you could buy a Mage Slayer for 2,600 gold and reduce it by 35%. It is so much better. If you're dealing with spellcaster lifesteals, Mage Slayer is the item. And frankly, even a Mage Slayer against like a Bristle would be better. Without a doubt. Buy Mage Slayer. I haven't thought about it before now, but I have. Mage Slayer against Bristle, Leshrac, any Bloodstone buyer. Infinitely better. But you could get both if you want. Scotty, and you could buy both. There's also the new... We haven't gotten it to yet, but Orb of Corrosion also limits regen and lifesteal and spell lifesteal by 20. So if you go Orb of Corrosion and Mage Slayer, you are going to have a good time. Their lifesteal is going to feel bad. They'll lose 35% spell damage, and then this will affect all of their regen by 20%. So it's like this would lower it down to 65 of their original total, and this would reduce it by another 20. So it'd be like they'd be like around 50% heal between these two items. So you could literally spend 2 item slots and 3,500 gold and half their healing. Just 2 items, guys. Literally just 2 items. Mage Slayer, Orb of Corrosion, Ember Spirit against the Leshrac. 50% lifesteal. Have fun, bro. He would have a bad time. Scotty's better because you can dispel it easy. What, Dispel Mage Slayer easy? Oh, you are right that Scotty goes through BKB. That's a good point. But so if they're BKB'd, yes, you're gonna have a harder time. But just transition. Buy these first, and then when he gets BKB, you got a Scotty. You won't do anything else in the fight, but you will limit his heal, which is cool. All right, Manta style recipe change: Yasha, Diadem, and recipe. So Diadem's the cheaper, smaller stat item, so you don't need the ultimate orbs are too expensive now. So it's just but basically the same. Mask of Madness change: Morbid Mask and Broadsword instead of Quarterstaff. Total cost is up. No longer gives you 10 attack speed, but it gives you 10 more damage. So I would argue, is it a nerf? You lose 10 attack speed, but you get 10 damage. It's not that different. It is more expensive though, by a little. So harder to rush it. It's probably worse, but it's about the same. The cost is the main thing, the main difference. It's worse on Juggernaut, I suppose, because Juggernaut prefers attack speed over damage. Any hero with low BAT is gonna like the old Mask of Madness better, without a doubt. But this is like really small shit, like really small. We're talking like 10% difference or something. The fact that it costs more money is the biggest nerf to the item. The other stuff is very situational, depends on the hero. Medallion is removed from the game. This item's been in the game a very long time. When it came out, it used to be able to break Lincoln Sphere. It was so good. But Solar Crest has been overly purchased for months, so they changed it. We'll get to that later when we get there. Meteor Hammer recipe change. This item is officially dead. It was a Perseverance into Crown with recipe. Now it is a Crown, Kaya, and a recipe. The cost went from 2,400 to 3,300. I do not know what Ice Frog was smoking when he changed this to these components. I do not know. I literally don't know. All right, one hero this is broken on is Tinker. Tinker could rush this item and just nuke towers. I think Meteor Hammer Tinker is probably viable without a doubt, because you're getting your Kaya built into it. I mean, you're going to want a Kaya anyways. So if you're spending 1250 gold to make a Meteor Hammer and you're going to refresh it every 6 seconds and like blast buildings, sure. It's probably the better version of Shiva's on Tinker right now. That's because Shiva's doesn't give you that much int anymore, so I don't think you could afford to spam with Shiva's Rush. So Meteor Hammer Tinker's probably okay, but everyone else that bought Meteor Hammers were basically offlaners, and that's because you would buy a Ring of Health, and then you get a Perseverance, and then you basically had lane stability, and then you had a Meteor Hammer early, and you used that to take towers on heroes like Tide, who struggled to do that before. But now, I just don't see anybody rushing Kaya into Meteor Hammer. Maybe there's like some mid heroes that could do it, like a Zeus or something. So I guess we should think of heroes that would buy Kaya at a good pace, because it has to be early, right? If you buy this later in the game, you don't get access to hitting tier 1 towers with it, which lowers its value. Because part of the value of it was killing tier 1 towers. Without like contesting a team fight, you'd chip it down. So are there heroes that get Kaya fast that need the mana regen that would also buy Meteor Hammer? And it's probably heroes like that. What else does Kaya build? Just these? I've even seen like Storm Spirits skipping Kaya. You know, they'll just go Witchblade and Falcon Blade or something. So maybe there's some heroes that could buy this, but my guess is almost nobody buys this item right now. Storm could buy it. OD could buy it. Sure. It's fine on OD. It's a lot of int. That's a waste. You don't want Kaya on OD. It's bad. The spell amp is good. The int is good. But the mana regen amp and the spell lifesteal amp is not really good. You don't have spell lifesteal on OD. And you already have enough mana from your passive. So I would say Kaya on OD is not probably worth it. You could still buy it on the hero. It's not the absolute worst, but it's probably bad, especially because it's expensive. Mars doesn't need that much int. And part of the reason it worked good on Mars is because you were lane stabilizing into tower killing. So for most offlaners, the item is just dead. You are not going to buy this item on an offlaner anymore. The only heroes you would probably buy it on are either as like a 2nd to 4th item to try to kill towers faster, or you could rush it as a mid-int hero probably. So you're like, especially if you don't have enough AoE, you could probably buy this on like Bane, for example. Mid Bane. I'm going to write that down. Mid, Bane, Meteor, Hammer. So you probably buy it on like Bane, I would say. I could see that. It's still really expensive. And mid Bane is still probably garbage. Maybe like offlane Bane. It's probably good on Bane. Legitimately probably good on Bane. Because if you're buying some like Wand Bane. The problem is that you probably need some Arcane Boots or something. Or maybe you'd go like Bracer, Bane. The problem is it's so expensive to get to the Kaya, and before it's complete, you don't have any mana regen. That's what's really fucking weird about this. So like you just like can't even rush the damn thing. The crown is good on universal heroes that right click. Like this part is good of it. But the Kaya part does not feel very good. So if I'm trying to lane as Bane, I either need HP regen or I need a lot of mana regen to stabilize brain sapping to not die. So I feel like I would have to get Arcane Boots first or something. Some shit like this. And then I would want to get the Kaya. But this, it's just so expensive. 2,000 gold plus 600 just to get this. Cooldown's 24 seconds. They didn't even buff the stats about it. In fact, it does. Oh yeah, before I leave, I wanted to test to see if I could Nightmare. I assume this works, but yeah, it works. It's probably legitimately good on Bane because you can do that. You can Nightmare into Meteor Hammer, and it gives you AoE, which Bane lacks, and it gives you Tower Push, which Bane lacks as a core. I think that's actually probably viable, but some universal hero, one of these heroes who need generic all stats, who need mana regen and AoE, and there's not very many of them. Maybe you could justify it on, you don't need it on Undyne anymore because he's got Decay AoE. But there's not that many heroes left in the game that don't have any AoE. Bane is one of them. So Bane could probably utilize it, but a lot of these other heroes just don't want it. Int spellcasters. Bane, Batrider, Brewmaster doesn't really need it. Darkseer, nah. Most of these heroes just have arcanes and they're pretty happy. But I don't know, maybe it works on Bane. Clock, I don't know. I don't know. So what else did they nerf about it? They reduced the numbers a little bit. The int is much higher. The generic stats are slightly lower, but it's probably worth it. So it's going to give you a lot of mana pool, which would be good on Bane. That's why I think the Arcane Boots is maybe overkill with this. It's probably not terrible, but it's probably just a lot of gold. I could just see it feel like a lot of gold. But it does give you Spell Amp, 10%, so a little bit better than the Kaya alone. Not as good as old E-Blade. It gives you more mana regen amp than regular Kaya. It's basically like similar to the bonuses that old E-Blade did. And the damage over time is decreased by 10. The building impact damage is slightly decreased, and the unit impact damage is slightly decreased. So it does slightly less damage, but it's higher in a way because you have Spell Amp built in. So that's probably why the numbers got tuned down a little bit. But it's still pretty expensive. But yeah, like I said, you'd have to buy this on some hero that really justifies it. And I don't know if that hero is Bane, but maybe. They buffed his one of his talents, I think. Yeah, the 10 talent. Was that the one? I don't remember. But I don't know. Maybe it works on Bane. But there's so many other items you kind of want to, so it's kind of goofy. I'll try it. Offlane Bane into Meteor Hammer. The slowest fucking 3,000 gold tower killing item. With other items you have to buy first to stabilize. It just seems so weird. Mjolnir, recipe cost decrease, total cost unchanged, and it gives you more attack speed. This item is just better, without a doubt. It costs less money. It has more attack speed than it used to by 20. The procs are actually unchanged. So the Maelstrom itself does less damage per proc, but the Mjolnir does the same damage, and it has 20 more attack speed, and it costs less money. So Mjolnir is just better. We did see some people playing a decent amount of Faceless Void at the end of the tournament. Not like every game, but like occasionally. So Mjolnir's just a better item, without a doubt, than it used to be. Maybe Mjolnir Sniper is going to be way better. Not that you really need the damage that much, but Mjolnir Sniper is probably good. Monkey King Bar recipe cost increased by 200. That one I'm a little surprised about, because I feel like this item is kind of mediocre damage-wise compared to your even a Mjolnir. Maybe it's just to make it a little bit hard to finish it quickly and undercut somebody's evasion strat, like evasion timing. But there's a lot of evasion items now, neutral items. So, but I don't see why Mjolnir's not just like by far the go-to item. I mean, it's a little cheaper, but yeah, MKB Rush is not good. It just doesn't do like any damage unless you're lowering their magic resistance or something. But that's not good. Here's the Bolivian Staff, the Blitz Knuckles and stuff. I already talked about that. Octarine Core is recipes changed. Now it's a Tiara of Selmane, which is mana regen, and a soul booster. So easier to build, doesn't have void stones in it. It's just 2 pieces, slightly more expensive, and 1 more mana regen. And I think, yeah, the cooldown reduction is the same. So easier to build and cheaper. Orb of Corrosion reworked. We talked about this one a little bit earlier, but it's Orb of Venom, Ring of Protection, and Gloves of Haste. I love the base components in this item now. I think it's a really cool idea. It gives you 3 armor and 25 attack speed, which means it is a great early game item. 3 armor is fantastic to have. Orb of Corrosion before was HP, basically, and the slow stuff, but now it's kind of like just a good early fighting item. I would put this up there with your like Wraithband type early items. I saw a couple heroes buy this in the new at the end of the tournament after the patch came out. I saw Offlane Abaddon buy it. I thought that made a lot of sense. Attack speed, armor, perfect. It's like legitimately a good fighting offlane item if you right click a little bit. This item's going to be good on Legion Commander, for example. Armor, attack speed, perfect. And slows and limits their heals by a little bit, by 20%. So I don't necessarily think you want to buy it all the time, but the fact that it gives you attack speed and armor are just good things to have. So if it's not good, if you don't need to slow your opponents, which some of the case is the reality, it's still a good item. I could actually see this be good on Tide. It doesn't lower enemies' armor anymore, but just the fact that you can slow them while it gives you good base stuff is kind of cool. It's not that good on Tide because you don't really attack that much on that hero. But for a lot of like right-clicking offlaners, I think it's pretty good. You probably don't want to buy it in carries most of the time because it doesn't really increase your farm speed. It won't increase your farm speed. This is a brawling, chasing, fighting item. And carries are usually going to want to spend their gold getting to something else faster. But it could be good on some carries. I bet there's some carries that this is good on. Almost, they're always going to be melee. AM likes it. Yeah, I like it on AM. That sounds good. He needs the armor. The attack speed's good. Slows people while you chase them with mana drain. Sounds okay. Somebody asked Huskar, no, because Huskar is a ranged hero. It's an okay idea. The base stats are fine, but the passive of corrosion on Huskar are just not good. Good Ricky item. Yeah, it's good on Ricky, I would say. The armor is a little overkill. Usually on Ricky, you're dying to magic. Your armor's already high. And the attack speed's good, but you might be better off to buy a Wraithband because it's double the cost of Wraithband, almost. And you'd also probably be better just to buy a faster Diffusal Blade because when you get Diffusal Blade, your damage increases by a shitload. But against some cores, you could probably buy it. I don't really see this being a support item because supports usually want more generic stats rather than just armor attack speed. But if you have a lot of raw HP naturally, like if you're a strength hero or something, this item's pretty sick, I think. And I wouldn't worry so much about the regen reduction aspect of this item. It's okay, but if we're talking about like a Tango or something, you're only reducing their regen by like 4 per second. It's like if somebody's Tangoing and you hit them one time, you basically did 12 extra damage. It's okay, but it's not really something you'd be using consistently. I would say Orb of Corrosion on like an Ember Spirit could be really good. Maybe not really good, but okay. I mean, other old Orb of Corrosion is better. I mean, they needed to change this item, basically. Like, if you're wondering why they changed this, it's because it was, like, fucking broken on Pango and Ember Spirit. That's basically it. It was just too good. On the heroes that it worked on, it was so good. Because it was lowering enemy armor by 3, and slowing them and giving you HP. It was kind of like the perfect item for those heroes. But lots of heroes can use armor and attack speed. Like if somebody buys Orber Corrosion on Tidehunter right now, I'm like, look, it's maybe not the most viable, but it's good. But before, if they bought it on him, I'd be like, that's kind of bad. Like, why? You're lowering their armor, I guess, but like, just gives you HP. I'd rather you have 3 armor and 25 attack speed because that's going to increase your jungle speed a lot. So, I feel strong in offlane now, but that makes a lot of sense. Because you're strength hero, so the armor goes far, and the attack speed is also good because your BAT is low. I wonder if like this item on Jug would be good, actually. I could see that. Orber Corrosion Jug. Gives you slow on them. And gives you armor, gives you attack speed. Somebody asked earlier, would you compare it to Wraithband in terms of value? And I would not buy it before a Wraithband, but you can build into it pretty easy. Like these are definitely good early laning items. Like pro players buy Glove of Haste when they're buying treads often first. So Ring of Protection, gloves, those are great laning items. I would probably get the orb last of the 3, but the fact that it doesn't have a recipe is kind of cool. So it could just be these, bring out the orb. 25 attack speed, 3 armor. That just looks so good to me. It just looks really good. I feel like we don't often see armor and attack speed together. It's usually it's either AC or armlet, I think. That's actually not true at all. Wraithband is very obviously that armor and attack speed. I mean, that's what agility gives you these basically. This is an agility item actually, if you think about it. Because when you buy agility, you get attack speed and armor. Every 6 or 7 armor is every 6 or 7 agility is 1 attack speed. So if you think about this in that way, to get 3 armor, that's like 18 agility. Yeah, so basically this is the bonus, the attack speed and armor bonus. Okay, so buying Orb of Corrosion on a strength hero or an int hero is equivalent to buying like 20 agility. That's how you should think of this item. So if you are a strength hero and you're buying Orb of Corrosion, it is more efficient than buying 20 agility by far, because to get that much agility takes a lot of gold. If you are a agility hero, you are not going to want to buy Orb of Corrosion because you'd be better off to buy agility, typically, because you'll get the armor, attack speed, and damage. But if you're a strength hero, Orb of Corrosion is pretty value. And if you are an int hero, for some reason buying Orb of Corrosion, the item is probably okay. It's like Witchblade Light, but you probably shouldn't buy it over buying like Witchblade or some other like Veil. If you're an int hero and you want armor and attack speed, I'd rather you buy Veil or Witchblade probably. But this is quite cheap. You could definitely, I could see you justifying buying Orb of Corrosion on some int hero as well, if you right clicked a little. I wouldn't buy it on like Jakiro probably, but maybe like Winter Wyvern or something. Orb of Corrosion could be good. And I could definitely say that on those heroes, it might just be better to get Orb of Corrosion over a Wraithband, if your timing is more immediate need. Although Wraithband is similar armor. Wraithband is almost 3 armor with 10 attack speed. And this is 25 attack speed with 3 armor. So maybe that's not a good idea. Because you're basically, you're paying the price difference. You're paying 400 extra gold to get Orb of Corrosion just for what? 15 more attack speed? So you're kind of overpaying on that. And this also gives you strength and int. It's only 2 points, but still. So I don't know. Maybe Orb of Corrosion base stats not that incredible. But if you are chasing people, maybe I'm too hyped about the base. I'm probably too hyped up about the base stats. So it's probably just good for chasing with better stats than it used to have. So with that said, chasing right-click hero that likes attacking and armor. Hence why it's good on ABBA. And why it could be seen as good on like Dawnbreaker type hero. Dawnbreaker, it's probably not good on Axe. Could be, it's kind of okay on Axe, but you shouldn't buy it. Lifestealer, Legion Commander, Night Stalker. You could probably justify it on Ogre, to be honest. Omni Knight. A lot of these strength heroes, it's going to be pretty good. ABBA, it's fine. / good. Nyx Assassin offlane. No, that's not good. Your base damage is not high enough. Most of these universal heroes require you to have damage items before attack speed would be good. Hence why it's probably better on strength heroes. Jug has a 37% win rate. That is because they kind of fucked up his Q a little bit too much. But it'll eventually be buffed and be good. So basically his Q does no damage now. So they're going to have to... You're either going to have like a flawless laning stage where nobody touches you while you level up, or something else. We'll get to that math later, I'm sure. Where are we at? Orbit Corrosion. All right, there's the Orchid, more attack speed, Oblivion Staff, Cornucopia Recipe, so it does more attack speed, more mana regen bonus. Pavis. Recipe has changed. It's an energy booster, Ring of Protection, Fluffy Hat, and a recipe. So it's almost the same. It's not the same. Did it have an energy booster before? I don't recall. But, no, okay, it had a Void Stone. Okay, yeah. So it used to have a Void Stone, now it's an energy booster. That's how they changed it. So now it's more raw mana. It basically gives you a lot of mana, health, and armor, which is great. And then you cast it on yourself or allies to give them a 300 physical barrier. Which lasts for 8 seconds at 1,000 range. Great item. Arguably better now because it gives you mana and health. You don't get the mana regen, but that's okay. How are they just not going to put Solar Crest right there? It's all the way down here. Let's just talk about Solar Crest really quick. I see that some ads ran, unfortunately. Solar Crest is now Pavis with Crown, Windlace, and a recipe. So Solar Crest is still in the game, but Medallion's gone. So it takes Pavis now. Doesn't give you mana regen. It gives you 300 mana. When you use Shine, it's a 400 HP barrier instead of 300, and you can put it on yourself. But it doesn't grant bonus armor. You can't cast it on enemies anymore. This item is the most broken thing in this patch. Number one, using it does not cost mana, which is fucked up. If you use it on yourself, you are giving yourself 70 attack speed and 15 movement speed and a 400 HP barrier. So you basically buy this on 1 to 2 heroes. Supports buy this, and offlaners typically buy this sometimes. Because you're giving yourself 400 HP. You're basically giving an ally 400 HP and 7 armor. That's probably why this item's kind of broken. It's for a couple reasons. The stats it gives are incredible. The cost is not that bad. You buy this on like CM every game basically because it gives you HP, gives you mana, gives you movement speed, gives you armor, gives you stats. And when you use it on an ally, you're increasing their armor by 7 so that they take less physical damage. And then when they do take physical damage, they have 400 extra HP against that physical damage. So the survivability you're getting from it is like bonkers good. Pairing armor and HP as a bonus is usually kind of busted for that reason because you're like doubly enhancing somebody's survivability against a source. Obviously, it does nothing against magic, but the fact that it also gives attack speed is all strong. All that shit's strong. And the fact that you can use it on yourself is broken, basically. You should look at this in a combat as a 400 HP heal every 16 seconds for 0 mana. So if I'm playing Death Prophet and I Solar Crest myself, and I give myself 15 movement speed, 15% movement speed, and 400 HP and 7 armor, this item becomes broken. That means it's a 6 armor item with 6 attributes, so it's basically a 7 armor item that can increase your armor by 7 armor temporarily. So it's a 14 armor item for 8 out of 16 seconds, which is like insane uptime. The numbers are fucking bonkers. The fact that you can use this on yourself breaks the item, is one of the obvious breaks of the item. You should not be able to use this on yourself. Or there's a bunch of different things. It should cost mana, number one. If you use it on yourself, it should not give you some of these bonuses. It at least should not give you movement speed and attack speed, I feel like. That's the obvious one, because it becomes too good on core heroes. Or if you use it on yourself, it shouldn't give you armor. Like, I think you should be able to HP barrier yourself no matter what. That's fine. But the fact that it gives you movement speed, attack speed, armor, those are just too good. And then when you use it on allies, it gives them armor and HP. That's good. But but the fact that you can use it on yourself while getting all those bonuses is just way too good. The components are great. The amount of stuff that you get from it is just good. HP, mana, movement speed, attributes, armor. It's just a really, really good item. It says it doesn't. I know it doesn't give you armor on yourself. Okay, good point. I think I did overestimate that. I did mention that wrong. If you use it on yourself, you don't get the armor. But it should be more than that. It should be does not grant armor and movement speed on yourself, or armor and attack speed. I think they were partially trying to like make the items a little bit more diverse for supports, in that like 4 staff Glimmer are kind of exclusively good, but Solar Crest is just way too good right now. It's really good on heroes like CM, gives them raw mana pool and other benefits. So I see you guys have told me that it doesn't give you enough armor. Solar was already top tier. I mean, I'm happy they changed it because it was, what they've done is they've made it worse against Roshanin, and you can't use it on enemies anymore, which is fine because sometimes that was useful. But generally it was a use on ally type item, and yeah. When you use it on enemies, no, I guess if you use it on allies, you don't lose the armor, right? Yeah, it doesn't reduce your armor anymore at all when you use it. So, whereas before it did. Am I wrong? I'm gonna check this really quick, because I want to make sure that I understand this right. Because the item's definitely broken right now, but I want to make sure that it doesn't reduce your armor. It does not. So you're basically just giving armor to somebody else. Okay, so yeah, item is sick nasty good right now on supports, especially if you have a need for a little bit of mana or whatever. All right, where are we at? Oh yeah, we jumped ahead to do Solar Crest after Poovies. All right, Phylactery is changed. It doesn't have a Sage's Mask, so it is less mana regen and slightly more expensive, but still basically is good. Obviously, it's a nerf, but not the end of the world. Pipe is changed. Cloak, Headdress, Ring of Trask, and a Recipe. The cost is much more by 400, about 350, but it also gives you an extra 8 HP per second, which is honestly not terrible. It makes it more in line. I think they did this because the benefits of buying a pipe versus buying a Eternal Shroud was just so more Eternal Shroud favored, especially after the recent changes. In some cases, if you're playing like a Tide or something, buying Shroud was just better. Or Timbersaw, for example, more of a frontline by yourself type hero. Eternal Shroud was just better, but now Pipe is becoming more comparable because it gives you more comparable high mana regen. But either way, both of the magic resistance big hitter items like Pipe and Eternal Shroud are definitely more costly. Instead of being low 3000s, they're now closer to 4k, so they're more like a real item. So both still very good against magic damage, but Eternal Shroud is in some ways just better. But still, there's a lot of regen. Refresher Orb, slightly different item build, but basically the same things. More health regen, more mana. Cost is unchanged. It's fine. Revenant's Brooch is reworked. It's a Sacred Relic that's like the Divine Rapier damage item with a Voodoo Mask, the spell lifesteal item, and a Recipe. The cost is now 4,900 instead of 62, and it gives you 70 damage and 20 lifesteal, spell lifesteal. And then when you toggle it on, you can make your attacks cost 75 mana and deal magic damage, and allows you to hit ethereal units. So, item's much cheaper to buy. 70 damage and 20 spell lifesteal. For some heroes, this would be really good, like Viper, for example. Viper lowers your magic resistance with his Q. So if you buy Revenant's Brooch, for example, you could do an absolute crap load of magic damage that's also spell lifestealing you. So if you want to have a cool way to heal, Revenant's Brooch is the new way on Viper. I mean, yeah, you could have bought Bloodstone before or whatever, but it's probably not worth it in comparison to a Revenant's Brooch. I'd rather you buy Revenant's Brooch on a hero like Viper if you want to heal. Obviously, the spell lifesteal you get from Bloodstone is much better, but in terms of you killing one hero, Revenant's Brooch is a lot better now. But this is still probably kind of wacky. I would buy this if I'm trying to cut through somebody that's a shitload of armor. Revenant's Brooch is going to be better in that way. Plus, while giving yourself heal. So it's kind of like a weird item. It's like you'd want to buy this on... If they have Ghost Scepters, it's obviously good. Or you buy it on a hero that wants to do damage, cut through armor, or sustain. You could buy this on a carry if you're trying to deal with a Morphling, for example, who has very, very high armor. You could buy it against maybe some PL type hero. If you have a Mjolnir already, Revenant's Brooch is really good, I would say, because you have tons of attack speed from Mjolnir. This would give you more damage to compensate, and you would now be spell lifestealing for 20% of those Mjolnir procs. So Revenant's Brooch on like Sniper, I think, would be really good. Genuinely really good. And Sniper has huge mana pool. So I think Sniper. Sniper is the most obvious possible Revenant's Brooch carrier, especially because you do a lot of spell damage already with Shrapnel. So I like Revenant's Brooch as an option. My assumption is that people are going to forget that it exists and it will not be purchased much. Revenant's Brooch Sniper is my guess. But yeah, you could toggle it on basically to get 20% lifesteal. You could buy it on Muerta if you want to help keep your build effective all the time without your ulti. But yeah. Scythe of Ice recipe is changed. It is now a staff, a mana regen item, and a recipe. So it only gives you int now, 35 int, no strength or agility bonus. They made the item worse on carries. Some carries would buy Scythe in later stages of the game to give them kill opportunity, especially ranged heroes, because it was easier to buy Scythe than it was to buy Abyssals. So yeah, Scythe is harder to build up, but it does have, it's actually the same benefits, except it's actually 5 less. Oh, it's actually cheaper though. Costs less money, 5 less int, no strength or agility. So will solve your mana problems. Could definitely see some, like, if you wanted to on a carry, you could buy like Scythe Refresher. But it's probably overkill over like Shiva's. But it's a lot of mana regen. So if you need mana regen, it's a good item. Maybe some int heroes or some strength heroes would consider buying it. You get a lot more mana regen faster. Scythe on Ogre is still weird. Yeah, it's even worse on Ogre now because you get 0 int. But it is cheaper and it gives you mana regen. So yeah, definitely worse on Ogre. Shiva's Guard. All right, this is the most broken item in the patch other than Solar Crest. Solar Crest is number 1, I think. Shiva's is a close second. It requires a Veil of Discord, a Plate Mail, and a recipe. Did we do Veil yet? You told me Veil's down here. I guess it's alphabetical. All right, we'll do Veil first. Veil is a Helm of Iron Will, a crown, and a recipe. It gives you 5 regen and 6 armor. Basically, it gives you what Helm does plus the crown. I mean, this item is literally the same as this item. They are the same. They are literally the same fucking item. They both give you 6 armor. They give you 5 to 6 attributes, and they give you 5 to 6 health regen. Hats, man. You know, hats are good for blocking damage. But they have different actives, of course, and their Veil is much, much cheaper, actually, because this recipe is expensive, and it has a diadem. Man, this is like so much more expensive. It's kind of funny, actually. They're like literally the same item, but one of them is much, much cheaper. Much cheaper. Veil, when you activate it, it does a 900 radius magic resistance reduction for enemies. It only does 10%. So the number is really weak, but the item cost is low. Previous Veil, I think, was amping damage by 16%, and the original Veil was like a 25% damage amp. But the fact that it is a viable offlaner item is what makes it good. You're seeing this on offlaners that do spell damage that need armor and health regen. And that is mostly strength heroes, typically, or universal strength type heroes. So Timbersaw likes buying this item fast because it gives him attributes, armor, and health regen, and he can use it to do more damage with his spells. That is new Veil. You usually will want to buy this on heroes that are naturally tanky because that's how armor becomes more valuable. Buying this on a support is not as good because those heroes don't have much raw health, and thus like you're not getting as much value from the armor. But Veil is definitely better, and the fact that it builds into Shiva's makes it even better. So now it's a Veil plus a Plate Mail plus a recipe. The recipe is very expensive at 1700, but this item is broken. Gives you 8 tall attributes, it gives you 8 health regen, and gives you 20 armor. So the reality is that this actually gives you 21 something armor. So it's a 21 armor item with the agility, and it gives you health, and it gives you int. It doesn't give you much mana anymore, and it still has the same aura. Lowers attack speed by 45, limits heals, regen, lifesteal by 25%. So the aura is still excellent, but the Shiva's Blast now, when it hits enemies, it causes them to take 15% more damage from spells. So it is a better version of Veil in that it does 5% more damage, but also obviously nukes them and slows them. Does more damage to illusions. This item's broken. Basically, any offlaner that likes casting spells is very happy to buy Shiva's Guard right now. You will see this on Centaurs as a first or second item. You will see it on Timbersaws. You will see it Who else is tanky and offlanery? I don't think a Magnus would buy it. Sand King would buy this item for sure. Sand King is excellent. This is why they nerfed him later on in the patch. You could definitely justify it on Darkseer. If they have a lot of physical damage, it is like the most obvious buy. And the other thing is that before Shivas was just all this int. So heroes that weren't int were kind of unhappy buying the item because they're like, I don't need all this mana, raw mana pool and this int. It's not that good. But now that it doesn't overabundance in int, the only thing it has too much of is armor. And armor is not exactly a bad thing to have too much of unless you're against like a Muerta and a Zeus, or a Muerta and a Zeus, yeah. So it's just kind of good on everybody that needs an armor item now. Before it was like, do I want AC or Shivas? It was almost always AC. But now if you have some spell damage component to your carries, Shivas is arguably a competitor. Basically just further diversifies carry types. You could buy this on even a Muerta, honestly. It's fine on Muerta. It's not amazing because it doesn't give you that much int, but it's kind of bad on Muerta because you don't really need armor when you transform. But regardless, the fact that it increases your spell damage by 15% is excellent. And the mana cost went down. This item is going to get nerfed in the B patch, as is Solar Crest. It's just too good. They're probably going to reduce the armor it gives you, or tone down the auras is my guess. But the base stats are, the base numbers are going to be probably touched. So yeah. We have so many good items with anti-heal. Do I think A will become obsolete? There are items that have anti-heal, but nothing really beats an Ice Blast because it happens as soon as you hit level 6, and it's 100% anti-healing. Those other item solutions are there. The one that's most noticeable to me personally is when I'm playing like a Death Prophet and somebody buys Scotty finally. It's like that 35 minutes into the game they buy Scotty and I'm like, oh shit, I'm doing 40% less heal. But things like Shivas are generally less noticeable in my opinion. It'll probably be more noticeable. Like you will probably see any heal type heroes, their win rates are going to go down without a doubt because there's going to be a Shiva's Guard in almost every game right now. And it's kind of fun to let Shivas have its time in the sun. It's been forever since Shivas was like a rushable item, but it legitimately makes sense right now. Doom. Yeah, Doom is another example of anti-heal. That's true. All right, let's move on. Got a couple more minutes till ads. Silver Edge recipe change now requires Shadow Blade, Demon Edge, and a recipe. So it does slightly more damage, but it doesn't passively crit anymore. And the bonus damage when breaking invis has been increased to 300 to help offset this fact. Because the crit before, you'd get a guaranteed crit when you break invis. And the Shadow Walk break duration is increased. So it breaks for 5 seconds instead of 4. The base of the item is a little bit weaker because you don't automatically crit. What's the total? The total is unchanged. This does seem just like significantly worse because fitting a Silver Edge into your item build before as a carry felt really fine because it naturally did a crit, so it helped you scale as the game goes on. But this item doesn't scale as the game goes on anymore because you don't do a big ass crit when you break Silver Edge. So buying Silver Edge is going to be better early now, pretty much, because the bonus damage when breaking invis is going to be a higher ratio to what your damage is at the time. But in the later stages of the game, Silver Edge is going to feel worse. So carries will probably want to buy this item less, which is kind of how it should have been before because it kind of did everything. It's like a damage, attack speed, mobility, invis item. The invis valuable because you could both escape, but most importantly because you could search for kills while invis and give you an opportunity to see them before they see you and initiate. So as a carry, that's really valuable because that could mean that you get a kill opportunity without having to use BKB or need a blink dagger, which doesn't do damage, you know, whereas Silver Edge does. So Silver Edge was just kind of all-encompassing too good, and it also broke people. So it just solved like too many bases. So I think it's fine that they're changing it because it was just a little legitimately too good. Still, 300 physical bonus damage from using Silver Edge is still really good. That's a lot of damage. It's like, that's a lot. That's like critting for like 1.5 times your damage in the mid game. But yeah, probably need to get nerfed, but we'll probably see this built a lot less. Big buff to heroes countered by break. Sure, I would agree with that because they're less likely to just have a Silver Edge. Whereas before it was like a very common carry third item. So I would agree. It's a buff to those heroes and it's going to lower their DPS to choose to have break, which is probably fine. But yeah, if you rush this and get in the mid game, you could definitely blow some people up with it. Here's the Solar Crest that we already talked about. Most broken item in the patch probably. Just gives you too much. Veil we already talked about. Perfect for offlaners. Some tanky mid laners could be good on them as well. Should you buy Veil on Bane, probably not. Probably not. The armor is good though. Armor's legitimately good on Bane. Maybe a Witchblade is better on Bane though. Veil Earthshaker? It's okay. You're not really typically taking that much damage on Earthshaker though. So maybe if you're like a core Earthshaker, you could maybe justify it. But if you buy Veil and a bottle, it feels bad. I bought it one game. It's the first game of the patch. I played Wind Ranger mid and I bought Veil. I didn't know you had to even click it. But it's like, it's too much regen. If you're buying a bottle and a Veil, you have way too much regen. But if you're, that's why it's better for like a side lane hero, I think. Or you could potentially just not buy bottle and buy it maybe. Maybe that's justified. But yeah. So I wouldn't probably buy it on Earthshaker, most likely. Shiva's is definitely good on the hero, I would say. But armor's not terrible on the hero. It could help you survive because Earthshaker does die to like physical carries when they get on him. But I do love Wind Ranger Rail. I wanted it to work. It didn't work. And it's probably bad. I just like died to magic damage the whole game. The whole fucking game I died to magic damage. It was really bad. All right, Witchblade, recipe changed, Oblivion Staff, Chainmail, and a recipe. Okay, so cost goes up by a bit, more attack speed, gives you mana regen. So what goes in this? Oblivion Staff, so no longer is Blitz Knuckles. Oh wait, it is still Blitz Knuckles. So before it was Blitz Knuckles, Robe of the Magi, Chainmail, with I think a recipe. And now it also has a Sage's Mask. So you can still buy... This is in some ways better for the item. When I bought Witchblade as a core, I felt like the buildup was kind of goofy. It's kind of like you buy a Chainmail, you buy a Blitz Knuckles. They're all kind of like clunky and expensive, but the fact that you can just do an Oblivion Staff now, I think makes it better. Like a quick Robe Sage's Mask as an int hero in the lane, I think is just better. Mana regen, mana pool, damage. Then you can buy the Chainmail if you so wish. Or finish Oblivion Staff, then go Chainmail, or vice versa. But the fact that its cost increased, I think is fine, considering that it has an upgrade now. Just slightly more expensive. The buildup is better. I think it looks fine. All right, this is going to jump. All right, we got neutral item changes coming up, so we are running an ad. I'm going to take just a moment. You don't think they thought through that amp spell damage from Shiva increases the heal from Bloodstone? I mean, you're right. It's really good. Like the Leshrac Bloodstone Shivas is really, really good. It's really good. It's perfect on the hero. It definitely is. Did they think about it? I mean, probably. It's kind of obvious, right? AoE magic amp. When Mickey played Lesh at the tournament, he went, I think, Bloodstone into Shivas, or he went Bloodstone Sanj Kaya Shivas. I don't remember exactly, but you'd be very justified to buy Bloodstone Veil on the hero. It's so good, because usually on heroes like Leshrac, you die to like a lot of single target damage, but Veil is kind of perfect for that with all of its extra armor. So, and it's not expensive, so you just buy it like right away. Safety bubble bug with Pugna. I do not know about that. Is it something like you could heal your ally or something while the barrier heals, is my guess. We'll talk about it in like a minute. I'm going to wait for ads to finish. Let me check my phone really quick. We got like a minute and a half of... I got so many notifications. Oh, there they were. Okay, 58 seconds, good enough. Neutral item changes. Hi, Dingo. Oh, the dog is stretching. Safety bubble. I've seen quite a few people buy this. Or get it. Come here. Come. Let me pet you. I can put you upstairs if you want. I'll do it later, I think. Uh, 5 health regen. Oh, I didn't know it gave a 5 health regen. That's really good. 5 health regen, and then passive is bubbled up. Grants a 1 HP barrier. The barrier fully restores after not receiving any damage for 5 seconds. So just a massive amount of survivability, basically. Great for jungling. I'm sure they're going to nerf the health regen of this, because this is pretty popular on some heroes. Really helps on your like mid-type heroes who don't necessarily want to buy health regen. I saw it on Pucks, for example. Your raw HP is low. You don't want to buy health regen items. It just seems like a perfect item for any like slightly squishy core. Like literally perfect, because it gives you the HP and the regen. Keeps your HP full, basically. It's like a Tranquil Boots in some ways. Looks really good. Same stats as Seed of Serenity, but different. I mean, this feels better than Seed to me. I guess Seed gives you 100 HP raw. But this should regen more out of combat, right? Fully regenerates after not receiving damage for 5 seconds. So easy for Puck to evade damage for 5 seconds. Great point. So within those 5 seconds, you are... If it heals you to full instantly, that's 20 HP per second outside of combat. So it's... And it's not like you're going to stand in the green thingy very often. All right, I'm going to run my dog upstairs really quick. She's going to go hang out upstairs. Be right back. Hi, little annoying dog. Okay, sorry about that. She was just going to be annoying otherwise. Royal Jelly is back and reworked. It's a tier 1 neutral, 50 health, 50 mana. And when you consume it, it consumes all charges of jelly and grants a target allied unit a buff that provides +2 health regen and +1 mana regen per charge for 10 seconds. If the target takes damage from Roshan or an enemy hero, the effect is lost. Roshan or enemy hero only, max charge is 10. Charge restore time is 8, cooldown is 12. So, this goes up to 10 charges. I've seen a lot of players abusing this, especially on like storm type heroes, because if it gets up to 10 charges and you use it, we are talking about 20 HP per second for 10 seconds. So, yeah, that's 200 HP and 100 mana. So you can use it as, they've been backpacking it as well. Throw it in your backpack after you get a tier 2 item, and it'll restore slow in your backpack, but it'll still be a way to like get health and mana regen, like a clarity basically. So definitely seems good. A good item to use outside of combat. And you can use it on allies, right? Yeah. Target allied unit buff. So you could use it to heal your storm, even if you're a support. Like, here, have 200 health and 100 mana. It's kind of cool. Tumblr Toy is out. Light Collector. The hardest thing about the patch coming out was that I wasn't playing games. I was watching games. So I'd see the neutral items, but I couldn't hover over them if I was confused, you know, to like remind myself. So I'd be like, oh, I kind of know what that item is. Safety Bubble. Gives you a barrier, that's all I know. I didn't know it'd give you health regen. I didn't know exactly how Royal Jelly worked. I didn't know you used all of your charges, but yeah, one charge is what? 20 health and 10 mana. Okay. 20 health and 10 mana per charge. Light Collector, tier 2, 10% movement speed. The passive gives you 6 health regen during day, 3 mana regen during night. If the wearer is not within 200 radius of a tree, the bonuses are doubled. So if you're far away from a tree, you're getting like 6 mana or 12 HP. It's pretty good. And then you can produce a flash of light that destroys trees in a radius around the wearer. Cooldown is 30 seconds. So mostly good for movement speed and regen. But if you want to kill trees, like against some Monkey King, it's good. Whisper of the Dread is quite good. Tier 2 item, 150 mana, and it gives you 10% spell damage, which is really good for a tier 2. It's better than old Vambrace. But it decreases your daytime vision by 15%. So daytime vision is, I think, 1,800 units, if I'm not mistaken. So lowering that by 15% means 180 plus 90, so 270. So this kind of matters. At nighttime, it doesn't matter, but at daytime, this means that a hero could see you when you don't see them, and that could lead to you dying. So it could be catastrophic. Like if I'm sitting in a jungle camp farming and I see very far away and the hero sees me, I might just die. But this is definitely more of like a spellcaster item anyways, so maybe it doesn't matter as much. Aquala's out. Doubloon, I forgot about this one. Tier 3 neutral item provides 5 health regen and 2.5 health regen, and it converts 20% of your max health to max mana, or 20% of your max mana to max health. Cooldown is 5 seconds. So this item seems really good to me. I don't think I saw it at the tournament, so people must think it's bad. But it's basically like Witless Shaco. Do you remember that item? It lowered your mana pool, but increased your health. It's like that item.
Prepare yourselves for the main event.
I go like the
Because you're basically... You are
time to hot-foot it.
basically trading one for the other. I think this item is probably good on int-type heroes.
Temperature rising.
This would be the mana one. Why am I like losing so much health when I toggle this? If you use it too many times, it's actually just not good.
Ready.
Why am I not full? Let me see how this
I'm
works.
going.
So when you switch it to strength, so this is probably the way they're trying to make it not broken. It's not as good as tread switching. It's actually not tread switching. It's not. So toggling this is like actually not good because it doesn't work like treads, and that it doesn't instantly increase your health. You kind of need to leave it on which one you want. The regen that it gives you is not that great for a tier 3 neutral item, because I mean look at what we're competing with here. Some of these items are like kind of super good. Vindicator's Axe, Craggy Coat right now. You could get an Ogre Seal Totem. Like there's ways to escape basically. The fact that it gives you health could be good though. How much health is this even giving me? So let's say I have like, I don't know, boots, and I guess you don't have arcanes anymore, so doubloon is a little bit harder to utilize. That's part of the problem.
To battle.
If arcane boots still existed, this item would be better, because that's like a lot of extra mana that people often have. Let's do like an Aether Lens and an Ags, and I don't know, I'd have this probably, and this. This is kind of a lot of mana.
Yes.
And if I grab this, I'm basically getting 500 health. So it's basically like a 500 health item, which is a lot.
Burn a
There's
path.
definitely some int heroes that would like to use this item. That doesn't make me doubt at all. And if you have like a Kaya on top of this, like this item gives you health now. Like what are the numbers though? Let me see. So it's 2557 and 1736. So if I buy an Ironwood branch, why did that?
Heat wave.
Am I an int right now? No, I wasn't. Why'd that only give me 22? Is it broken? Don't you get 22 HP for strength? Is it bugged? Why am I only getting 22 HP from this? 20 HP. It's supposed to be more than that. It should be way more than 22. The calculation changed when picking up versus resetting with the item active. Is that how it works? Is it bugged? Okay, so because the Ironwood branch should increase my HP by, let me just double check, 35 to 99. 99 minus 35 equals that divided by 3. 21. What is this shit? What is going on? All right, put this on the ground. 2099 65, 67. Why is it like this? 22.33? Is it because I have some fraction?
Yes.
Don't you get 22 strength per... 22 HP per strength?
Time to
Is that right?
hot-foot it.
Can I get some confirmations in chat?
I go like the blazes.
So, yeah, that's what I'm getting here. One Ironwood branch is giving me 22 HP.
Yes.
So, see, the numbers are correct. You're right, it is bugged. So if I, because before I was at 2555 when I picked it up, right?
Quick.
See, it just bugged. All right, watch. 2557, 2555. There's a bug. It's definitely bugged. So this means that if you get the doubloon, you need to put it on the ground occasionally to make sure it's fucking working correct. But unfortunately doing so begins your HP regen. But if you're doing tread switching, it probably doesn't work right. Based on this.
Burn a path. On it.
Alright, tread switching seems to work, but picking up other items is bugged. For some reason. I do not know why. But anyways, how much int am I getting? 2182. So I'm getting 12 intelligence or 12 mana from an Iron branch, which means 20% of that 12, it should be 2.4. So every point of all stats I'm getting is giving me 24.4 HP. So if you have an all stats build, you can get a lot of strength from this. This item's really good with all stats items, basically. Or, frankly, items that just increase your mana pool. Like Aether Lens now becomes a 240 mana and 60 HP item. Which for a lot of int heroes is not bad. Lotus Orb becomes a small HP item. Like, it's not a terrible... I think this is kind of cool. Octarine has 625 mana. It's like way better mana, or way better HP as a result. It's like an 800 health. So, I don't know. I think this item's kind of cool, but I assumed it'd be really good. But...
Time to hot-foot it.
2557, yeah. I don't know, but it's only giving me like 400 HP. My little dog is barking upstairs. There aren't a lot of other ways to get that much HP at tier 3. I guess Craggy Coat does it. But yeah, maybe Doubloon is a little bit weak.
I go like the blazes.
Because my mana pool is like high with all these items, but it's not like maybe so high that it's worth it for a 400 HP item.
Yes.
I don't know. Silencer and Steel. Yeah, that would be really good. That's a good point, because your mana pool is going to be insane. There's probably a couple cases where it's really good, like Pugna or something, but for a lot of heroes, it's probably not that great. Doubloon. Items are most of this patch, by the way, so you guys might think I'm going ultra slow, but once I start thinking about individual heroes with new items, maybe it'll take long. But alright, Nemesis Curse. This one is popular. Tier 3 neutral item, 35 damage, and the passive is Glass Cannon. The person wearing it takes 8% more damage all the time, which is kind of a big deal. But the person you're attacking takes 12% more damage, so it's pretty valuable. This might seem really unique, but you have to remember that like spell damage amplifiers or armor reductions are also doing this. If you get this item with a Deso, you're going to do a lot of freaking damage, for sure, because you're increasing all the damage you do by 12%. And it's probably a percentage at the end of the calculation, so if you're doing a lot of damage, they're taking a lot of damage, so you shouldn't have to think about this item very much. It's probably just works the way you expect. You're just taking more damage and you're dealing more damage. But if you are not attacking, this item's bad. So I want to see pro players backpacking this item sometimes, because otherwise you're just taking damage for nothing. Like if you are literally running for your life and you're not going to attack them, just put it in your backpack. Otherwise you're taking 12% more damage. And only one person can have the debuff, so it's not like you can hit every enemy hero once and amplify your team's damage. But if you're playing like Faces Void or something, this item's pretty sick. It's a lot of damage increase. You thought Whisper of the Dread wasn't working? It probably works, but if it's bugged, it's bugged. But it should just be 10% more spell damage, yeah. Craigie Coat is back. It gives you 6 armor, and it doesn't lower your attack speed, but when you... Oh, it also gives you health. It doesn't say that at all. Oh, wait, it gave you health before, my bad. So, it gives you armor and health, and when you activate it, it gives you an extra 12 armor for 8 seconds, and it lowers your movement speed. So, if you are fighting in a team fight as like a support or something, lowering your movement speed by 30 is a lot. That's like somewhere between 8 and 10%, depending on what your movement speed is. Because minus 30 is not that bad. If it was a percentage, it's worse. But if you're really fast and use Craigie Coat, it's not a big deal. But yeah, the fact that it can give you 18 armor is wild. Really good to use this when a PA goes on you, for example. You're going to really notice the difference. Really good item. Being good on Legion. Yeah, could be good on Legion. In most cases, you won't die first on Legion anyways, but you're right. Like, against some scary heroes, it could be really good. And Blade Mail will reflect more damage than you take in that case, so... Good on CM during ult. Yeah, you could use it on CM if you do need more armor. 20 is already like an insane amount. I would say CM's not the best example because she already has a way to get armor, but it's still good on CM for sure. Most carries are not going to like kill you through your ulti. That's pretty rare. It's more likely somebody just stuns you and your ulti ends and then you feel bad. So, but yeah, Craigie Coat definitely a good option for a lot of heroes, including offlaners. 12 armor, 18 armor at some point when you have 2,000 health is a lot. Tank towers. Yeah, Lion Shard, Craigie Coat. Perfect example. Quickening Charm's out. Cooldown reduction's too good. Titan Sliver's out. Boring. It's had its heyday. Nobody really cares about it. I say take them out. Makes sense. We now have the Ancient Guardian. Gives you 50 damage. And if you're within 2,000 range of the Ancient, you get an extra 50. So it's a 100 damage item when you're ending the game or losing, which is pretty cool. Aviana's Feather gives you 25% evasion and 30 movement speed, so an excellent agility-like item in that you get movement speed and evasion. A lot of carries are really liking this. And then if you're below 30% HP, you can fly, so you can fly over cliffs and up hills and stuff, so that's pretty cool. Good, very good for running away. But yeah, 25% evasion on a neutral item, really, really solid. But I like that it doesn't give you anything offensive, so it helps balance the mobility aspects of the skill. You thought this meant an Ancient creep? There's no way. An Ancient with all caps, it would be like your throne, which is why it's Ancient Guardian. It's not an Ancient creep. There's no way. Good for Huskar? Yeah, I would say Aviana's Feather is definitely good on Huskar. The evasion is good. Low HP flying movement is kind of cool. But in a lot of cases, Armlet heroes kind of struggle to get really, really low HP these days. So I would say like your expectation that you'll be below 30% running around the map all the time, just not likely. Most of the time you heal past. You get up to like 50% and your HP sits pretty level on Huskar. So I wouldn't necessarily say the best Huskar item. It's more like a, I don't know, ranged carry type stuff. Terrorblade, Draw Ranger type thing. Siege, fast, etc. It's kind of replacing ideally what Ninja Gear does. Ninja Gear's agility and movement speed. A lot of people buy it for the movement speed. It's still a really good neutral item, but this is just better movement speed, and it gives you evasion, which is in a lot of cases more valuable than agility, even for like tanky strength heroes. So I could see some strength heroes buy this too. Evasion is really good. It makes your HP go a lot farther if you don't have it. New tier 4 neutral item, Rattle Cage, 12 armor. There's so many armor neutral items, by the way, so many. The passive, after taking 180 damage from any source, the wearer fires a projectile up to 2 random nearby enemies within a 600 radius prioritizing heroes that deal 125 physical damage and slow their movement speed and attack speed for 0.2 seconds. So it is a armor item that reflects damage, basically. So if you're tanking damage, you're going to do more damage. The fact that it gives you 12 armor is wildly good. I would love this item on Death Prophet type heroes, Viper type heroes, etc. Heroes that you do damage by staying alive, it just makes you better. If you're playing some like carry or something, you're probably not going to want this over having more damage or even having evasion and movement speed. But if you are a tanky strength core, it's pretty good. Or some mid hero. all options. Let me look at the other tier 4s quick. So for survivability items, 25 magic resistance, 12 armor, Trickster Cloak. Trickster Cloak is kind of mediocre. I like that they're putting in... They basically put in a bunch of items that give you comparable survivability to Trickster Cloak. Trickster Cloak was evasion, magic resistance, and people bought it all the time. The Invis obviously was good. But how are you going to compete with Trickster Cloak? The fact that it has invisibility and magic resistance evasion? Well, you give better resistances to other neutral items, pretty much. I mean, Aesthetics Cap was there. But, like, there weren't that many defensive neutral items at tier 4. And now there will be. Martyr's Plate still does not get used much, but it's good. But Rattle Cage is now like a really good armor item at tier 4 for some like tanky frontliner core. Before you'd have to get what, Ninja Gear, 20 agility. Not that into that, but the Rattle Cage is like really reliable. And Trickster Cloak, the evasion was kind of mild at 17, and if they have True Strike, it just doesn't matter anyways. So like Trickster Cloak was really... They kind of fucked up Trickster Cloak by making it too good against everything. It was like good against physical and magic, and you went invis. It was just like too good. Way too good. So now make your decision, you know? Buy what item makes sense. Still a lot of cool tier 4s though. Alright, Penta Edge Sword is now cycled out. They killed that for the Ancient Defender item, I'm sure. Because it's pretty straightforward as a substitute. Spell Prism is gone, but now we get... the Rattle Cage as well. So basically these two swapped out. Penta Edge is now Ancient Guardian. Spell Prism is, I don't know, Aviana's Feather. And is there just one more tier 4 neutral item, I guess? These got cycled out. These are tier 3s. So I guess there's just one more tier 4 now, which is fine. But I like the variety of defensive options. It's also going to mean that your likelihood of getting the tier 4 that you want lower, because as there are more. But I think that's probably fine. All right, and now the two new tier 5s. The Magic Lamp is returned. 300 health, and when you fall below 20%, you get a hard dispel, and you're healed for 1,000 health, which is a lot. So it's kind of like a free save if you got initiated on, which is cool. I like that. I think it's a nice addition. It's like a free Aeon Disc, basically. And in some games, you kind of just need that way to like survive through crazy shit. So the fact that it just hard dispels is awesome. I don't know if it'll remove everything like nullifier type shit, but if it gives you a solution against those, that's great. And then here's the other one everyone's talking about, the Unwavering Condition. Gives you 95% magic resistance. But what it does is it sets your max health to 1500 and you can't be altered by other effects or attributes. So let me show how this works really quick with some math. So normally you're taking 100 damage. You have 0.25% resistance. You get the gist. Which means you take 75 damage. If you buy this item, which gives you 95% magic resistance, of this 75, you're only going to take 5 of it. So equals this times 0.05. So if I'm taking, for every 100 damage nuke that's thrown at me, I'm only taking 3.75 damage. So basically you're invulnerable to magic damage. And if you pair that item with Eternal Shroud, you'll be healed, I think, from magic damage. Because for every 100 that's thrown at you, you are healed. Well, that's right, it doesn't heal you, it gives you mana. So that doesn't work. But basically you take no damage from magic if you get this item. This item is the, I'm playing against Zeus, and I no longer want to have to worry about playing against Zeus. You will take like no damage. So on Visage is OP. It's probably good, sure, but you could just die to physical damage. Losing the raw HP is kind of bad. You could definitely backpack this item, by the way. So if like the Zeus is dead, you throw it back in your or in your backpack or whatever. OD with his Ags. I mean, why do you guys think it's so good? On Enchantress, it's broken. Like again, guys, it's about the type of damage you're taking. That's it. If you're taking magic damage, is insane. You're not going to die to magic damage. You're just not going to. So watching a clip of somebody not dying to this is like, yeah, that's how the fucking math works, guys. You're taking 5% of the magic damage that you were before you got this item. Yeah, you're not dying. No shit. That's how the math works. Do the math. It's easy. Medusa item 100% of the time. It's actually bad on Medusa. It's not good on Medusa, you guys. It's legitimately not good. You want to know why? Number one, you're already getting Eternal Shroud. But look, this 75 or this 100 damage that they throw at Medusa, You know what happens this 100 damage? It all goes into mana. Except for 2%.
Hooray!
Which means that of 100 damage, you are taking 2 as damage. And of that 2, your 2 will be reduced by 95%. It's actually more than that because it's this plus, but for sake of making this easier. So, yes, for every 100 magic damage that's thrown at you, 2 of it gets reduced to 0.1 by having this item. It is not good on Medusa, for the same reason that Eternal Shroud was bad in the previous patch. Because the magic resistance you're reducing is like such a tiny amount. Yes, if your mana is gone, you will take 0 magic damage, but that's already the case when you had Eternal Shroud. So don't buy that item on Medusa. It's garbage. Literally not good. So yeah, unwavering condition. If they do so much magic damage, if they do a lot of magic damage, yeah, you get unwavering condition. If you're against a Viper, yeah, you get unwavering condition. If you're against a Zeus who's messing you up, if you're against a Queen of Pain, potentially. Those players, if they are good, they will change their items to just kill you with physical. But yeah, in the right conditions, this item is very good. It's very good. But if you know how the equation works, you can just look at this item and be like, oh, 95. I know what that means. You're going to take 0 damage against magic, basically. All right, Ex Machina is out and Fallen Sky is out. Ex Machina, mega busted. You could refresh BKBs on a 25-second cooldown. It was a lot of mana, but it was also a shitload of armor, so this item was just broken in a lot of games. And Fallen Sky, just kind of like not as good as it used to be. It was cool before because you didn't want to buy a Blink Dagger ultra late game because it took up a whole item slot, but now that you can upgrade your Blink Daggers, which most people do that buy Blink Daggers, Fallen Sky is just not needed anymore. You're like, I don't need a Fallen Sky because I've got an upgraded Blink already. So it'd just be like, oh, I have 2 Blink Daggers now, which didn't feel good. So I think it just makes sense for them to remove it. Makes sense. Cycle them out, give them, get these options. I think that's cool. All right, now we can begin talking about heroes. We're about 3.5 hours in. Abaddon, base armor increased by 1. And Curse of Avernus now deals damage per second to the target when it procs for the duration of the curse. And the duration is 5 seconds, so we're talking a lot of damage. Level 1, that means 150 damage. Level 4, that means 300 damage. Is that right? 60, 120, 180, 240. Yeah, 300 damage at level 4. And the damage interval is every half second. Damage to buildings is reduced by 70%. So you can't just like shred buildings with it. But you can still probably kill buildings pretty decent with it. So yeah, Curse of Avernus is more damage when you... It actually just builds. It just does damage. And then 10 talent replaced with Aphotic Shield provides 15 HP regen. Oh, that's really cool. I actually went right over that one. How long does it last for? 15 seconds. So that 10 talent would provide you... what's 15 times 15? I feel like there should be like an easy math way to do this, but I don't know it. If it was 150 times 10, it's 150. So the fact that it's 15 means it's 225, which is half of 150. So if you do a full aphotic shield on somebody, it's a 225 HP heal, which is cool. It's like another way to keep you alive. Obviously, you don't have strength talent anymore, so your right click is weaker and your right HP is weaker. But considering you're aphotic shielding yourself or others, I don't think this is bad. Curse of Avernus movement slow isn't terrible either, but it's only once it procs. So that talent to the right is just kind of bad. Is this shit still broken? This is still broken. God, I wish it would not go down every time I left the window. Alchemist Acid Spray mana cost decreased. Corrosive Weaponry duration is up. Not really that changed. Maybe there's some item changes for Alch, but they seem pretty straightforward. Again, Butterfly is probably really good on this hero because your attack speed is really high because of your BAT being lower, but yeah. Ancient Apparition, Ice Vortex duration replaced with plus 5 second Ice Blast Frostbite duration. I like this talent change a lot. The Ice Vortex duration one was the better one, arguably. I never got the Chilling Touch damage talent, basically. But making your ulti Frostbite duration last longer is just good because that's one of the values of AA is just being able to kill one guy with Ice Blast. So I like that. Anti-Mage, level 15 talent max mana burn increased up to 1%. That's a huge percentage difference.
Magic is an abomination.
The max mana burn per hit is 4% at level 1, so that extra 1% would put you up to 5. So it's quite good. And then Mana Void damage multiplier talent increased up to 0.2, so it's even better. What's the original one? It's 1.1 damage per missing mana, and this would give you an extra 0.2. So it'd be 1.3 damage per mana missing. And the other one is blink cast range. So do you want more damage? I don't know. I don't play this hero. Arc Warden, level 15 talent, magnetic field, attack speed, and bonus damage decreased. So they nerfed that talent because that one is very popular apparently. And the Tempest double duration increased is reduced, so you can't get as much out of Tempest double. The other one's no damage penalty distance for Tempest double. I haven't played this hero in forever. Axe base armor increased by 1. Bonus armor decreased from 25 to scale up to 25, so it's worse early, but your laning stage should be better, basically. Which is, and frankly, you just do more damage now because of Battle Hunger. Does damage based on your armor, so you do 1 more damage from Battle Hunger now, which translates to 12 more damage over the course of it.
Punchy.
I wonder if Slack should buy Orb of Corrosion on Axe. It just seems kind of good. You get 3 armor. That's 36 more Battle Hunger damage. It doesn't lower armor anymore, which means you don't... But you do more damage, and you have more armor, and you have attack speed. It seems kind of good. The attack speed on Axe is bad, though. You legit don't need attack speed, because you're mostly doing damage from, like, counter helix. So I don't know. It's kind of goofy. You probably should not buy Orb of Corrosion on Axe. But it sounds like a fun way to just, like, turn Axe into, like, a lane killer. To take Axe from, like, I'm an AoE guy farming into, like, I'm winning my lane, and now I'm crushing you. And you can't do anything about it. I could see that becoming viable. Even if you did something like maxed Battle Hunger, or got more points of Battle Hunger than just spin, I could see that becoming viable as a laner thing if you just, like, really win your lane. Culling Blade temporarily boosts on kill, no longer provides attack speed, but it does give you armor now, 20 to 30 armor temporarily. So if you get a chop off in a fight, really good for your team. The radius is 900, so pretty good chance you catch lots of people. And frankly, this makes sense. Like, who cares about attack speed on Axe or other teammates? So if you get a chop, that's 6 seconds of 20 armor, which means your Battle Hunger now does more damage again. So I don't know. I could see maybe... I'm going to write this down. Axe off lane, more Battle Hunger / Orb of Corrosion. You do need HP regen on this hero is the only thing, but I think having a Corrosion phase boots type build is possibly viable. Again, you need some regen. Maybe you'd go bracers or something. Ring of Health. I mean, you could still build some, like, Vanguard boring shit, but I like the idea of getting tanky and, like, doing fun things. What about, like, Helm of Iron Will? I mean, you could go Veil for sure. You could go, like, Veil Axe probably. I bet Veil Axe is the thing. Veil Axe, because it gives you armor and health regen and stats, and if you activate it, it amplifies the ulti damage you do, and your spin damage, and your Battle Hunger damage by 10%. So Veil Axe is probably viable. And it's cheaper than Vanguard, or it's about the same price. Same price. The downside is that Vanguard is easier build up, I would say, because you get the Ring of Health at 700 gold, whereas with Veil, you have to save up for like 900 to get the armor and the regen. But if you get away with it, it's 1,000 gold. It's way more expensive. You're going to probably have to buy more regen getting into the Helm, but once you get it, it's just better because you're doing more Battle Hunger damage. So I feel like Veil Axe is legit viable. In which case, the Corrosion feels kind of bad because you're already getting armor from somewhere else. Phase Orb Veil Axe. It sounds fun, but it's got to be garbage. Like versus buying a Blink Dagger or something. It's just not good. But it sounds fun. Definitely sounds fun. Yeah. Bane Brain Sap. More damage early. Mana cost is higher early, but less late. Ag's Shard now also decreases cooldown by 3. Oh, that was what I thought of. So the talent does it by 3, which drops it down to 8. And if you have Shard, it does another 3. So that means 5 second. 5 second Brain Sap AoE. Okay, I think that's viable. Because you're with the 10 talent, you have a 5-second brain sap cooldown. It's doing AoE. It does 300 spell damage or pure damage. Maybe you don't need Battle Hunger, or maybe you don't need the Meteor Hammer build. It's probably still okay because you could buy the Meteor Hammer before 15 minutes. In which case you buy the 15 shard. And yeah, Bloodstone Axe is also a thing, of course. That's the more viable build than all this armor shit that I'm talking about. But I think Veil probably works on Axe, honestly. Yeah, definitely gonna try some Bane Core. And then Nightmare cast range is better at level 1, so it's even easier to cast your combos, which is good. But yeah, 5-second cooldown on Brain Sap. That sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty darn good. Like, actually possible to stay alive here. Especially if you go Veil, actually. Veil Bane has got to be good. Because then you're doing 10% more damage, which should heal you more. So you're doing like 330 AoE pure. Instead of just 300. Sounds kind of fun. Just primary? No, it does lifesteal from the secondaries. It was like 25% from the secondaries. You don't think Veil Bane is good? Meteor is an item. I could see it being good. The reason is because if you're healing if you're doing 300 heal, if you're doing brain sap heals and an AoE every 5 seconds, that's a lot of heal, right? I should pair that with survivability, because then your heal goes farther because you have more armor and magic resistance. And the obvious item is Veil. Armor, HP regen. So you heal more. Secondary targets heal for 30%. So if I'm doing AoE brain saps and getting shitloads of health, like I just should have more survivability, without a doubt. So I don't know, it sounds kind of fun. It's probably goofy, but it could work. That's what I'm doing today. Batrider Flame Break, the slow is better by 5%. The projectile speed is up. Firefly cooldown decreased, so it's a little better. We saw Azure play it one game as a support, and they won that game. And Flaming Lasso adds an AoE indicator for second target, so it's easier to use the Ags. Beastmaster base damage up by 2. Agility gain is up. Boar attack damage talent replaced with Boar and Hawk damage. Okay, cool. Bloodseeker Blood Rage max health damage per second decreased. The Ag Shard damage and lifesteal rescaled for a percentage of their HP to a flat 30 pure damage and heal. So this is probably going to make the Shard better early. Because if somebody has 1000 HP and you have Shard, you're only doing 18 damage and heal. Whereas now it's 30. So if they have 2000 HP, you were doing 36. So basically them having around 1700, 1800 HP is where it goes even. But the fact that Blood Rage just always damages you less just makes this better, I feel like. So, and if you don't buy Shard, you're just better off. It's just a buff to Bloodseeker by a little bit. Blood Right damage type is now magical instead of pure. The numbers are up a little bit, but they're probably a little bit worse, I would guess. Because it being pure was better. 90 pure, 110 magic it's probably about the same. Similar numbers. It is better against creeps, though, by far. So Blood Right is going to be better for killing creeps, if you want to go that way. Because creeps don't have magic resistance. Worse at Flagbearer creeps, but by far better at literally all other creeps. Worse at probably jungling in some cases, because those have magic resistance, but even then it's probably not bad. So these just seem like 2 small buffs to Bloodseeker. Most Bloodseekers don't max Blood Right as well, so this could maybe encourage like offlane Bloodseekers who did max Blood Right, because you could jungle and creep way faster with it, but we'll see. And 10 talent Spell Amp talent is buffed, and Blood Right talent is buffed to compensate for the magic versus pure. So, I don't know, Bloodseeker 3 could be viable again. 10% Spell Amp from Blood Rage. What does it do? 30, so it'd be 40% Spell Amp plus times 320. It's kind of a lot of damage. Let me pull open the calculator quick. So, 320 damage times 1.4. So, level 4 Blood Rage is 448 magic damage. And if we add 120 to it instead, it's 420 times 1.4. So 588 magic damage. So if you are 15 Bloodseeker, it's like a Finger of Death with Blood Rage on. It's pretty good. 588. This was viable in the past with like Atos. You'd go like Atos Bloodseeker. I don't know if it's viable right now, but just an idea. You could probably, it's more viable than it used to be recently. Bounty Hunter got 2 changes that were kind of big. Half track bonus speed got removed, and now it's plus 45 track gold. So this should give more gold to your allies and yourself at 15. And then the 25 talent, the track gold talent replaced with no cooldown Janata. I watched OD Pixel play this. He bought Midas Battle Fury, and they were very far ahead, so it wasn't like why they won. But it was kind of wild watching him steal like 400 gold from somebody before killing them. Like, he was draining them of their gold. They were going down to 0 gold, and he couldn't steal any more gold. There was an Abaddon, among other heroes. So it was kind of wild to watch him do like a 1,000 gold swing from 1 kill from somebody that's losing. But you do have to hit 25 first to get there. And outside of like fucking around in fun games, I just don't really see it happening personally. So, Primal Split, Earth's Bruling Demolish bonus building damage is decreased. It was too good for sure. And then level 20 talent attack speed increase. That's the one people never get, because right click brew is not really, like, people do right click sometimes, but nobody goes just right click items. They always go a hybrid like Radiance, something that works when you split basically. Bristleback, Ags Shard stack limit decrease for Nasal Goo, down by 1, and the Scepter cooldown is increased again, so more nerfs to Bristle. And the 10-20 talent, the 10-20 damage talent is replaced with 25 attack speed, which actually is just better. The talent's way better. Attack speed on Bristle versus damage is better. You already get a lot of damage from your ulti, so 25 attack speed is fantastic. So this is a buff. Like, it's actually just a big, I would say this is a moderate buff to the hero. A lot of people get mana regen, but yeah, attack speed plus all the damage you get from Warcry. Like, his right click is actually, they're basically buffing his right click playstyle and nerfing his Ags one again. All right, we got ads coming, so I'm going to press the add button. And then I'm going to go run upstairs and pee quick. So I will be right back. Thanks for watching. Doggy is back. Okay. Where are we at? Bristleback. Centaur Warrunner. Hoof Stomp damage is decreased. The hero is pretty decent in the last patch, so a little bit weaker early, but same later. And then Double Edge Strength damage talent nerfed very slightly. Chaos Knight nerfed again. His lifesteal again is going to be nerfed. 24% at level 1. So it should be even easier to outlane the hero. Chen Penitence damage. Let me think about Chaos Knight damage items. I feel like his items basically just didn't change at all. Almost all the items are for like weird, goofy heroes and playstyles that I like. So I'm pretty into this patch, but your typical Chaos Knight hero is probably upset. Although Silver Edge is better on the hero, I would argue, because you don't overlap on the crits like you did before. Chen got a buff. Penitence attack range bonus is now applied to all ranged units under Chen's control, which means Self attack range bonus. Is that just so that ranged units get the benefit instead of just melee ones or something? Or it's just a straight up buff. Anyways, just a straight up buff. Attack range for all your ranged units. Holy Persuasion can only be used to teleport controlled units to Chen, which is fine. And they rework Divine Favor. You can passively provides health regen, but it doesn't give armor anymore. But you can cast it on one hero to provide them with 12 to 24 armor and increase any healing they've received by 20%. So it amplifies healing to that guy and gives you up to 24 armor. So straight up buff. The duration is 6 seconds. And if you cast on yourself to give yourself armor, your units teleport to you. Now, if the controlled unit takes damage from an enemy hero, they still get canceled. Anyways, the reality is that the cooldown is 20 to 14 seconds. The duration is 6. So for 6 seconds, you can give one of your allies 24 frickin' armor. If you pair this with a Solar Crest, you're giving one of your allies 31 armor and a 400 HP barrier, and you amplify any of the healing they get by 20%. It is so good. I think Team Liquid used it in one of their games. Was it Team Liquid or was it somebody else? But they played Chen, and they were playing against an Ursa, and the Ursa just literally could not kill them because they gave him like 30 armor and 20% extra heal. It's hella good. Finally worth picking an 80. That's true. It was a pretty garbage ability before, but it actually has some purpose now. The fact that you can give yourself a lot of armor temporarily. It's still not incredibly good in AD, but as like a support item or a support spell, it's definitely way better because you can actually just like help keep one guy alive. I'm petting my dog right now. And then Hand of God initial heal is nerfed at all levels to compensate for this buff. Chen was the most banned hero, I think, of the tournament, and it got buffed like partway through the tournament. It was kind of surprising. Klink's agility gain is increased. Mana cost or barrage, that's his Ags, I believe. Or his shard, I don't remember which. I think it's a shard. Mana cost got decreased, cooldown decreased. Make Klink's core a little bit better. Talent Death Pact bonus health is increased. That's the 21. And then strafe cooldown reduction at 25 is buffed, so strafe is better. All right. Strength gain for clockwork. Overclocking no longer self-stuns. Instead, it slows his movement and attack speed by 100%. I think that's a great change. So it's not as catastrophic to overclock. I think I would want to buy this item all the time now. I probably should have bought it before, but it's definitely better because now there's just not a lot of downside. Duration's 13 seconds. Cooldown's 50. Like, the fact that you're not stunned is great. That means you can turn in Force Staff. You can cast Cogs to protect yourself. If people are about to go on you, you can still hookshot somebody. It's just not bad to use anymore. You can just turn this shit on and, like, go in. Go fight. And then what? You get stunned for 3 seconds? Who cares? Or pseudo-stunned? I just don't care. I just don't care. This looks good. Get in there with that AoE Cogs now. Yeah, it just seems better. Clock support, more viable maybe. Veil Clockwork, guys. Is that the thing? Veil on Clockwork. Pairs high strength with the armor that he deserves while amplifying your own damage. Crystal Maiden Arcane Aura self-mana regen multiplier increase, so you get even more mana from your aura. And then Crystal Clone can be destroyed by our own spells. The radius is increased. And her 15 talent is buffed for Nova cooldown reduction. That's the one I often get. Sometimes. And then her Nova damage talent at 25 is buffed. So you might say, Crystal Maiden, not very buffed. No, the reality is that she was close to strong before. But she wasn't quite there. There was just better heroes. There was also the heart meta where everyone just had so much fucking HP that CM didn't do that much to those heroes, and she felt a little bit too squishy. They would kind of run at her, and she wouldn't be able to defend herself because she doesn't have good jump or escape. But now, because those ultra high HP armor heroes are nerfed, she's better, and Solar Crest is god tier on Crystal Maiden. So Crystal Maiden's one of the best supports of the patch. Because and the Solar Crest is so perfect on her too, because it increases her raw mana pool, which is where she has trouble. She has lots of mana regen, but her raw mana pool is not good in medium length fights. You sometimes have trouble casting all of your spells and ulting. So the fact that Solar Crest solves all of her mana problems, it gives her armor and stats, it gives her HP, and she can use the barrier on herself to increase her HP more, is just like very strong. So CM is really good right now. She sets tempo really good, and then you use the Solar Crest to like keep setting more and more tempo. So CM is a good picker if you are good at her. And yeah, she has a 250 HP talent at 10. So She has like a wild amount of HP when she finishes Solar Crest and hits level 10. Who's a better 3 or 4? Are you talking about Clockwork? Clockwork's a better support for sure, but I would argue that this overclocking change would make him a better core, especially with the strength gain going up. You could probably play him as 3, but it's not viable compared to other heroes because he just doesn't quite farm as fast. Battery Assault you can farm with, but the fact that you have to use Battery Assault to farm every time loses you out on the ability to gank with it, kind of. So he's just used for vision in TI. Oh God, I don't even remember. But yeah, he's probably more viable as a core than he used to be, but he's probably still not good as a core. Perfect support. He's just like one of those heroes who inherently is like so good at support that they have to nerf him in a bunch of ways that make him not good enough as a core. That's kind of how it works. Because the fact that you can instant initiate and stun somebody for like 2 seconds and then sometimes escape plus give vision, it's just like he's so good at solo killing that if they make him better at farming, he'd be better at solo killing. It's kind of basically it. Overclocking and Rocket Flare was very spammable. Yeah, those were that was a pretty good aspect of him. Okay, Darkseer. Iron Chill mana cost is down, so it's easier to get levels. And then Wall of Replica does damage when you spawn an illusion now, which is good. So, little buffs to Darkseer. Dark Willow, Shadow Realm duration until max damage is decreased. So you can do max damage faster with Shadow Realm, which is kind of just good at all levels. So that's a buff. But her 20 talent, the duration was nerfed, so it's a little bit harder. Like, Ag spam is still very common on this hero, but it wasn't like the best support. Betboom used Dark Willow a lot, but other teams kind of ignored the hero. And the Curse Crown stun duration talent is buffed too. So half second extra for Curse Crown, which is a 2.4 second stun. So yeah, that's a 2.5 second stun with that talent. It's pretty good. It's like a really good stun actually. I'll say the shard and the talent are still quite good on the hero, but they're definitely not very commonly picked. But yeah, 2.9 second AoE stun with Bloodstone. Oh, I'm buying fucking Bloodstone on this hero, actually. Stun radius is 360. If you buy Bloodstone on this hero and get that stun duration up, is there a AoE talent? Is it the 15 one? Yeah.
Prepare for battle.
We're going on a little field trip, Top. Let's get moving. The ley line's called to me. This place was boring anyway. I'm going. You're on borrowed time. I don't think so.
To hell and back.
It's a big AoE.
Your shenanigans?
It's a big AoE. I mean, there's no way that you buy Bloodstone on this hero, but it is funny.
Moving.
It's definitely funny.
You're gonna love this. I have you right where I want you.
Oh. I was like, where are the brambles?
Let's see. You should have ran. You're on the clock, love.
Brambles, same spot. But yeah, the AoE is gigantic.
Let's go, Jix.
I don't know, those talents are pretty good, but I get that Dark Willow is better if you skill her other things. It makes me a little sad though, because I did used to like the Shard Octarine build. I thought it was very fun. You could do Aether Lens into E-Blade, I suppose, on the hero, which isn't the worst. It gives you like 2 survives, but it could work. It genuinely could work, like Bedlam with E-Blade. It's kind of a cool idea. All right, Dawnbreaker, Fire Trail duration increased for Celestial Hammer, so this means you do an extra like 75 damage with Celestial Hammer, so you should be able to kill creeps a little bit better, but it's kind of a weird buff, just something to change her a little. Dazzle Poison Touch now allows affected heroes to be denied if they fall below 25% health, so this will suck for Dazzles in the laning stage in a big way. I actually hate this change. I actually really hate this change, Because what I want for Dazzle is I want Dazzle to be viable as more than just a core. And Dazzle's only been viable as a core for kind of years, is what it feels like. They did nerf Bad Juju to no longer affect item cooldowns, which is necessary for core Dazzle. But it definitely still hurts Dazzle support, unfortunately. And the health cost increase per cast is decreased, so it doesn't hurt you as much. But the fact that, like, laning stage, someone can just deny the guy that you poison touch is, I find, annoying. So yeah, this is just straight up Dazzle is worse. I would say it's less bad for supports, but this is one of those nerfs that's going to come and then you're going to be like, well, it needed to happen, but the hero's going to be bad for now. Like, the hero's just going to be worse for now. So now the hero's just like, I don't know, just not good. Until it will be buffed for support. So yeah, this is going to remove the cheesy playstyle that we were seeing, but it was needed, unfortunately. So I don't know, what's the whole purpose of this? Just you press Bad Juju just to poison touch more? Like, who gives a shit? I don't know, this is like a catastrophic nerf, I feel like. Ags is still good, I agree with that, but it wasn't just Ags that made the hero good, you know. But you are right that, like, people were basically just going Ags rush and then using the Ags to farm and get shit done. Like, you're not wrong. But the fact that you can't also abuse other items is unfortunate, I guess. But like, pro Dazzles would sometimes go Midas, but the good ones would usually not. They would just up tempo so much with the Ags rush that it got a lot of stuff done. And then they would go the other cheesy stuff like Blink and stuff, but I can't help but think this is just necessary. But yeah, Ags is still good. But maybe you'd have to go more of like a right-click playstyle now. Rather than abusing your other items, you just have to get items that apply on attack, like Deso and Orb of Corrosion and Scotty and stuff. That way, when you are doing your heal often and Grave often, that you are actually like applying more benefit rather than relying on your items to do it. So you can still probably permagrave, yes. So you can still cast your abilities often, but it's not so much about abusing items, which has been a lot of the reason Dazzle's been good for a long time. Death Prophet Silence now also slows enemies by 10 to 25%, which is a nice little addition for free. The 20 talent Crypt Swarm must slow is replaced with plus 15% silence move speed, so it's up to 40% slow for 6 seconds, which is really good. And slows are something that Death Prophet has been lacking a lot. It's hard to force people to stay near you. Lately, you used to be able to use Spirit Siphon to do it, but they removed the slow on that. So now it's just kind of like a little hard to keep people near you, but this will be a nice addition. Ags is one way to do it, because you're getting little ghost slowies every spell that you cast, but yeah. I don't know if anyone's going to grab the silence movement speed slow over more Spirit Siphon damage or heal. I did try this slow one time, and it kind of felt like a mistake. I kind of felt like I should have just bought an Ags instead. Because the slow is not really that good. It's 50% slow for 1 second. Yeah, it's not that great, you know. Disruptor, Thunderstrike, the Ag Shard, one of the worst ones in the game. The dormant duration increased from 5 to 7. So that's your Thunderstrike sitting dormantly before it catches somebody. It's so bad. I don't know why you'd want to do that. If it's not like 20 seconds, I just don't know why you'd want to do this. Static Storm Radius. I mean, I guess you could put it in the trees somewhere and someone could walk into it when you're chasing them or something, but I just don't think it's good. What is it? Is that all it does?
War is an equation. Death.
Your cast strike range goes up. So the cast range on it goes up, doubles. It can ground target. That's it. And it does 6 strikes instead of 4. So you're getting 2 more strikes, which is good. Like, you could probably justify this as like core disruptor, maybe. I'm gonna write it down. Mid disruptor. It's probably bad though, because if you max Thunderstrike, it's 115 times 4, which is like good, but it ain't great. Veil disruptor, guys. It's just not that great. I mean, I guess if you max like Thunderstrike Glimpse as like a mid, you could do a lot of damage faster, but this hero's been pretty... It's always been a support. It's never been a core. Plus 10 Thunderstrike damage per strike. How much does that do? All right, let's do the spreadsheet really quick. Sorry, guys. So it's doing 115. I think it's like this. This would be level 4, so it does 520 damage. God, that's not great. Is that really it? Plus 10 Thunderstrike damage per strike. Is that really it? Unless it's wrong and it's like... Alright, let me demo it. It might do 10 more, but those numbers are not encouraging.
The Stormcrafter comes.
Alright, dummy target. How much damage does it do at the start? God, I can't fucking see it there. Need to put it here so I can read.
Fleet of foot.
Okay, 86.25.
That way. Beware the
Oh my
clouds.
god, it does the same damage at level 1. So that means the spreadsheet is correct. That talent increases your Thunderstrike damage with level 4 Thunderstrike by 60 damage. 60
Oh.
damage. It's a plus 60 damage Thunderstrike talent. It is so bad. So bad. Why would you ever get this?
Faster.
Why would you get this? Alright, let's calculate what it's going to be if you have the shard, which increases your strikes up to 6. So 840. So if you have shard, it's increasing your damage by... Is that 150? 150 damage. God, this talent is so bad. So if you have the shard, it's giving you 150. I mean, this is a lot. Like, 840 damage is a lot for a 9-second cooldown ability. But, like, why is it so terrible? Why can't that talent be good? This would make core disruptors so much more viable. Like, I'm, like, playing a mid disruptor, and I feel the need to, like... I mean, it's damage, and the other one's connect field cooldown. I mean, that talent's amazing. You're lowering your connect field cooldown to like 8 seconds all the time. It's wild. But
Rampant.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's doable, but I'll try it, but it can't be good. If I'm playing mid disruptor, by the way, I could see Veil being good. Veil good on all heroes, but you have bad armor, so it's probably kind of good. You could go like Veil plus, I don't know, Witchblade's probably okay, but it's probably not enough HP. That's why I think armor is better, or why the Veil would be better. I could see like Veil Witch Doctor or Veil Disruptor plus something else, utility items or something. I don't think Kaya Sanj would be good. I don't know. I'd have to Phylactery. It's not terrible. It's kind of bad though. You'd get 2 different ways to proc it between the nuke and the glimpse, but it's probably not that good. You're legitimately probably better buying something else. But yeah, I mean, you could probably play a lot of int heroes mid and get Solar Crest, actually. There's probably a lot of mid heroes that this would be justifiable on. Just rush this shit on every mid support that shouldn't be playing mid. Just Solar Crest. HP, armor, movement speed, attack speed. Solves like all of their problems. Factually good. Anyways, I would not buy Conda. There's no way. You'd probably want something more active. Even like an Orchid or something is genuinely probably better on a lot of these mid heroes we're talking about. It doesn't give you survivability is maybe one reason why they wouldn't work, but that's why Veil is kind of good. Survivability. Something like Witchblade could work, but yeah, I don't know. E-Blade's kind of a cool idea, actually, because that could protect you against them while killing them. But yeah, Aether Lens as a mid hero doesn't feel too good for a disruptor because you can protect yourself for too long. So yeah, I don't know. Anyways, probably easy nukes. Anyways, I'll move on. Static Storm radius is increased, which is good. Max Glimpse damage talent buffed. Slow strike duration is up 2. That one could be kind of good, because that would be a 0.9 second slow every 2 seconds, and it's a lot of slow. I could see that talent being good. Kinetic field duration is kind of busted too, but maybe it works. Ulti AoE with 25 talent Bloodstone is insane AoE. I believe that for sure. Radius is 550 plus 200. You don't need Bloodstone. The 25 talent already does enough, because as the numbers get bigger, it's not really giving you that much. You're going from 750 to like 825, like it's already a gigantic circle. I would prefer Glimpse cooldown if I was playing a lot of cases, I think. But yeah, I don't really know how to make the Glimpse. I don't know. I'll try later. It's probably garbage to play Disruptor mid, but I'll try it. Dang it. Doom. Base movement speed's up. Devour neutral abilities level up automatically, which is great. Infernal Blade buffed very slightly. Doom is no longer deniable. And then Infernal Blade max HP as damage increased a little bit. These are very small buffs. I mean, you could hypothetically justify Infernal Blade more early now. Doom not being deniable is good. This leveling up automatically is fine, but not that big of a deal. Base movement speed is fine. These are like pretty small buffs, but not a big deal. Dragonite Breathe Fire. I love this change. Applies the corresponding Corrosive Breath and Frost Breath debuffs from his current level of Elder Dragon form, even in human form. So that's cool. You don't have to attack and breathe on them, or if you're in melee mode, you can just breathe. So basically, once you hit level 6, this just does like 100 more magic damage. So that's really cool. Big fan of this change. A little quality of life cool stuff. Drow Ranger Gust now reveals invisible units, which is cool. Only lasts for 3 to 6 seconds, but still. Glacier does not interrupt multi-shot on cast. Before you'd multi-shot and you'd have to cast Glacier in the middle. You'd stop your multi-shot, which is not good. Which is a lot of the times what happens, because you're multi-shotting and then they run at you and you're like, oh fuck, that's bad. So you have to Glacier, hypothetically. I don't play this shit. And then that feels bad. So nice quality of life changes. Gust reveals invisible units replaced with 20% lifesteal. So that's a cool talent at 15. Just free lifesteal. It'll make fighting to the death easier on her, but multi-shot cooldown talent is way better. I'm sure everybody gets that one. 20% lifesteal is actually appealing though, because that would really help offset like some blade mail type stuff. Keep you on the map longer. You never have to go back to heal basically with 20% lifesteal. It probably again works less on creeps than it does heroes, but still 20 lifesteal is good on the hero. Still difficult to fight to the death on a lot of cases because people get in melee range of you, but if you have a Hurricane Pike and a Glacier or something, you should have more tools for that. Echo Slam getting 5 more damage. This is basically nothing because this is the initial damage. Wait. Oh no, that's echo damage. My bad. Initial damage is the initial damage. Echo damage is the damage that bounces between units. So this means it does a little bit more damage when there's lots of units nearby, and the mana cost is rescaled to be a little bit better late game. So sure. ET, Earth Splitter, max HP's damage increased by a tiny amount early. It's fine. Ember Spirit got some buffs. Unit count from Searing Chains is up to 3 instead of 2. And the Sleight of Fist damage is upped a little bit later. And this is because of Orb of Corrosion change. Flame Guard radius increased from 450 to 500. So a little bit more damage from Flame Guard. The reason they buffed Sleight of Fist is because Orb of Corrosion, you'd buy an Ember Spirit because you could apply it to every hero. And it would lower their armor, which would mean that the Sleight of Fist physical damage would be higher. So now that you can't lower their armor with Orb of Corrosion, people will probably just buy Blightstone, which is -2 armor. They'll probably still buy the Blightstone. Maybe they'll buy Orb of Corrosion, but it's probably not that worth it, right? You could apply it to every hero, which would reduce their healing, which is good. And it still slows them, but yeah, it's not as good. But still 3 armor on this hero, 25 attack speed. It's okay. You don't really buy that much attack speed on the hero, though, because you get away with using like Sleight of Fist, so factually a nerf to the hero with the Orb of Corrosion change. But it's not like you really went that much like right-click Daedalus Deso type shit anyways, so I don't know. People will still go Maelstrom probably, and they'll still farm creeps. It's just there won't be Orb of Corrosion annoyance. So there won't be as much case where like Ember will like hit you and take away 40% of your HP. It's going to be like 30 or 35 instead. That's it. And his itemization will be less efficient because it'll just be a Blightstone in his inventory that he'll sell earlier than he would have sold an Orb of Corrosion. So, slight difference. Enchantress enchant now deals damage per second when used on enemy heroes, so that's a buff to the hero, and it no longer gives armored enchant creeps. I think this is actually a really nice change to the hero, actually. Some people were... it was just a Reddit thread I read that was talking about, oh, every ability does so many small things. But the problem is that the reason Enchantress is broken in pro level games is because of this skill enchant. Because you're controlling creeps that became very strong that you would use to gank and push towers, basically. So if these creeps no longer get armor, it's a huge deal. It means the creeps that you're taking are going to die easier. You can't just like tank like 9 armor on a creep or even 6 armor on a creep is wild when the creep has like 1,100 HP. It's so much tank. Like you just need like 1 lane creep and this enchanter creep and you and like 3 heroes can just beat on the tower and nothing can stop it, right? If it's a lane creep, you can pull it from the tower and then eventually the tower will attack the heroes. But if Enchantress is controlling this creep with 1,000 HP and 6 armor, which is not that hard, you just need level 5 Enchantress, then the towers die easier. So the fact that enchant is better at killing heroes is fine because it still lasts for what, 5 seconds or something? Yeah, 5 seconds. So at level 4 it's doing 250 damage, which is not that much. At level 3 it's doing 200 damage. So it actually increases her gank success rate, but it makes her worse at killing buildings, which is kind of how she was broken. It's that you'd gank and kill buildings. So a good, and you can't just like nerf things like giving her creeps armor without making the hero completely useless to pub players. And most pub players don't play Enchantress, but like they need to give her something to make her not just look like the most boring hero ever invented, you know? And this is one way to do it. And then the magic resistance talent is replaced with enchanted creep armor. So if later stages of the game you want your creeps to be valuable, you can do that. And frankly, the 10 talents kind of sucked anyways. Movement speed during nature's attendance versus creep armor. Most pros will do creep armor, I think, because you could use it to push waves and stuff. But movement speed during your heal isn't bad either. Enigma demonic summoning. The health of the Eidolons is increased by 4% of his current health. This is a nice change, and they also preserve their commanded attack target when they split. That's when there are 3 of them attacking a guy, and once they split, they just start auto-attacking whoever. Now they're going to stay on the same person. So killing people with demonic summoning is going to be easier. The Eidolons are also going to scale up in HP based on how tanky Enigma is, so the Eidolons will actually be viable in late game. I could see some AC type build being viable. AC Vlad's transition. So I could definitely see the hero becoming more of a summons-based hero with Helm of the Dominator and Auras, like legitimately is possible. Let's see, what's your HP? If you have 1,000 HP, that means they have 40 more health. If you have 2,000 HP, they have 80 more health. So it's not like a lot, but their HP was not that high before. It's up to 240. So giving them, and they have really high magic resistance at 60%. So giving them an extra 80 HP is pretty solid. It's going to make them definitely more viable. They'll still like jungle totally fine, but it's more about like how easily they die to like heroes getting remotely close to them. The Eidolons usually just get shredded. They'll still die really easy to like Gyrocopter or Battle Fury heroes, but against other heroes they'll be more viable. So Drum Enigma is probably really good. If you go like level 7 Enigma with a Drum and Malefice, you probably just murder supports, because the Eidolons are just easy to play now. You just right click them, hit them with the Malefice, Black Hole, pop the Drum to increase their attack speed. Like, it's probably legitimately good. So yeah, that'll be worth trying. Midnight Pulse now deals base damage as well for some reason, and the percentage is a little bit less, probably just to like make it feel better early versus late. But yeah, and then the radius is decreased a little bit to compensate. That's fine. Seems fine. 4% of current health is damage. Still a good ability. If I was laning Enigma, I would probably still go like 240, I think. Because if your Eidolons are stronger, it probably feels better. I gotta play this hero for sure. I haven't played him in forever. Faces Void strength gain increased a little bit, and time dilation damage is up, and the other time dilation talent is up. These are the ones that nobody ever gets. But happy for October. Damage is 13 per cooldown. So if you get the 10 talent, it's 20 damage per second per cooldown. So if you have like 3 abilities on cooldown, it's doing 20 damage per second for up to 11 seconds. So it's like, it's a lot of damage potentially. I mean, you could do like 600 damage with time dilation for full duration if they're on cooldown. But it's the difference of like 39 damage per second or 60 damage. It's not like a huge increase, but it is better. And then the slow per cooldown is 10 to 22. So pretty big slow difference. The slow one seems good, honestly. What's the other talent? 50 time lock damage? Like, it's damage, but like being able to slow somebody by like a difference of 30% to 64, 66, that's a huge difference. And I think it's attack speed too. I might be wrong, but if it's attack speed too, it doesn't seem bad. People are going to Manta and BKB, I guess, so maybe that's why it's not very good. But 50 time lock damage, it's just okay. Alright, Grimstroke. Inkswell, Ag Shard damage and heal bonus is decreased. So heals less, but still very good. Soulbind is worse late game by a little bit. Inkswell talent is nerfed because the skill is too good. So the max cooldown would be 14 right now instead of 13. And then Inkswell movement speed bonus decreased a bit. Stroke of Fate damage increased for the 25 talent buffed. So basically the hero is pretty much equally as good. The only nerf that's like really significant probably is the 10 talent. Because almost everybody gets that 10 talent, the Inkswell cooldown one. The Inkswell movement speed decrease one looks a little bit weaker, only being plus 12. But like this hero's too focused around Inkswell, so by all means nerf the shit out of it, as far as I'm concerned. Because I want the other aspects of the hero to be good, kind of. But Grimstroke, I suppose, with the new E-Blade is in some ways better, I would say. I think Grimstroke E-Blade sounds really good, actually. Because you'll just, you could probably rush E-Blade on this hero mid very easily now. Aether Lens, I would say, is better than Kaya early game on Grim. And E-Blading is still fantastic, so I think E-Blade Grim is probably really good. Especially if you go this 10 talent, the Phantom's Embrace DPS one. It's like really, really good. I think mid Grim has got to be better with this. I think that's the one hero that E-Blade changes better on. Because the E-Blade isn't necessarily about the spell increase. It's about the spell increase and the fact that they can't hit the Phantom's Embrace. So I think if you're level 10 with an E-Blade on Grim, and you're hitting people with like 2 level 4 Phantoms, which are doing 105 damage per second, and rend for 360 at the end, that just seems good to myself. So that shit probably owns. I'm gonna try E-Blade Grimstroke mid. That's got to be better. And the fact that you just have an Aether Lens now and you don't have to buy it, it just seems good. You're gonna have mana problems, I suppose, because you don't have a Kaya, but the hero's got a huge mana pool. It's probably not that bad. You could just get away with like having an Arcane Boots and you're more than fine and covered on mana. Although if you have Arcane, you don't have BOTs, but I don't know. And you can't do Arcane Dissemble into Aether Lens, but maybe just Null Talismans. I'm not sure. You can use Phantom twice in a row if they don't kill it also. Yes, you can. Gyrocopter cooldown is reworked. You probably saw this at the tournament, but shoots 3 missiles in a vector targeted direction. It's not easy to hit multiples on the same guy. They have to usually run in that direction, but it can work. And each one slows 50% movement speed for 4 seconds, does 250 damage. It's not great damage. A little bit harder to do damage to one guy, but if somebody's running in a direction, it's better. So delay between strikes increased, radius is decreased, mana cost is increased. So in some ways better. It's better if people are running around. So it's better for gyro support. I think it's worse for gyro carry probably. But basically if people are running away from you, it's better. If they're fighting you to the death, it's worse. And then they changed the 25 talent, minus 30-second cooldown, and global range. So you could global range it, which is cool. You could use it to push creep waves. Hoodwink Acorn Shaw bonus damage is up. Bushwhack damage is up. Good for Hoodwink. Invoker base damage up by decreased by 1. Woo! And his strength gain increased. So barely worse. Still good. People still played him. Out Tether does damage per second on enemies caught in the tether. So it's not a lot of damage, but it's damage. So you could use it to farm or kill heroes. IO Helm of the Dominator, guys. Is this the move? Max Tether. Stand on creeps. Might be viable. It's probably not good though. I mean, the spirit stuff. What's the slow? The slow is 45. So if you get that 10 talent, you're talking about, it's a lot of slow, like 60. I could see some like IO helm being viable now that it does damage. If it's doing 40 damage per second, you could have some creep, basically try to stand on the enemy side, on the enemy all the time. And then you get to control it, and then you better get to guarantee the damage per second. And that's doing damage while you're jungling. So if you like max tether or something, you'd probably have to max spirits first. And maybe you still get overcharge. But you don't need a lot of overcharge. Overcharge is pretty good at level 1. You get over half the healing at level 1 overcharge. And you get over half the spell amp. And you get about the fourth of the attack speed. But I feel like getting but you mostly want this, I feel like, for the heal. So I feel like if you had like 1 overcharge with spirits first and then tether maxed out, you could actually jungle decently fast. Helm, Ags, Manta. Yeah, the Ags still does the spawn. They also get slow. And then spirits hero damage is the 15 talent. So they go from 90 to plus 55. It's still probably bad, but it'd be kind of fun to try maybe. I haven't played IO. IO core. So this here is universal, right? Yeah. So upgrading your Ags or your helm would be even better because it gives you all stats now. So I could see it maybe being viable as a 3 or something, and then buy like the wand upgrade or something. I don't know. There's probably some shit you could buy. I think it's pretty clear. I'm just not playing enough heroes lately. I keep like getting into games and I kind of pick comfort heroes instead of like trying new stuff, and I need to play more other weird things. Like I used to play Enigma pretty regularly, but I haven't touched him in forever now. We just did a whole patch where Dazzle was OP and I'm playing one time, you know, because it felt dirty. But yeah, it's okay. Jakiro Dual Breath, start radius decreased and the end radius is unchanged. So basically if heroes are running at you, it's harder to dual breath both of them. So that's a little bit of a nerf for the hero. But the movement slow is decreased very slightly. Numbers just look better. And the attack slow is slightly worse, but about the same. So it's just dual breath is a little bit worse early, harder to use. And the talent attack range is decreased at 10. So it makes Jakiro Core worse. I guess they just did it because that talent is just better than the other one. The dual breath movement attack speed slow. It's like 10. It's not good. So everyone got that one. Or everyone got the attack range. So you could apply liquid fire. It's still fine though. Alright, Juggernaut, the hero that really got destroyed. Blade Fury damage tick rate rescaled from permanent every 0.2 to his attack rate at current attack speed multiplied by 2. Whatever that means. Basically it does way less damage because early game you don't have that much attack speed. Like an early game like spin, just like level 4 spin just doesn't do that much damage. What I would argue is I would look at this ability and I would be like, hey, this does 35 damage per tick at level 1 and 50 damage per tick at level 4. And I would say, you know what? That sucks. That's what I would say. I'd be like, this ability scales so garbage. You're only increasing the damage by like 30% with 4 skill points. The only benefit to maxing this ability out is that the cooldown goes down massively down to 18 seconds and that the mana cost goes down. But the damage per tick is atrocious. Now, in the late game, now that the scale is based on your attack rate, Blade Fury is probably really good because it's going to scale with your attack speed. So you could use this in the late game and still do a lot of damage. But right now, look at the scaling. It went from 90 to 165. That's a pretty big increase, isn't it? Is it that much worse, though? Let's find out. Let's do some percentages. Was it 90 to 165? And now it's 35.50. So we're going to look at the percentage difference, basically. Equals this minus this. And then equals this. Oops. So you were getting an 83% damage increase before with Blade Fairy by leveling up. Now you're only getting a 42%. So the percentage increase per level is just way worse. The problem before though is that you were basically using Blade Fury to like farm a lot of cases. Blade Fury, creep waves, TP out kind of stuff. Now you are going to be very item dependent. Because Jug has an atrocious win rate, I want to try to make this work, but my assumption is it just does not work is the problem. This cooldown at minimum needs to be heavily buffed early game. At minimum, like this should be, I'm saying like this should be 18 seconds at all levels type shit. That would be one way to make it more of a 1-point wonder to help encourage you to not level it up. But the problem is that if you're putting skill points into other abilities, what else are you putting those points into? Crit? The crit does not scale well either. So this is, they kind of like, this is why his win rate's kind of fucked, because they kind of ruined his everything value in the early game. He just doesn't do much early, and his stats are not that great either. So let's look at the other stuff. Egg Shard rework now increases the radius by 100 and slows their movement speed by 35. That shard's actually pretty good, I would say. The fact that it slows and you're getting radius, that makes them more viable. But as a support, it doesn't work because his damage is based on items. So this doesn't, if this was like a support thing, it would be cool because it would slow. But yeah, this is not good. And then that's the 10 talent, the radius is replaced with Healing Ward radius, which is fine. The 10 talent 5 all stats replaced with Blade Dance crit damage, which is garbage. That's not a good number. And then the Blade Fury DPS replaced with movement speed during Blade Fury. This is hard to salvage, guys. I don't think there's a skill build solution here. Here's this crit chance. 20 to 35%. We got an ad starting. All right, I'm going to run ads. I'm going to do math. That way, if you guys don't want to see maths, that's ads or math or ads. You either get to see math or ads. Enjoy. Uh, 20%, 35 at 190. And that's 25 to 35. %90 damage. Okay. Okay. So basically 90 times 0.2. So this is the damage increase we're getting from the crit. So as you level your crit, this is how much damage you're getting. Level 1 crit gives you 18% damage increase. Great for 1 skill point. Level 2 gives you 22.5, so it's a 4.5% increase in damage. This gives you another 4.5, and this gives you another 4.5. So level 4 Jug crit's really good. It's a 31.5% damage increase. It's a really good number. The problem is that this 10 talent is garbage. Plus 10% Blade Dance crit damage. So that would mean this at 200. This is the difference that this makes. If you get this 10 talent, you are giving yourself a 2% damage increase, a 2.5, a 3, or a 3.5 damage increase percentage. So this talent means 3.5%. And do you know what 5 to all stats did, you guys? 5 to all stats gave you 5 damage and 5 attack speed, and mana pool, and health, which in a lot of cases is more than 2%. For 5 stats to be less than 2%, I mean, you must have had to have, like, if you have 100 damage base and you get 5 stats, that's a 5% damage increase. More than that. It's 5% raw damage increase and it's 5% attack speed. So it's like 5 and 5. It's literally just better. This talent is garbage. It's so bad. The radius on Healing Ward's 400, which means... I mean, the Healing Ward radius talent has just got to be better. Because it's making your radius 550. So it's going to sit way back in the fight healing people. That talent's better, without a doubt. This 10% damage talent's terrible. You're getting a 2% damage increase. And a 2.5, and a 3, and a 3.5. It's not good. 3.5% damage increase? Like, that's such a small amount. Versus, like, having a Healing Ward sitting on the back of the fight. So, I don't know. This is pretty dumpstered. So, if you do play Jug, even looking at the numbers here, like, if I was to, instead of maxing Blade Fury first, max my passive first, it's still only giving me, like, I'm putting 4 skill points in to do 15% more right-click damage. Which is, like, okay, but not good. Not good. Especially because you're not really life-stealing from it. I guess you would need life-steal to make that feel good. He does have 3 Healing Ward talents. Healing Ward cooldown and... yeah, the Healing Ward hits to kill. If you have Blade Dance talents, if you go the Blade Dance crit damage and the Blade Dance lifesteal, it probably feels better. But there's no way you get Blade Fury. Well, I don't know. Let's do some demos. I gotta see how good this spin can be. I know it's terrible early. Here is a starting build Jug.
Prepare for battle.
Very well. As you wish.
I did 288 magic damage.
Swiftly now. Juggernaut!
So I did 60 more magic damage. What's my number? That was 405 magic damage. I mean, it's still like a good AoE.
Agreed.
But it's less than it used to be. 450 at level 7. And it used to do... how much damage? It used to do 165 times 5. So it used to do 825 at level 7, and now it did... what was it? 4... oops, I fucked that up. It's like 550, I think.
Juggernaut!
450. So it does firmly almost half of the damage that it used to, basically.
I go.
Alright, what if I try it with like power treads or something?
To battle.
Not even that much more. Deals damage in an interval equal to 2 times his attack speed. So, yeah, I basically just increased my attack speed by like 35 plus 5, 40. Just gave myself 40 attack speed, which gave me 80 more damage. That makes sense. So the obvious build is a Moon Shard.
Already moving.
Guys, I just bought a 4,000 gold item, and my Blade Fury damage became the same as it was in the last patch. Oh, I did cover it. I'm sorry. Look at this shit. 825 damage. So I bought a 4,000 gold item, and my Blade Fury damage was the same as the last patch, having no item difference.
Yeah.
That is pretty catastrophic. Dummy has magic resistance, so do heroes. Doesn't matter. Oh, are you saying that? Okay.
Onward.
So you're saying the number is not as good, yeah? So I'm probably underestimating a little bit. It's not half.
On it.
But basically, if he's doing 525, my real damage was definitely lower. Maybe it's not the absolute worst. 525 versus the previous.
blade.
But is this number correct?
Battle Fury.
Ticks of 37.
Yeah.
Oh, it just ticks faster? Yeah, it definitely ticks faster with more attack speed. The intervals, okay.
So you say.
So it's definitely less. I don't know if it's the absolute worst. The crit talent does nothing to change his Blade Fury damage because his Blade Fury damage is based on his interval attack speed. Is the problem. The shard also doesn't allow him to attack anymore either. I don't think.
I fight. Coming through.
Yeah.
A fine idea.
The radius is not even that much bigger, but
Very well.
it does slow them or whatever. But so yeah, my assumption is that, I mean, Moonshard on Jug is hypothetically good, right? Because you're gonna be slashing more. It does increase your slashes, but the fact that I don't have much damage is not good. Like, you can't just get a Moonshard on this hero, I don't think. Even though it would be good for Blade Fury, I think you just have to buy traditional items to make everything else good. Again, the damage per tick on Blade Fury is not good. The leveling the skill up is not great, but it does allow you to kill creep waves quickly on an 18-second cooldown. That's the upside. But I just can't help but assume that something like a Maelstrom Mjolnir is just the item on the hero, I feel like. Because if you have... It's pretty... I mean, it's obviously much more gold. But a Mjolnir gives you a lot of attack speed, and it gives you damage. It would also allow you to proc. See? It procs sometimes. So that's one thing. If you buy Mjolnir, you can actually proc the lightning on this hero. You could also activate it on your hero and do this. And, like, put the healing ward down behind, you know? And right-click people. And ideally with the shard, they're slow enough that you can actually do that. And then obviously the attack speed's also good for Omni Slash, where you have a pretty good amount of attack speed. So I don't know. I could definitely see like a Mjolnir be the item on Jug right now because attack speed is doubly beneficial now. Like before I was like, oh, I'll just buy Battle Fury because, you know, I want to clear creeps. And it gives me damage and regen, which is good. But it doesn't give you attack speed. And attack speed makes your ulti better and it makes your spin better. So the hero's probably just better with attack speed items. Battle Fury is probably bad on this hero, which then means what do I buy for mana regen on this hero? Because you will still need some mana regen, without a doubt. And to that answer, I'm not really sure. Orb of Corrosion is probably not that bad on this hero. I guess it's maybe more armor than you want, but it just slows them and does damage per second, affects buildings, lowers their lifesteal. It's probably not worth getting over some Wraith Bands because those give you damage and attack speed. But yeah, you need some kind of HP regen item on this hero. If you don't go Battle Fury. Or you need mana regen because Healing Word is HP regen. So I would need some mana regen and attack speed item, ideally. Like an Oculo would be perfect, but you cannot buy that anymore. Any ideas? Scotty? Oh, way too expensive. Yeah, I was thinking Falcon Blade probably. Falcon Blade's kind of good. You do have HP problems on this hero, so I think Falcon Blade probably makes sense. I just wish it gave you attack speed, but it doesn't, so kind of just the nature of the item. But yeah, probably like Falcon Blade. It's kind of good too because it increases your max health, which means Healing Word heals you more. By 10% is 200. So it's like when your Healing Word's maxed out, it heals you for like 10 more HP per second just by having Falcon Blade. But maybe Echo Saber? I don't think so. Isn't Echo Saber more of a strength item now? God, I don't even know how to build this fucking item. 15 strength, 20 damage with... The problem is it doesn't give you attack speed, I don't think. We tested this out. It just allows you to attack twice. It like resets your cooldown. So I don't think Echo Saber is actually good on the hero. It doesn't give you any attack speed. What about Orchid? Orchid Jug? It's kind of cool. Attack speed, regen, gives you some int. Doesn't give you HP. it wouldn't increase your farm speed either is the problem. You like have to go Maelstrom. And it seems dumb to go like Cornucopia. Does this give you mana regen? It does. I mean, you could do some like Mage Slayer into Maelstrom. But it's just kind of goofy. It's like a lot of mana. Or you could just go Maelstrom into Orchid. Again, kind of goofy, but I don't know. I think there's a bug with Echo and Spin giving you max attack speed. We tried it when the patch came out and we could not get it to work, so it might be wrong. So yeah, I don't know. Some mana regen item, Orchid or Wraith Bands or Ring of Basilius. The mana cost on Healing Ward does scale down as you level it. I don't know, maybe just like max Healing Ward first, guys. Maybe your skill build is 1-4-1 and you just lane and you're just like, sorry bro, I'm healing for 5%.
I bring my blade.
Because the spin is so mediocre, maybe this is just the solution. You just go like Healing Ward and you hit every single fucking creep.
Of course.
And you just don't care because you're healing and it doesn't cost so much mana. The uptime's not all the time, but like 1-4-1 into 1-4-4 or something. But at that point, like, you have to start maxing out Blade Fury. But I could see you getting, like, 2 points Healing Ward early. Like, 1-4-1 into, like, 4-2-1. Maybe 3 points Healing Ward. You get 3 points Healing Ward. 1-3-1.
To battle.
Because the spin damage is so atrocious.
As you wish.
I don't know, man. It's... I don't know how to solve this one. I don't know if it's solvable. His win rate dropping that much is probably not solvable. Movement speed, 1 Blade Fury, Healing Ward cooldown, just Healing Ward talent. Yeah, I think you just go... You think a lot more about Healing Ward now, I think, with this hero. Where are we at? Keeper of the Light, Will-O-Wisp, Ignis Fata Snow also deals 75 damage per flicker. Recall now also casts Chakra Magic on both Keeper and the ally upon teleporting. That's great. This is the Shard, by the way. So this could be a way for pro players to make Recall actually worth it. Nobody ever buys it because you could Chakra Magic and Recall them to get double Chakra, which would really help. Cooldown's only 15 as well, so it's like a second Chakra actually. Legitimately good. I think Shard, this gives value to Shard. And you can use Chakra both to lower cooldowns like Tombstone or Metamorphosis or just to refill mana when people are really low. So I like this. Makes him a better mana bot than when Lion's clearly better at it right now. Blinding Light talent is buffed by 10% mischance. So I think that puts it higher to like 80% mischance, I think, when you use it. Chakra Magic dispels replaced with Solar Bind stun when target's fully slowed. I like that. Give you a nice talent, a nice stun. And then Illuminate damage increased 25. Sounds good. And then Chakra Magic strong dispels is now a 25. So you can strong dispel at 25. That's really good. It's really, really good. Okay. This would mean Recall would also strong dispel, but if they're taking damage, it won't work. So, anyways. Torrent Storm mana cost increase, the minimum spawn distance decrease, so it can be closer to you, I believe. And the Torrent AoE talent is replaced with Torrent cooldowns. So, rough one for Torrent Storm. Rest in peace, Torrent Storm. It's not going to be good anymore because it won't just hit the whole screen, but you will still be creating torrents. And they should be closer to you, so it should be more based on where you are, I think. It's just going to be more random. Because if the minimum spawn distance was 300, now it's 115, they're going to be more spread out between the max range and you. And the AoEs are smaller, so you hitting them on the right people is going to be harder. But Torrent cooldown's kind of cool. I like that one. That one's really good. So that's a Torrent cooldown from 10 to 6, which is really low. Really, really low. I could see that just being better. Screw Torrent Storm. Just like get level 20 and then Torrent more often. Maybe there's some kind of... There's probably some other Kunkka build that could be more viable than Ag Snow, where you could still play Kunkka and focus on torrenting. But I don't know, that just looks more fun to me. Having a low torrent cooldown, 6-second torrent cooldown, just throw that shit out all the time. All the time. For really high damage too. There's that 30% talent. It's doing like 450 damage or something. Stun duration is like 2 seconds. 2-second AoE stun on a 6-second cooldown before you buy Octarine. Like, hell yeah, give that to me. That sounds fun. More than Tidebringer Cleave. Ugh. Who cares? So yeah, maybe some kind of like a Kunkka spellcasting combo where you skip Ags. I could see it. And it's probably fine anyways. Kunkka Veil, offlane. Or the case. Legion Commander, overwhelming odds. Shard no longer provides bonus armor or duration. It now increases the odds AoE by 250 when cast during a duel. So, Ag Shard now provides +8 damage per duel. 1 applies retroactively. Okay, I forgot about this. I was gonna say this doesn't seem much better. And then the 10 talent, the 8 duel damage replaced with +8% press attack movement speed, which it already gives you 22, so it'd be 8% more. Okay, those 10 talents look very underwhelming now, but that's part of the deal. So 30% movement speed, potentially, instead of 22. The shard is better. So 250 bonus radius, with the radius being 600. So it's basically going to hit the whole frickin' screen. That's got to be good. It's got to be good. Because it basically is just easier to hit. Only during duel, though. So if you cast duel and then cast it, you're going to hit more people. And then you're going to get a bunch of attack speed. But mostly it just does more damage. Because it does bonus damage per hero. So, I don't know. It seems kind of good. And the fact that you get dual damage retroactively is just good. It's a 8 damage per duel talent. Which is just going to be solid. I think this is better for the hero because it makes the shard feel more impactful. It also makes overwhelming odds feel more impactful too because it's more likely to hit the whole frickin' screen. And it does bonus damage against illusions, by the way. So you could just blink and duel a guy and like actually clear illusions. Not that you couldn't before, but like just the fact that it hits more heroes I like. Because it has always been a skill that's supposed to do more damage, more people it hits, but it's never been used that way. It's just been really hard to use it that way. So the fact that it does multiple things, people are going to be baited into getting it because they want the damage. And then the fact that it also makes the odds better, I'm into this. I'm into this. It makes the hero weaker at level 10 because you're not going to get all this dual damage early necessarily. So it kind of makes Legion worse, I would argue. I think this factually makes Legion worse. But it does make you stronger if you get more duels before 10. That part's good. But if you're getting dual kills, like you're hitting 10 pretty fast. But my point is, you can get more damage if you get duels from between level 6 and 10. And after that, you buy it for the damage. If you have like 10 duels, all right, you're not going to have 10 duels. If you have 5 duels, you're talking about 40 damage increase for a shard, which is okay. Not great. It's not great. It's not a great shard, I don't think. You probably buy it if you're like slamming people. And really, this isn't... It is a nerf, though, because everyone got the 10 talent. I guess you get another talent now, is the benefit. That's one upside. But, does it lower the cooldown? It doesn't. So, I don't know. This is just a nerf to Legion. Seems kind of weird. Just seems a little goofy. Whatever. It's maybe fun, though. I don't know. Legion... Try Orb of Corrosion, which is probably really good on the hero because you can use it to chase people down and gives you armor and attack speed, which you need. Phase Orb of Corrosion, offlaners. Leshrac Diabolic Edict damage is buffed. Lightning Storm applies attack speed slow, but really, well, Lightning Storm is a big deal actually, because if you're applying attack speed slow to them while you're bloodstoning, their chances of killing you first are just lower. So that's a big deal. Lich Sinister Gaze mana drain per second is up a little bit. Icefire movement slow decreased, and 10 talent. The Frost Blast nuke is nerfed a little, which is sad for me because I like that talent. Made your Frost Blast really good, so it's a little bit weaker now, but it's still good. Sinister Gaze mana could be used to jungle. Someone told me about that, like Ags, Lich, you could jungle with it. But you can use this against creeps, and it does 20% more damage, which is cool. It lasts for 1.1 second, deals 250 damage per second, lasts 2 times longer. Okay, so the mana drain per second against creeps doesn't matter. It's just against heroes. That's good. So level 1 Sinister Gaze you can use to kill creeps though. So it does 500 and like 25 damage or something. So it does like 500 damage to a creep while draining their mana. So I don't use that enough though. But yeah, use it on creeps, guys. Kills creeps. If you want to kill, you could probably use it to guarantee those range creeps or the Flagbearer creeps. You can kill Flagbearer with it, most likely. Over 2 seconds. Alright, 10 talent. Yeah, we got that. Lifestealer Rage is worse early, but still good. This hero is very strong at the tournament, so getting up some nerfs is fine. Lena's 11% spell amp replaced with +5 Laguna Blade supercharged stacks. I don't remember what these do. I'm going to have to go read. 25 talent Laguna Blade pure damage replaced with +150% crit on targets affected by Dragon Slave.
I bring that.
Which is only for 3 seconds. So that one's kind of surprising to me. So it gives you a 50%. I mean, it's good. It's a 50% damage increase for 3 seconds when Dragon Slave is on somebody. How's this shit working? Grants bonus and attack speed. Oh, the supercharge thing. Temporarily superchargers are given here +10 stacks of Fiery Soul. And that lasts for 5 seconds. So when you ulti, you get extra attacks of Fiery Soul. So 5 more supercharged stacks would mean 15 total stacks of Fiery Soul. You'd be insanely fast with high attack speed. And if you have the shard, that is an extra 100 damage to all your spells, which is probably similar to the spell amp. But it's going to be worse at the 20 talent of ulti blasting people. So the Ags build at 20 is going to do less damage with this change. But if you don't have the Ags build, it's probably comparable. After you ult, that is. And it's that or Fiery Soul per stack, which frankly is still good. I mean, if you're getting like 17 stacks of Fiery Soul after you ulti, your attack speed is going to be really, really high. So I don't know, maybe it's more viable these days to Fiery Soul, but it's just so much worse than it used to be, so it just feels kind of bad. Rest in peace. Spell casting or attacking Lena. But spell casting Lena is pretty good right now, at least. Line base health regen is increased. Mana drain now damages enemies for 100% of the mana drained, which we all saw, of course. This is the only sad thing about reading the patch notes late, is that I'm not surprised by anything because I fucking read it all. So you don't get to see my excitement, unfortunately. But the meme is real. You buy armor and you drain people. It was overpicked a little bit at the tournament, and people were still kind of losing to it, or losing with it. But it looked good, obviously. It's definitely better than it used to be. But it doesn't seem like the biggest game changer. And then 25 talent mana drain deals damage replaced with bonus damage. So you can drain an insane amount of mana and deal a lot of damage at 25. So Lone Druid strength gain decreased. Oops. Bear has less armor at level 1. It's got 0 armor. Level 2, it's got 2 armor, which is almost 4. But the bear should be pretty bullyable at like level 1. And the fetch duration, which is the, I believe the Aghanim Scepter on the bear, if I'm not mistaken, is what this is. It's kind of like a leash. You like a lasso, you grab them, you pull them towards you, and it doesn't slow you anymore, so it's probably okay. Savage radius decreased a little. Spirit Bear armor talent nerfed. Savage cooldown nerfed. Yeah, the 15 talent is just a little too good on both options. That seems fine. And there's a lot of armor items right now in neutrals, so Lundry is probably really happy because you could throw like a Craggy exterior on your main bear and give yourself 18 armor, which gives your bear a lot of armor. So this is probably why they nerfed the armor a little bit. Magnus Skewer does damage based on distance traveled, which is not that significant actually. It's like 1125 distance is, it's like 150 more damage or something, a little bit more than 150. So it does do more damage if you get max level skewers, but it's not like insane, but it's cool. I like it. And then level 15 talent, all stats per hero hit with reverse polarity increase. This still does like an insane amount of damage increase, but everyone gets skewer cooldown. They basically need to remove the skewer cooldown for that to be viable. It's kind of the annoying thing about mag is you have to worry about getting skewer deep into the base. But it's kind of broken. I don't know. Marcy rebound impact damage is worse early, better later. Basically the same. Unleashed cooldown is better early. Talent disposed damage increase. Nobody gets that one, I don't think. But it does a little bit more damage to one guy. Woo. Her buffs are kind of boring. Spear of Mars backswing decrease. This is when you don't do something after throwing your spear immediately, like moving or attacking, it'll be you're more likely to mess up or stand still basically, and it no longer toggles off bulwark if cast while bulwark is active. So if you're bulwarked and you throw the spear, you have to remove bulwark basically. And then God's Rebuke, crit damage increased, better later, seems fine. And bulwark grants him phased movement so you can get through wards and stuff. And active projectile redirection also protects allies that are up to 200 range in front of Mars, so they don't have to necessarily be behind him. This is the big one that changed him and made him a good pick at ESL, is that the formation time for Marina Blood is lower. So it's you can throw a spear and then Arena afterwards, and you're more likely to catch them in that disable. I should play Mars. I've kind of been scared to play him because he seems like he needs skill, but now the skill looks a lot lower, so I just don't care. Throw spear, ulti, he gets caught. As long as there's not like a tree in the way. Medusa, agility gain increased. Split shot is better. The cloak, Eternal Shroud is obviously just better. So this is all good. Level talent, Stone Gaze, bonus physical damage is increased. 8%. That's pretty good if they do get stoned, but the other 10 talent, the Mystic Snake turn and movement slow is probably better, I'd guess. And then Snake Bounce talent at 20 is just better. Stone Gaze duration up at 20. Her talents look kind of fun, to be honest. But yeah, her numbers look decent. Meepo Poof is magical instead of pure. Does more damage to compensate. Poof damage talent is better, so it just looks like a little bit faster farming. Mirana int gain increased. Starstorm radius increased. The shard change is cool. When the shard hits, you guarantee a secondary Starstorm strike on all enemies affected by the slow if Starstorm is cast. So it kind of encourages you to like leap in and then Starstorm. The leap AoE is like gigantic. So basically it allows you to just leap in and double Starstorm. So it's like, 525 damage nuke plus the leap damage. So pretty sick. And if you also bought Ags, it might triple hit, which would be like 1500 AoE damage. Let's see if that works. If that works, it's like wild. It would really justify the Ags build. Big time.
Held me back.
If you go Ags and
Today I reach my full potential.
Shard.
If Aghanim won't guard his power, the battle waits
for battle.
for no one. Let's get to it.
So,
Coming. Shelter cannot save. Stay where you are. Time to move.
I don't fucking know. Yeah, I don't know if it worked. I gotta spread them out a little bit.
Why not?
I'm moving into position. Go! Save your choices betray you.
It just hits
We
them
need to
once.
move.
So it just gives you the guaranteed from the Starstorm one,
No time to stand
if I'm not
around.
mistaken.
Quickly. Fear the wrath of Night Silver.
So the Ags one only hits if it hits the direct target. I mean, this is still good because it's kind of guaranteeing, 225 extra damage for a lot of heroes. If it's a big team fight, it's like legitimately good. How much damage does this do? 170. I mean, it's a lot. If you buy Shard, you're guaranteeing like 400 more damage, basically. Did I mention you could buy Veil on this hero?
Veil of Discord. Night Silver, protect us.
Like, it's kind of good.
Need to keep moving.
Veil Mirana, offlane. Kind of good. Legitimately kind of good. Get like Wand Wraithbands or something. Maybe a Null Talisman or something.
On the move.
Some shit like this. What do you guys think?
Light! Flee, my fury!
It's kind of cool.
Can't stand around here.
Veil on every hero. Okay, and then, oh yeah, this one is actually a big deal. The level 20 talent, 45 damage replaced with critical strike. It makes right-clicking... Basically, it just means if you're playing core Mirana, you're going to scale so much better because you're getting a crit. This is a 20% damage increase, this talent. It's really good. So if you are playing right-click Mirana, like legitimately super good. And even going like, if you're playing normal Mirana and you go leap attack speed and critical strike, like you could actually transition pretty easily into damage. 80 attack speed for 3 seconds is a lot. So I don't know. I could see, I think core Mirana is more on the table. And even like the Starstorm damage at 25, I think is quite good. If in the right circumstances with this, because now you're like guaranteeing extra Starstorm damage. Your Starstorm, I'm gonna have to do it. I forgot about these bonuses, these changes. Everyone buys Veil and Medusa's left. True.
Someone needs to make sure Davian doesn't get himself.
But if I'm 25
We
basically,
have no time to waste.
and I have a shard,
Why
Prepare
not?
for battle.
Let's now, Sagan.
gotta do this.
Sagan, your death will find
So that's like your normal,
you. Can't. Yeah, yeah. Better you than me.
like 409. I mean, he might die actually.
We need to. Knight Silver, protect us.
It's like a lot more damage. Because it goes up to 550, that percentage of that goes through. Like, it's pretty solid, I think. Leap distance, huh?
We ride.
I feel like everyone grabs Sacred Arrow cooldown for all of time, but what's the AoE on this? It's actually not that big, so I don't know. Having more like leap
Thanks and
distance,
have fun.
I don't know if that matters that much.
Well, this is Gabe Newell.
I mean,
Thanks for
it's
playing Dota
seriously
2.
a lot of damage to go the Starstorm talent.
Time to move.
It's a 700 nuke after reductions. Like, it's really, really high.
No time to stand around.
Really, really high. The multi-shot arrows is cool, but I don't know. I think last time I played Mirana where I went Ags, I think I went the multi-shot arrow and I actually regretted it. Because with the Ags, it's like I just passed up like 500 damage. No, more than that. Because with Starstorm base, you get 250 guaranteed. Plus it can be extra. And with the Ags, you're doing another 250. So I lost like 500 AoE by not going the Starstorm damage talent. If not more. And with the shard, it's only better. Like Ags is just... Ags and going like Starstorm, I think. And maybe right click is just going to be better, I think. Not that it's great. When I bought it, it did not feel that good. The Ags. And it's probably still bad. But it's probably better the closer you get to 25. So maybe just don't buy it early. Maybe you can go like a Maelstrom build or something. I could see that. Leap distance, attack speed, crit. Yeah. Something like that is probably good. With Shard. Definitely, I think Shard is becoming like a must-buy in Mirana now. That's like too good to pass up. Legitimately too good to pass up. It's like it's 400 damage in an AoE. Extra. Leap the whole creep wave, cast Starstorm, boom, 400 extra damage. It's broken. Alright, Monkey King. Boundless Strike mana cost is better. A lot of people keep Boundless Strike low mana early, so this will be fine. And then Axe Shard, Primal Spring Effect Power. God, I don't even know what this does. What does this shard do? Oh, that one. It's this stun one. So the Primal Spring Effect Power
Greater than gods.
from 50 to 60. Oh, that's right. It does prime. Does it do a Boundless at the end? Set to all casts, he leaps to the end of his staff as soon as Boundless Strike hits the ground. Primal Spring with 60% of the max shield. Okay. So basically they're making it better at the end place. I didn't realize it did a Primal Spring there. But yeah, they buffed it by 10%. Tree Dance distance decreased. Oof. So you cannot jump as far, which is good. 200 less units to escape. And this means slower movement speed as you go from tree to tree. And the cooldown's buffed. Okay, so you can go from tree to tree faster, but the distance is less far, which is probably fair. Means escaping to Tree Dance is you won't get quite as fast right at the start. And then Wukong's command buffed, cast range is increased. This is pretty good. So you can better center it around people farther away from you. You don't necessarily need to be in a tree to cast it effectively. The range of this is 1100. Yeah, I don't know what the radius is, but 800 range kind of sucks. I mean, I get it, but it's like kind of broken being able to like zip into trees and get super far away really fast. I think it's fine. It's kind of unfortunate, but like to take nerfs in this way in favor of buffs in other ways, I think it's going to be worth it. Mischief and Vulnerability replaced with 75 Primal Spring max damage. Okay. Will help you farm faster if you want to do it. Stun duration's really good though, but maybe it's worth it. You will farm a lot faster with that 10 right talent, especially if you don't go like a Battle Fury or something. And yeah, the new synergy with Shard is good. 75 extra damage when you leap, plus an extra 10% here. Sure, it's a lot of overall damage if you stun somebody at the end of your stun. Additional Wukong command ring now also increases cast range by 350. Okay. That's cool. So it means you can cast that, which makes sense because your AoE is so big that you should be able to put it farther away from you, pretty much. So now you can be more on the edge when you cast it instead of having to be in the center. It's probably good because did the clones run out of your hero? Does it take a long time for them to get to the center, or did they spawn from the center and go? I don't know.
I need no introduction. My enemies thought the flames would consume me.
Well, here's the max.
Watch this trick.
It's pretty good. So yeah, they come out of your hero, I think. So that means if we do this one and get the extra cast range, yeah, they have to come out of you. So the farther away from you are, it's not necessarily a good thing, but the fact that you don't have to like be really close is not bad, because most of the damage is here, because there's 5 that attack you. The outskirts, there's like less, they're less dense. But yeah, I like this cast range increase, it's nice. We'll make it easier to follow up on like a Chronosphere or something like that. Bloodstone would probably increase the ring size, yes. I do not recommend it, as you do not have very much magic damage on this hero. Okay, Muerta Gunslinger now toggleable and no longer prioritizes heroes. This is a huge nerf to the hero. Pierce the Veil, bonus attack damaging decrease. So just 2 nerfs. The Gunslinger one's the biggest. It basically means, much like Gyrocopter's Ags, you are going to have to clear creeps before it always hits heroes, or it's just going to be heroes around you, in which case it doesn't matter. But if you're like attacking somebody in a creep wave, you're not guaranteed to hit the hero. You're going to have to kill the creeps first. So kind of a big deal for core Muerta in some circumstances. You still have a chance at hitting heroes, but it won't always hit them, I guess. So not the end of the world, but it could matter in some like ganking moments for cores. Might really affect Muerta supports trying to transition to carry, I would say, because they're less likely to feel as much impact from the mediocre items that they do have. So it probably affects them more than actual carries who just will have so many items that they'll kill the creeps right away. Naga less strength gain, she's really strong. Riptide damage nerfed. I've seen Nagas with Bloodthorn just like wrecking people because your illusions hit for the 60 magic damage, so that shit's scary. Nature's Prophet, less agility gain, less base mana regen, so you won't be able to spam as much, but Prophet's still good. It was used in the lower bracket finals quite well by Team Liquid, so definitely still good. Necrophos, mana cost increased. Heartstopper Aura from Ags is worse. Level 20 talent, the regen reduction one is worse as well. So still good, but a little bit weaker. Nightstalker base mana regen increase, so more free mana for him. Void cost slightly less mana. Ag Shard health restore is decreased because it was one of the best things about the hero. And the Dark Ascension 15 talent is worse. So I would say buff to the hero. Every 60 seconds you have more mana. Every 10 seconds you have 2.5 more mana. So it's like 6 times that is like, it's like 15 more mana per minute. It's not a lot, but it'll matter a little bit. So about the same. Nyx Burrow, you don't have to face in a direction when casting spells. The amp talent is replaced with plus 75 vendetta damage, which is probably fair. I feel like everybody will get impale stun duration though. But yeah, if you're going like an Ag Shard, vendetta damage is good, I suppose, because it's slightly higher chance to burst somebody to death. Ogre 10 talent is nerfed. It does slightly less DPS, but it's still fine. It is a very good talent, but it being 1 damage less is not the end of the world. 250 health replaced with 2/0.01 dumb luck max mana and mana regen. So that means you just get more mana. It's a mana talent now. That's all it is. No more health talent, because a lot of people are buying strength on the hero anyways because it's so good. But now you get more mana for the strength that you buy. The mana you do get is kind of low. You get 6 mana per strength. If you are an int hero, when you buy int, you get 12 mana per int. So you were getting half as much with dumb luck before, and now you will get 6/12, or no, 8/12, so 3/4. So you'll get 3/4 of the mana. Is that right? 6 plus 2 is 8 out of 12. Divide by 4 is 2/3. Or it's 2/3. Yeah, it's not 3/4. 2/3 the int And the mana is 0.04. It's like 4/5, I think. Because I think you get 0.05 mana per int. Because 10, yeah, it's 0.05. So you're actually getting pretty comparable with that talent, mana regen, versus versus having int normally. But yeah, that should help your mana pool a lot if you want to get it. The other one's 80 damage though, so I don't know if people are going to. Okay, Omniac Guardian Angel. This is a pretty cool rework. It's a single target ability with a 900 cast range. It has 2 charges. The mana cost is less because it's not AoE, and the cooldowns are just less. It's basically half. So now, if you want to save just one guy and throw a Guardian Angel on him, you can, which is a lot easier and more... That's easier for a team fight because there's not a lot of times where like everyone's taking physical damage. Like this ability is worse against like Gyrocopter Flat Cannon, and maybe against like a Sven or a PA who's doing damage to everybody, but in most cases, just one guy dying. It also means it is still dispellable, but that means if it does get dispelled, you're like, okay, well, I can use another charge like 6 seconds later, you know? So it's just better. I like this change. The Ags also gives an extra charge and increases the cast range to global. And it always casts it on himself as well as the target. So Ags is really cool, actually. The fact that it's global multi-charges, that seems really good to me. Because it should save your allies when they're getting ganked across the map, which is generally more common than you being there and it being dispelled kind of thing. Again, still dispellable, but I like this change to the hero. It's cool. 15. So I'm down for this. Better Legion Commander? Yeah, sure. Great for forcing high ground. That's a good point, because you could use it twice in a row. It doesn't give you mana regen, of course, but it does make you immune to physical damage for 7 seconds at a time, so I think it's pretty cool. Oracle Purifying Flames, cast point improved a tiny bit. False Promise, cast range reduced late game. And then the 15 talent, Fortune's End damage replaced with enemy damage, ally heal per effect, dispelled by Fortune's End. So Fortune's End is your first skill. So that means when you dispel somebody, if you dispel an enemy, the more things you dispel, it does extra damage. And the more things you dispel from an ally, the more they get healed. So it's kind of a cool way to like abuse the dispel. I think I'm pretty into that talent. Which is kind of cool because the 15 talent now is either a heal or a damage. But usually you dispel like at least 1 or 2 things, but it can sometimes be a lot. A lot of little annoying slows or something like that. It's probably very good against Venomancer, because he probably has 2 poison stacks charges that are different. So that would be like 120 extra heal on an ally. So that one's cool. All right, we got ads. I'm still thinking about poor Juggernaut and his nerfs, man. I feel like you have to go Maelstrom. Because it makes his spin so much better. Because I don't think you can justify maxing his passive. Unless you went like Fast Battle Fury or something, but even then it's like not that good. If you go Battle Fury, I would legit maybe max the passive and then just farm levels basically. Otherwise you go like Mjolnir and like Butterfly or something. Mjolnir, Yasha, Butterfly. Falcon Blade, Maelstrom Drug, I think. It's probably the go-to. And you just say like, I'm not getting kills, that's fine. You just focus on not dying. Orchid Jug literally sounds fun though. It's like, who would expect to see an Orc on Juggernaut, you know? Okay, let's continue. I gotta take care of my dog soon, I think. But I think I can finish the heroes. Early Urn on Jug is not good because you're not good at killing anymore is the problem. If your hero can kill people, then Urn is okay. Like, the stats are good on the hero, kind of. But the fact that you can't get kills is bad. And it's also bad because you can already heal yourself with Healing Word. So I would say Urn is just not good on Jug. Just not good. Just not good. Yasha Kaya. I think Yasha is good, Kaya is not. Because you don't need Spell Amp on the hero to do more damage. You need more attack speed to do more damage. That's one upside of the hero right now, is that Spell Amp is not needed. You can just do more damage with all of your skills by getting more damage and attack speed. Look, I'm not saying Jug's not dead, but I'm just saying there might be a way to play him. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. All right, Sanity's Eclipse Radius is better early. 20 Strength Talent replaced with 20% Lifesteal, which would Lifesteal based on your orb too. So it's like a 20% on orb Lifesteal. It's kind of cool. Sanity's Eclipse mana difference. Yeah, Lifesteal looks good. Pangolier base regen. Pangolier got changed, but it's still good. Got more base health regen. His Shield Crash does physical. And the cooldown of ball form is always decreased, 9, 6, and 3 seconds. So you can kind of just... So basically, the reason they did this is because they nerfed... what's it called? Blightstone. Because Blightstone doesn't lower armor anymore. But now people are just like, well, I'll just buy a... I'll buy a... Did they say Blightstone? They just buy Blightstone now instead of the upgrade. The... God, I can't remember the name. My brain no worky so well. Like jet lagged right now, sorry guys. I cannot find it. I'm blind. Let's go this way. Orb of Corrosion. You always buy Orb of Corrosion on Pango because it would give you HP and minus armor. You'd use it with Swashbuckle and it would do like insane damage with Diffusal. But now they're just like, oh, I don't need to buy the whole thing. I'll just buy a Blightstone for 2 armor instead of the 3. And then they just sell it later. That build seems to work good, especially with Shield Crash doing physical. It's still fine. And the hero just kept getting played, regardless of the changes to him. Even with Shield Crash doing physical. And then the Shield Crash cooldown and ball talent was replaced with this one. Crash Barrier per hero. I don't know what talent they got instead. My guess is Rolling Thunder duration, but I'm not sure. And then Shield Crash Barrier per hero replaced with Shield Crash Radius. So they would just go like Diffusal Ags, and they would just like jump around and like roll a lot. So we'll probably see another nerf for the hero maybe, but I don't think it won a lot, actually. Phantom Assassin has become smarter. More base movement speed. Phantom Strike no longer provides lifesteal. Duration increased, though. So no natural lifesteal is a bit rough for her because she's going to have a harder time jungling. If she goes Battle Fury, it's fine. She still will survive. But kind of necessitates getting some kind of HP regen. And then Phantom Knives changed from pure to physical, and the max health damage increased by a lot. So this is potentially really good because if you have a Deso on this hero and you lower their armor, Phantom Knives is going to do a lot more damage. But in later stages of the game, the Phantom Knives is going to be way worse because everyone has armor. If you're doing 16% pure of max health damage, that means you're always doing 16% damage, unless you're hitting like a Bristleback who reduces damage. But if somebody has like 10 armor, which probably reduces damage by like, I don't know, 25% or something, 40%. That means this 25% is going to be reduced by like 40%. So for anybody remotely tanky in the late game with armor, this max health damage is going to be way less than 16%. So this is a nerf to Phantom Knives for sure, which probably needed to happen. It was really good. And losing the lifesteal on Phantom Strike is going to hurt PA against Blade Mills as well, among other things. So rough for her. Phantom Lancer. Int gain decreased. No mana, less mana for him. Ag Scepter no longer increases movement speed slow, which is fine because it still slows it by a lot at 35%. 8 strength replaced with Phantom Rush agility. And then her Phantom Rush bonus, his Phantom Rush bonus, agility is at 15. So Spare Lance cooldown reduction nerfed as well. So they nerfed the Axe build basically. It's still good, but it's like not as good. Phoenix Fire Spirit's projectile increased a little bit, so better for Phoenix. Ag Shard movement speed slow decreased a little bit, so the Ag Shard's a little bit worse, but it's still good. And then Spell Lamp replaced with Icarus dive damage per second talent, which nobody's going to like. People are like, damn it, you have got to enjoy your hero, your first skill. The dive is 16 to 25%, so it could be up to 50. It's a good slow. Or do you want to do 80 more damage? And the reality is that almost nobody uses dive offensively. When they could. They could, though. It's not a lot of damage, but it's damage. So, rest in peace, Phoenix is having a good level 10 talent. Primal Beast Rock Throw is just better. It flies out faster. It groups a little bit better. The impact radius for the fragments is bigger. So it just looks, it's a lot easier to use. This is a nice buff to the hero. That's all. That's all the change. Shiva's is good on this hero, so he's pretty happy with that change too. Puck Orb cooldown is reduced. Waning Rift Duration Silence is buffed. Dream Coil is buffed. That's the initial and break Dream Coil talent. So, kind of a good one if you want to do more damage with your ulti. Pudge Armor talent is buffed by 1. That's a big deal. Meat Hook damage buffed. I don't usually get these talents. I usually get the Rot Slow and the Spell Lifesteal, but if you would like to, these are good options. Bloodstone's probably good on this hero, actually. Probably makes your hook... I feel like it has to make your hook bigger. I don't know if it does, though. But yeah, those are talents people who don't always get. Pug Done nerf, 3 less base agility, less half an armor, less attack speed needed. Netherward cooldown increased. The hero's still good, though. Movement speed talent replaced with decrypt movement speed to allies. So you could run faster when you decrypt them, which is kind of good. Could be good on yourself as well. Thank you for the sub, Gostelin. Yeah, bigger hook might not be a good thing, it's true. Queen of Pain, Shadow Strike, Ag Scepter radius decreased by a little bit. Scream of Pain, mana cost is better later on, but worse a little bit early. Still fine though. Strength talent replaced with Shadow Strike, heal per tick. Okay. So you can heal a little bit more. I don't think that one's too bad. Most people get the 8 strength. The damage talent is buffed though. I would guess that people will go 20 damage personally. Because the Shadow Strike heal per tick is only really good when you get Ags. But it is more HP. I just see them going damage and then getting an Orchid. Since it gives you all this attack speed now. That seems obvious to me. That Orchid build on Quap would be more common. Orchid Quap with damage talent. Not that it's that complicated. Sonic Wave cooldown reduction talent buffed. Sonic Wave damage talent buff. Yeah, those ones just aren't that good. Well, Sonic... I hate clicking through because it means I have to... It like drops it down to like 35 seconds later. This is good. But the Ags build is definitely the build. And even like the Scream of Pain talent at 20 to the right is good with the Ags, so... But yeah, Sonic Wave really good. Good ability. Is that it? Yep, that's it. Razor, damage drain rate is different. A little bit less, but it lasts way longer at all levels, so that's kind of cool. Should make playing Razor as like an annoying lane dominator better, which has been kind of a bad playstyle for a while. Storm Surge, better. Not by much. 14 agility, rest in peace. I'm going to miss this one. That was a really good talent. 10% spell lifesteal instead. It's kind of goofy. I mean, it's good with like your Q and your passive that you're getting spell lifesteal, but I'm not very into this. It's kind of sad. I really liked 14 agi because it was like the armor that damaged the attack speed. Like the right click Razor is just factually worse, even though the static link's better. It's like you're more reliant on linking people than just being strong, which is unfortunate. But and then the 15 strength replaced with static link steals 1 armor per second. Oh, I didn't even read that one when I read it before. That one's good. So you could steal up to 10 armor while you're going in. I think that's cool. I really like that. Worse against Magic Burst, but it is making Razor more of like a you actually have to go in and use your skills rather than you're just a tanky guy that is doing damage by being alive kind of thing. So Ricky Tricks the trade mana cost rescale. That's gonna hurt him. Why did he get batted here? Is there some like buff to him? I mean, maybe because Butterfly is better. This may be a Butterfly nerf right here. Rubik int gain increased by a lot. cooldown is better on telekinesis. Egg shard throw distance is worse. Spell steal projectile speed is faster. That means when you steal a spell, you can cast it faster. Telekinesis cooldown at 20. That would lower your cooldown to 11, which is like a really decent telekinesis cooldown. Man, he's got so many telekinesis talents. And then the 12 kinesis cooldown replaced with land distance. Okay. So you can throw people much farther, I guess, when you hit 25. Max throw distance 375. Yeah, you could actually throw people like 800 units at 25. It's pretty wild. I mean, that's like a lasso or something. Like, that's actually a viable late game thing as a Rubik. If you're not dying a billion times, then you can actually lift somebody and throw them 800 units. It seems good. Sand King nerfs from the Veil and Shiva's. Base int is down. Damage rescaled on Burrow Strike. It's just more consistent in the middle. Looks better. Caustic Finale, less damage at all levels. And then Sandstorm damage talent is nerfed as well. Not huge nerfs, but like little baby nerfs that'll hurt the hero. Shadow Demon disruption percentage. Ooh, I didn't read this one. Less percentage, but more base damage. Decreased by outgoing damage reduction. And Shadow Poison projectile speed increase. This is a big difference. So you could probably land poisons easier. Yeah. So basically disruption on heroes that have shitloads of agility is just worse. But they'll have more base damage, so it's probably going to be smoother. Basically, illusions will just do more damage on average, but with the really good illusions, they'll probably do way less. Decreased by outgoing damage reduction. Yeah, because the outgoing damage is way lower. So anyways, yeah, it's probably, like I said, it's the average illusion will deal more damage, but the really good ones will do less. It's fine, if that's about what it is. SF base damage decreased by 5, but he gets 5 more agility, so this is good. This is 5 more attack speed, and better for butterflies. 5 more attack speed, 5 more equal damage, and almost 1 more armor. That's good. Shaman armor increased by 1, which is great when you're healing. Shard Serpent ward duration is decreased by 1, so the Shard Serpents will last shorter. And then the 10 talent, the Hex cooldown is now instead 10% more Hex damage amp. So Hex does, what, 25? 25, it can go up to 35 now. So while they're Hex, they're taking 35% more damage, which is really good. The talent is, that change is fantastic. Silencer Glaives of Wisdom. Glaives now deals magic damage, but doesn't pierce debuff immunity. So that makes its damage effect debuff immune enemies, but it will be reduced by their magic resistance. So you can still cast it on people that are BKB'd, basically. But it does magic damage. The damage is going to be halved, and you will still steal their int while they're BKB'd. So it's just better. Thank you for the sub. Thanks for helping. And yeah, the numbers are buffed a little bit. So it's probably still good, but you can counter it better now with magic resistance. So probably worse. But the fact that it does 5% more at level 1 is kind of cool, I guess. Slaughter Slithering Crush. Radius is decreased. Slaughter is like one of the heroes of the patch. He got nerfed. Damage is less for the talent. Cooldown reduction, the talent is nerfed. These are the ones that people sometimes get. Not often, though. I feel like I see Corrosive Phase undispellable. I might be wrong, though. Slug Strength gain buffed, Int gain buffed. Why did he get 2 buffs? Maybe he's bad, I don't know. Shadow Dance regen increased. Nobody gets that talent. But yeah, Butterfly and Sark is better, but he's not really an item that he buys. I guess Silver Edge got nerfed, and that was an item he liked. Maybe that's why. Snapfire Little Shredder damage increased by 5 at all levels. Fine. Mortimer's Kiss's impact damage increased. Just buff still Little Shredder. To Snapfire, I mean. Spectre base health regen lost 1 regen. Alright, Spectre actually put in the dumpster. This has got to be one that's like kind of similar to Jug. 1 health regen is a big deal at all levels. Dispersion minimum radius decreased. So that means that the is this bad? Yeah, because that means if people are between 300 and 400 units now, they're taking slightly less damage from dispersion. So makes dispersion reflect damage worse. Reality, that's where you jumped the illusioner back. You don't get that extra spectral dagger anymore. Pro players would jump, in, it would do a dagger, and then they jump back to their original illusion, which would send another dagger across the map, so you don't get that second dagger now. And Haunt, cooldown is decreased. This is the Ags, the one that nobody buys. So they buff this. And then the 5 attributes replaced with minus 100 Desolate Ally Radius. This is a big nerf. Reality's a moderate nerf, and the base health regen is a slight to moderate nerf. So better ability for you just to get dumpstered as Spectre if you're being out harassed. Because you're getting 60 less HP per minute. Just guaranteed. That's a lot. Spirit Breaker Bulldoze, movement speed bonus decreased by a little early and a lot later. And then 20, the Greater Bash damage talent replaced with Greater Bash chance. So the chance is now at 20, which means before you'd hit 20 and you just instantly do like way more damage with your charges. You do like double damage almost. Or it's like 75% more damage with your charge. Now you just have a better chance to right click bash somebody, which is not really what you do late game as Spirit Breaker, but it's a better ability to bash people. And that 20, the bonus speed charge is replaced with Bulldoze grants the barrier. So basically they took away all of the abilities to do more damage with charge at 20, either from increased charge bonus speed, which would have increased damage, or by making the bash damage higher damage per movement speed. So his the 20 spike for Spirit Breaker is just way worse, and now you have to make that decision at 25 instead. Like they literally took a 20 talent and they put it at 25. So Spirit Breaker further nerfed, and he really needed it. They made it harder to one-shot creep waves, and now it's your late game damage is harder to reach too. You do have survivability at 20, I guess. You have the barrier, or you can bash more often. So I guess if you want to play Spirit Breaker towards right-clicking, it's way more viable now because hitting 20 is not that difficult. So that's maybe a possibility. You could go some like 4 armor, 45 damage, bash chance with lots of attack speed Spirit Breaker if you want. That might be worth doing. I'm gonna put it in. Right-click Spirit Breaker. Echo, etc. So rather than like playing on like charging through enemies and team fights, is about right clicking. I think that sounds fun, but his BAT is kind of bad, so you don't scale very well with attack speed items, but still, that's probably a good time. Storm Spirit's Remnant activation's faster. Storm is really effective at the tournament for some teams. BetBoom played him. I don't think other teams did. 20 attack speed talent replaced with attack range when overloaded. I don't know if that one's going to be very common. It's kind of a cool skill because you could do more like ball in place to throw hit people with overload strikes. So like when you're chasing people down in low on mana, it's probably better, but mana regen is also probably still really good on this hero. Storm is more int. Ag Scepter now increases damage by 180 if he goes with it, which is cool to encourage people to buy Ags. Ag Shard passive aura now also provides movement speed, which is cool. This is the one that you get with the armor. So just a little bit of movement speed is like, this is like 9 movement speed for Sven or something. 9 to 12 movement speed, somewhere in there. It's not great, but it's something. And then Warcry duration talent increased. And then Warcry movement speed replaced with God Strength slow resistance, which is kind of nice. So losing the movement speed here, it's a little bit exchanged into the shard, but slow resistance definitely very good on Sven. Blast off current HP self damage decrease, so easier for techies to use blast off repeatedly. Not bad. TA with a little buff, 200 damage instantly from the arrival of your Ags, and activates the trap as if it was fully charged. Sure. Cooldown's 10 seconds. 1.5 channel. Okay, so you could basically like put a trap down and then use it to jump on somebody if you wanted. But I don't know if it's. I don't think it's gonna be that common. Terrorblade Demon Zeal now applies reflection illusions with. I don't even know what this does. Costs your HP to cast like normal. Gives you and your illusions bonus movement and attack speed. Reflection illusions get 50% of the bonuses. Can't be cast while in Metamorphosis, and Metamorphosis will remove Demon Zeal. So 60-second cooldown. Oh my god, it's a really long cooldown. Costs you 20% health. Come here. Come here, doggy. 100 attack speed and 100 movement speed. So you can use it to give the reflection illusions 50 attack speed and 50 movement speed. It's probably really good with your reflections. And you can get reflection slow and damage. How many heroes do I have left? That's a lot of heroes, guys. I'm gonna run ads quick and take my dog out in the backyard really quick, and then we'll come back and finish. But I need to walk her soon is the problem, and there's so many heroes left. All right, I'm gonna run ads. Be right back. So hot in here. Okay. Bro, it's like 80 degrees in here. 1 second. Let me open the window before it passes away. It's literally like 20 degrees outside, and I'm opening my door because it's like way too hot in here. Alright, where are we at? Demon Shield. 100 attack speed, 100 move speed. That's pretty sick, dude. It's like legitimately a meta option. Without the range, of course. Yeah, but you do not need to respond to every single comment. You do not need to AMA my chat, please. Please. Tidehunter Gush. Mana cost decreased. 100 all levels. Dead in the Water is worse because it's good. Anchor. No. Don't bark. Tango. Stop. Just eat your food. Be happy. So Anchor Smash damage reduction talent is better. The problem is that Tidehunter is going to be in the garbage because Meteor Hammer build is gone. So you now need to build something else. You could buy Veil on him if you want. It's just a little bit... I mean, it's fine because it's giving you armor, which is effectively survivability. But you need some, like, armor... You need some regen item, basically. You don't really want to buy Vanguard because it's kind of redundant with Kraken Shell. You're not going to rush, like, Lincoln's or Lotus. So you're kind of left with, like, one of these items if you want it. Veil, Helm, Armlet, Vanguard. You're not going to be able to get Heart Ring of Trask very fast. You could go mech, I guess. You could go like a mech Tide build still. Those are still fine. You could probably go Solar Crest. These would be fine. It's not regen, but you could use the barriers. And this is what Armor Health, Mana Pool. It's not the best, but it's okay. It's probably good. You can probably Solar Crest as Tide. Veil is regen, yes. It won't increase your damage that much. Increases Ravage and Gush only, but the buildup is still fine, I would say. But yeah, maybe overkill on armor. Alright, Timbersaw, base strength upped by 2, strength gain upped. Max reactive stacks is increased, and then you get more stacks per hero, so more survivable when you get hit. This is pretty sick, actually. You get hit one time and you get 2.4 armor at max level. At level 1, it's 1.5 armor per hit. It's pretty good. Not bad. 200 health talent replaced with reactive armor regen per stack. 0.2. That would be... Is that worth it? It's like double the equivalent of 1 skill point. So I probably wouldn't get that unless I was maxed out on reactive armor already. But you can get up to like 0.6 HP per attack, which is pretty good. Or 0.8 times 3 is 2.4 HP per second from being attacked by a hero. Tinker Laser, cast range decreased. These are kind of big nerfs to Tinker. Less cast range, but you get magic resistance when you use rearm for 4 seconds, which is kind of good. So that means if you use it and go into fights, your chances of dying are a little bit lower. The problem is that Shiva's build, which was the Tinker build lately, is worse because it doesn't give you a lot of mana anymore like it used to. Tinker was like one of the few people hurt by the Shiva's change. In some ways, Shiva's is still good because it's amping the spell damage that you're doing, the magic damage and spell damage you're doing, but the fact that it doesn't increase your mana pool is bad because you want a big fat mana pool on Tinker. That way you have more time to fight when you teleport in. So for Tinker, it's kind of just worse. I guess Hex is better on the hero because it gives you more raw mana pool, but the Shiva's build is decidedly worse for mana pool. But again, 15% more spell damage, so it's kind of a trade-off. So I don't know what build's better. Maybe E-Blade is better too. That's one upside. E-Blade is better on the hero, and like just straight up better because you build your Aether Lens into something. You could maybe argue for the new Phylactery. It's probably not worth it on the hero. Meteor Hammer can now be rearmed. That makes sense, yeah. Could it not be before? Could you not rearm Meteor Hammer in the last patch? That's one hero that Meteor Hammer... Oh, you couldn't? Oh, okay. You probably should be allowed. That was one other thing I thought of was rearming that item. It's like one hero that it's kind of good on because it gives you spell amp, mana regen, and you could rearm siege towers, but... yeah, that sounds good. It's still pretty expensive at 3,300 by the time you finish it, especially if you don't get Blink first. Basically, by the time you finish it, you used to be like close to having Shivas in the old Tinker. So I don't know. It's probably okay, but I think the cast range hurts a lot early game, and now it makes it harder to get your key items. I could see that because you're way more in danger at 450 cast range. That's like way close. So that sounds kind of tough. Tiny Tree Grab bonus base damage increased. Cooldown is decreased at early levels but not later. Ag Shard now increases damage to thrown trees by 100. So basically if you get Shard, tiny right click, it does more. Grow toss bonus damage increase. So later game tiny, you just do a little bit more damage with tossing heroes in the air. Tree Nature's Guise. Egg Shard movement speed bonus decreased by a lot. Heal living armor is decreased by a decent amount, by 1, and mana cost is up. Nature's Grasp cooldown reduction talent nerfed. Worst talents. I mean, its winner is still really good, so it needed to be nerfed again. Troll Fervor, Ag's Shard chance of extra attack per stack increased by a decent amount. This felt really good. The Shard on Troll felt fantastic. I really liked it. Battle Trance now allows Troll to receive movement orders if there's no valid targets. This happened to me when I played Troll recently. My ulti finished and I just stood there for like 5 seconds because I killed the guy that I used it on. That was really annoying. So I'm glad that's not going to be the case anymore. If there's like nothing to attack, then let me move, you know. Tusk Warless Punch now deals 50 bonus damage, which is affected by crit multipliers. So just basically makes the hero more viable as a ulti one-shotter. It's going to be even better with Ags, or with Deso than it was before, because you get 50 extra damage. And the crit numbers are, the crit numbers are decreased. I forgot about this to compensate. So basically it makes everything I just said is wasted. But basically your Walrus Punch will just do way more damage without damage items, is the main thing. And with damage items, maybe less. Probably less. Because you're doing 50% less of all the damage you have at all levels. So probably hurts his damage build, but helps literally every other Tusk in the game. Without a doubt. Yeah. Just better. Kind of makes tag team worse maybe, but that's okay. Underlord Pit of Malice deals damage upon rooting, which is great, because you can get double roots on people for 100 extra damage. Cast point's better too. Fiend's Gate is better too. Undyne kind of in the dumpster right now. Soul Rip, once Grab Ally got nerfed, he kind of just fell off, but takes Undyne into account when counting nearby units. So now Soul Ripping is gonna take away some of your health to nuke somebody else or heal an ally, which is probably fine. And the mana cost decreased to compensate. Tombstone Ag Shard Stun Duration. When you tombstone somebody gets broken, it's decreased from 3 to 2. That's probably fair. And then Flesh Golem Slow Duration is decreased. This is really good. You could ulti and hit somebody one time and they'd be slowed for 6 seconds, which was so long. 4 seconds, much more reasonable. Ursa base health regen increased by half, so way more HP regen for Ursa. More penny? Okay, here you go. And then the overpower slow resistance is buffed. Fear Swipe's damage is up, so just early game Ursa looks better, but I gotta say Ursa looked really bad. I saw 2 different games of him by different teams, and both games the hero looked bad. It was like they were able to do good early and kind of get some advantage, but then like in late game they just didn't feel like they were able to kill anybody fast enough. It's like everybody has armor or something, and then they just weren't dying in late game. And it was like you jump, and if you didn't kill the guy you jumped on, the fight was just over, because like your ability to like re-kite and be relevant just didn't feel good. So it felt really hard to play Ursa if you're not like Omega snowballing or something. I don't know what it was. Maybe it's because like Basher builds are not that good or something, but here's Vengeful Spirit. Damage from Nether Swap increased by a lot. This was very noticeable. I slept on this one when I read the patch notes, but Team Liquid was picking Venge in the first phase. And it's basically because you have way more damage. Nether Swap doesn't reduce the damage you take anymore, but it gives you and your ally a damage barrier for 10 seconds, and the barrier health is equal to the spell's damage value. So if you swap an ally, you get this barrier of 150 to 450, but if you swap an enemy, you just do damage to them. So now, when you swap somebody, it does 150 plus the magic missile damage plus the Wave of Terror. You just have more damage, basically. So a much better ability to like just get pick-offs on the map, because you just have more damage. So a nice change. Wave of Terror armor reduction increased a little bit. That's a good talent, actually. I really like that one. -5 Wave of Terror armor. That's huge. You're doing a freaking -11 AoE armor talent. Like, it's insanely good. Great talent. Screw magic missile cooldown. It's good, but like, -5 armor from Wave of Terror. Come on. That's so good. It's like Ag's Gush. Like, it's like literally buying Ags on Tide with Wave of Terror. -11 AoE armor. Like, holy crap. And then another swap cooldown talent replaced with Wave of Terror steals 20% of reduced damage and armor. That's a good talent, especially with the new swap change, but stealing 20% of reduced damage and armor is also another, like, this Wave of Terror is like insane actually. It's so good. You're reducing their armor by 11 and you're reducing... Hey, that's an airplane, don't bark. You don't even look up. Why would you bark at an airplane? You don't even look into the sky. You can't even see a bird, it's invisible. You're okay. So if you're stealing 20% of their base armor and another 11, super good armor reduction against high armor heroes. You're definitely going to feel it sometimes. Reducing their damage by 20%, that's good too. But yeah, these Wave of Terror talents are very, very good. And then Nether swap damage reduction replaced with minus 18 second cooldown. So I think swap is what, 30 seconds? Yeah. Late game 30, so it'd be a 12 second cooldown on swap. What's the other talent? 16% Vengeance Aura base bonus damage, yeah. So it goes from like 25 to 41. It's fine. It's good in some late game lineups. Okay, cool. Venge. We're almost there, guys. Venomancer Plague Ward damage rescaled does slightly more early and worse late. So you should be able to jungle with it a little bit worse. I don't know why they did this. The numbers look better, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. Numbers look better. Noxious Plague initial damage increased, and the cooldown is decreased, which is slow people by 50%. Okay. Plague slows the target and nearby enemies based on their distance to the target. Oh. I didn't know that. So slows them by 50, and if they're really close, they also get slowed a lot. It's kind of complicated. Do they get slowed more when it hasn't spread, or is it slow more when it's spread to them? I don't even know. Poison Sting slow talent nerfed again down to 6, so that one's becoming worse and worse with time. So it puts your slow from 14 to 20 now. That shit used to be like way higher, like a 10 or something. I'm starting to think the Poison Sting slow talent's just not worth it, and I'd rather go Plague Ward cooldown to just like spam wards more often. I feel like that's going to be the case. But Veno has been played a little bit in some games. Alright, Viper changes were pretty big. Happy for my boy Viper. Nether Toxin no longer applies break, but it slows attack speed by up to 60, which is a lot. If you put that on the ground and you fight into them, you're getting 60 attack speed from Nether Toxin, and you're getting 32 attack speed reduction from Corrosive Skin. So we're talking 92 attack speed reduction, which is quite a lot. So cool for that. And then your ultimate now applies break instead. It lasts for 6 seconds, keep in mind. So it's a longer break, arguably, because they're usually going to get out of the Nether Toxin range. And then the movement slow is also increased by 20% early. So it does 60% slow on the first one, which is pretty good. And the cast point's better too, so it's easier to cast it on somebody that might phase shift or dodge or whatever. So there's also a lot of item changes that potentially benefit Viper. Veil is an obvious one. Gives him armor, lowers enemy, amplifies your spell amp, basically. So I could see Veil being good on Viper as an option. When XM played it at ESL, he went Ags Rush. I think that was before the patch came out, if I'm not mistaken. But the Ags Rush was a little surprising. I thought the item wasn't very good, but he bought it. And then he bought like some other generic things, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah. Visage Soul Assumption calculates before reductions, so the amount of damage that's dealt means that you're going to build up your Soul Assumption chargers way faster. And then this 15 talent, you can nuke 3 targets instead of just 2. So that's a nice little change. Makes him easier to do a lot of damage. But he's played a little bit that tournament. He did fine, but he lost some games as well. Void Spirit Ink increased. Resonant Pulse Barrier per hero is up by 10. And then 15 mana regen talent is buffed. Or that's the 10 talent, sorry. Wait. Look at this typo. Level 15 talent mana regen? That's a level 10 talent. By God, the typos. It is better though, more mana regen, if you want that, I guess. Does anybody even play this hero? So many universal heroes are kind of just in the trash because they were too good the previous patch. Warlock has less base strength. Mana cost for Fatal Bonds is more, no more spamming. Weaver 10 talent nerfed. Geminate attack no longer applies attacks made via Sakuji with Ag Shard. Okay, that makes sense. That would have been too good. Almost done okay. Weaver was pretty good at the event. Gaming Gladiators played it a decent amount as this like early fighting carry. That was pretty fun to watch. But I don't know. It might fall off. We'll see. But it's still a good hero. Wind Ranger changes are pretty cool. These are the slow from Power Shot is fun, 15 to 30%. Decreasing based on time charge and enemies already hit, similar to damage dealt. Oh, I didn't know it was worse if it went through more units. Slow duration is 4 seconds, and the mana cost is 100 all levels, so it's more spammable. I played Wind Ranger one game, and it felt... Power Shot definitely felt better. The slow was kind of nice, but I bought bad items in the game. Kind of fell off really fast, so it didn't go so good. I needed to buy like a Mage Slayer or something. I was dying to like a Puck and a Magnus. They were just like magic nuking me, and I was dying all the time. I think I went a bad skill build. I went 1-4-1. I think pro players usually go more like 1-3-4 type thing. They don't max out Power Shot all the way, usually, which is fine. It's not like it needs to be 470 damage, but it does do a lot of damage at level 4. It's kind of one of the cool things about it. I wonder if you could do like an Aether Lens or like an E-Blade build on this hero. Nah, you don't need Aether Lens. There's no reason to buy Aether Lens on this hero. Nah, that's a bad idea. But you could definitely justify some like Witchblade build, I feel like. Nah, she's not int though. She's universal, so her int probably sucks right now. I mean, you gotta go Maelstrom. Maelstrom's definitely good on her. It's buffed on her. You can buy the Javelin really fast. You definitely just do some Maelstrom type build. I wouldn't necessarily buy Gleipnir, but I don't know if I'd want a Mjolnir either, but Maelstrom BKB is like still the build on her. Unfortunately, it's just kind of boring. But it's just kind of the thing. Maybe a Disperser is kind of good, but it's kind of weird. It's definitely... Is it better? No, it's probably worse than old Disperser. But it gives you a lot of armor, I guess, which is kind of cool. Wind Run no longer slows enemies at all. The corresponding Egg Scepter effect also removed. Egg Scepter damage reduction increased by 10%. So I forgot that this didn't slow enemies anymore when I read over it. Means landing shackle shots is harder because you can't use it to slow your enemies. Escaping is harder despite movement speed bonus. Egg's build is still pretty good because you're taking less damage while you're wind running. Good girl, that's better. Gale Force duration increased, so it lasts longer. So I don't know, you could probably do some like skirmishing Wind Ranger thing. I still want to do this like solo killing Wind Ranger thing, but it's just probably overkill. Her 10 talent was kind of cool. Wind Run radius replaced with plus 20% power shot slow. So that means you can do a 50% slow for 4 seconds, which is pretty good. I tried the talent, it felt good. The shackle shot duration one's maybe still better, but we'll see. But yeah, Wind Ranger is really just like a skirmishing type support, or she's a solo killer core. And teams are playing her almost exclusively as a core, but I just don't quite believe it yet. That's the problem. Winter Wyvern base mana regen increased by 0.25, so more spam. Winter's Curse cast range is up. Mana cost is less. Provides a vision over the affected unit and their surroundings. Sure. Probably lets you cast... they probably did this last one so you can better cast Splinter Blast on enemies hitting the person that you cast it on, but this ultimate is still really hard to use. Obviously it works really good with old Revenant's Brooch, which is now changed. People were cheesing with Revenant's Brooch because it was decreasing the magic damage or increasing the magic damage that the person they're attacking took. That would now be your Parasma. So Parasma on Wyvern. Actually, Parasma is not good either, really. You actually need to buy new Revenant's Brooch. But it's kind of worse. Because before Revenant's Brooch would amplify the magic damage, now you're spending mana to deal magic damage with your attacks and getting spell lifesteal. You don't really want the spell lifesteal on Wyvern, so I'd say it's worse. The upside is that Revenant's Brooch is cheaper. But if you want, you can Winter's Curse people, Revenant's Brooch, and then attack them, and they will take more damage. It's just not going to be nearly as much because Winter's Curse increases the magic damage they take by 30%. Revenant's Brooch would increase it by another 20%, so it's just worse. But If you get multiple items on this hero, it's just better. Because this increases it by 30. Parasma would increase it by 20. And then the Revenant's Brooch would just make you do magic damage all the time. So there's less of a little window to use, basically. You'd burn through your mana pretty fast doing this. But this does do 70 damage. And the spell lifesteal is not the worst. Because you are doing big chunks with Arctic Burn. So, I don't know. There's a build here. Definitely like Parasma. Wyvern. Basically, you're gonna Parasma, which is Witchblade with a Mystic Staff. Kind of shitty stats because it's all int, but that would be the item. Gives armor, mana regen. It's okay. It's just not fantastic. The old Revenant's Brooch was just better. And both these two items just don't give you much else. It's the problem. It's like all damage, attack speed and damage. I feel like you'd be better off to buy a different item. I'm not sure what though. Bloodthorn maybe? Bloodthorn Winter's Curse. Let's try it. Oops. Let me see if this amplifies the magic damage that they take.
Chase away the autumn.
Da, da, da.
Understood.
Prepare yourselves for the main event.
Prowling. Where's the fight? Verily. Forward. Why not?
Have a care. Very well.
Did very low damage.
Warrior makes the ultimate sacrifice.
They take 30% of the damage. Will receive while silences bonus magic. What's the duration of this? 4.5.
You know.
Yeah, it's fine. Anyways, hypothetically, if you manage to get a Bloodthorn, it works.
Watch for winter.
So this is actually good, because again, this makes you take 30% more magic damage, and they're taking ticks of 60. The only downside, it probably works with like creeps and shit too, actually. This is probably the way to do it, honestly.
You know I will.
Oh, yes.
I want to wait for another creep wave.
To hell and back. I go like the devil.
Understood.
Fierce blood. Thanks
Yeah, this
and
is the
have
way.
fun.
Bloodthorn Wyvern is probably the build.
Comes with the first breath of winter.
Because like this is going to be catching, you're amplifying all the damage. Every single one of these creeps is doing 60 magic damage, and that magic damage is amped by 30%. So definitely this is the build, and you could probably do this with just a creep wave.
But will it follow the same thread?
Like imagine it's not even, it's just this. Like
Watch yourself.
look at this. It's like actually good. That guy had a lot of HP. This is the build. This is definitely the build. This guy had 2,800 HP. He had no armor, but like still, this is just a fat creep wave, you know?
Yes.
It's Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn's the build. Alright, I invented that. I'm gonna put down, instead of Parasma Wyvern, Bloodthorn Wyvern. Bloodthorn is the item. The only downside is that the Bloodthorn itself is not good on your hero. It's just not good on your hero. It doesn't do much damage. It just gives you a lot of attack speed, but you don't have much damage. I guess you'll have a Javelin, but like Orchid is, I mean, it's not the worst because you do have that damage talent, but like hypothetically you'd want Orchid and some like universal items, most likely. But if you get like, if you manage to get like a Grove Bow with an Orchid, I'd be pretty down. Luxury late game item? I don't know, man. Like it's a lot of fucking money by all means. But I could see some value where you like just hard rush this item and you ulti a guy and use it. Because if somebody's in a creep wave, they're gonna die, or take a lot of damage at least. I don't know, maybe you're right, but in some ways you need like a blink as well. But Orchid's not that bad. You'd be able, it'd really help make your lockdown a lot better. Orchid with Arctic Burn is not bad because you're amplifying the Arctic Burn damage by 30%. Like there's a lot of upsides to it. Definitely a lot of upsides. Yeah, mana regen, health regen is fine. You could rush it. I don't think. Witchblade's also not really a damage item. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Your int gain is okay at 2.8, but it's not incredible. It's a damage item, and it would work with Winter's Curse. I think that damage would be amped. But I could definitely see an Orchid being better. A Bloodthorn Rush being better. Is the Soulburn damage amped by the Curse amp? It would have to pop early, because it's 5 seconds, I think, for Bloodthorn. But it might, yeah. We can try it. It probably would amp it, in which case it would be good.
Yes, child.
Prepare for battle.
Yes. Yes.
Kind of looks like it. I don't know. It's hard to test. It probably works, but I can't help but assume that in a lot of cases. I mean, this cast range being 800 is definitely a lot better, but
I know the way to go.
Hello, I'm Gabe
I mean, that just
Newell.
seems
You've just achieved first
good.
blood.
I think
Thanks
that
and have fun.
as we literally learned from the last patch, you literally need to buy an item to make his ultimate good. Otherwise, your chances of getting kills are just not really there, I feel like. So, I feel like Bloodthorn legitimately has to be the item. You have a 35 damage talent. You can fill the rest of your inventory with, like, stat items, basically. Like, they do not have to be expensive.
Same friend.
You could do some, like, even, like, a Treads. You've got mana regen here, right? So you don't really need Arcane Boots. You could do, like, Treads
Watch for winter.
and get, like, a Bracer or two or something. Like, some shit like this.
Trouble yourself not.
Just get really stat efficient items, rush that fucking Bloodthorn, and try to play around your abilities to keep yourself alive.
You know, I think I just
If someone tries to kill you, you fucking you Orchid them, you know? Like, what other heroes want Bloodthorn? I mean, everybody. It's fine. It's a silence. Like, that's what's kind of nice about this item. It's just good. Like, you can use it on Roshan. You can use it on jungle creeps.
Understood.
Like, 35 damage.
Young in a dragon's age.
Probably do some shit like this.
Have a care.
And just attacking somebody with this is, like, pretty good, you know? My damage is not super high, but it's pretty good. So just getting, like, bracers or something probably makes this kind of okay. I'd have armor problems, but again, you can do this maybe in... this build has got to be good.
Understood.
Does it work? It does work with brood spiders, yes. I believe people did it in a pro game 2 days ago. Okay, last 3 heroes. Voodoo Restoration no longer deals damage, but it does have more heal. So better as the level 1 skill. You're spending 8 mana per 20 heal, which is much better than the previous 8 mana for 10 heal. So if you want to get Voodoo and stabilize your lane, you can do that again. It was kind of fun to see damage Voodoo Restoration, but it was a little bit overkill, and it was almost never used. It just wasn't quite viable. But I'm into the heal. Very down for this. And then level 25 talent, the max Voodoo health restoration heal damage is replaced with more max health. So it makes sense for it to heal more since it doesn't do damage anymore. They don't have to worry about the number balance. And Wraith King cooldown increase for his ulti up to 120 at level 3, which is really high. Ag's Shard additional skeletons decreased, and Ag's Scepter cooldown reduction decreased. So if you buy Ag's Scepter, instead of your cooldown being 70, it's now only 105. So big nerf to Reincarnation. 15 Skelly attack damage talent is nerfed. Minimum Skelly spawn. All the skeletons talents nerfed. And the cleave talent is buffed. 35 cleave is actually really good. It's really, really high. You could definitely farm with that. It's like similar to Battle Fury, isn't it? Yeah, it's 40% against creeps to have Battle Fury. But this gives you 35. So basically, level 20 right talent is a Battle Fury. That's fantastic. The faster you hit 20, the faster you farm. It's kind of a cool talent. And the last hero on the patch is Zeus. Lightning Bolt now deals 2 times damage to creeps. So you can use this to kill neutral creeps pretty effectively. And when you get the 25 talent where you have AoE Lightning Bolt, it's even better. AoE Lightning Bolt, you should just one-shot a creep wave with that skill. Which kind of makes sense, because you probably didn't farm that fast later on. Alright, and that's the patch. Nimbus split push. The Nimbus only hits 1 creep at a time, but yeah, you're right, it would start one-shotting them. It'd be good. You just put it on a creep wave and you kill the whole thing in like 7 seconds or something. Pretty long review. I mean, I spent a lot of time on math and stuff, but definitely some nerding stuff. Oh, restoring connection. It is Tuesdays, so is this a Steam update? I have to go walk my dog now because she needs to take a dump, and then I'm gonna come back and play at least 2 pub games now that I have notes.
Hooray!
File, save as, 7.35 patch. Heroes. Alright, saving that. Over rating of this patch compared to last one, I really like this patch. I think this is like a 9 to me. An 8 or a 9. I love item changes because it like changes so many builds, and I think it's really fun to figure out item changes. So I'm having a great time. Very interested.